Who's this guy? Yeah, I got you.
Right?
It's really good. Jason's gonna do it for the next 3 days.
In case he gets stranded in the snow.
Matt.
Right, I just need to remind you of this. That's right.
Yeah.
But like I said, the mandatory training. I just want to make sure that you understand the values compass. This is the public values compass.
All right, we're gonna give you that. You ready? All right. Good morning. Welcome, everybody, to day 2 of our 2022 Board of Commissioners retreat for the town of Waxhaw. So we talked a lot yesterday about projects and about financial strategy. We will circle back around to that at the end today. And we're going to start off today to discuss with Chris Forte, economic development. And then we have Lee Jensen here from Union County. We'll talk about the county's comp planning process. Then we'll get into some of our own internal policy, kind of larger scale policy issues and things like that to work through and get direction today. So first, I would like to introduce Chris Forte with Union County Economic Development. He's going to come up and talk to us this morning. Come on up, Chris.
Welcome.
Good morning.
Oh, give me a minute. The coffee hasn't kicked in yet. Well, again, Mayor Pappas, Commissioners, Manager Wells, thank you so much for the opportunity to be in front of you today to kind of talk about economic development in our future here in Waxhaw and how we can see growth to suit the needs of everyone. Many of you know, I just live right up the road, so Waxhaw is basically the town that I claim as home. And so it's very important for us as we look at all of the towns that we try to find ways that we're so different, you know, the 14 communities within the county, to find ways that will suit the culture of the community as well as achieve a balance in tax base. If you would need to still be prosperous and keep the tax rates low and everything else for the citizens while providing others benefits to them of the community. Today, I'd like to kind of go over some of the goals of what we had set out for the plan. We were doing, overall goal again is to improve the overall balance of the tax base components within Waxhaw to increase the financial stability of the community and better support its residents. It's to create a new narrative. That was something that came out of the meeting with the committee to make the community more attractive to commercial, retail, and industrial development. To migrate the town away from being solely a bedroom community or seen that way. And then retaining the quality of life, that nostalgic feel, that makes Waxhaw extremely unique and in the Charlotte market, but growing the daytime job opportunities as well. Some of the background we did was Commissioner Simpson and Commissioner Hall joined staff and myself, Manager Wells, and we sat down and kind of went through several things. Staff was great to work with, extremely open. We had a one-on-one in downtown, kind of toured there, compiled the findings from the stakeholders, the data that we had there. Fortunately, I got COVID in the middle of it. I had a nice little bout of that. It took me out for a good bit. And at the same time, we had unprecedented growth in the county. So in the last 6 months, basically July 1 to the end of the year, we had $178 million announced in Union County. That's 3 times our annual goal in 6 months. So it was very, very, very busy on top of being sort of a one-legged track star with COVID. So we did, and also in this time frame, we're able to perform a tax base and cost to serve analysis for the town. Again, some of the numbers you'll see today may be different than what you have. These are my analyses. So there's going to be some margin of error there probably from what has been presented to you in the past. And it's just because it's me looking at it, taking away and making some other assumptions there, but it's all within the margin of error, what you see. So initially, the committee, we discussed the current growth of the town and its ability to support commercial entities. The characteristics of the town, focusing around those nostalgic structures, the downtown, and what the staff has done around pre-zoning were some things that were really brought to light. The desired traits, we've discussed that for the commercial development. Again, trying to not change Waxhaw, but add to it. The influence of Waxhaw's influences on the competitiveness of the town, as well as potential targeted industries and job center locations. So the desired traits that sort of came out was we have a foodie population that is in this area that was discussed heavily, and talked about how we need to support that. Also the fact that we are a more active community here. And so not myself, unfortunately, but the community is definitely into the sporting for the residents here. And so we want to find ways to support that with the commercial growth, as well as encourage more outdoor recreation. Take advantage of things like King Creek, the assets that are so close to us. Work with our Union County education partners to make sure that it's providing the needs for that commercial base that we're trying to bring in. Develop a hybrid working location, sort of like a WeWork, if you're familiar with that, because we do have that commute capability and the type of jobs that are already existing that people do, and take advantage of that, but that would provide a commercial tax base in the structure. Seek high value manufacturing. So again, looking at those things that are smaller, can go out on a FedEx truck, but have extremely high value and provide high paying jobs. Also, we can see if we can find a way to recruit a boutique type hotel. Influences, you have high residential growth. That's good and bad. Everything, all these are double-edged swords, right? And so what does that do? It kind of offsets and creates imbalance in your tax base. So it's a risk to the future as we look to find that way to create the balance. The lack of sewer infrastructure or availability. Some of the infrastructure here is still small, too small, designed for a different time. That needs to be upgraded, as well as the availability. And I think you heard some of that yesterday. The inadequate road system and connectivity, really a one way in and out, sort of in each direction, right? 75 and 16. So There's some issues with that, obviously. And we just need to plan around that. So it's not, it's there, so we just have to deal with it. And then the town's unique character, again, is a very good thing, but also can be a detractor for certain types of businesses. So we have to just work around it. If you look at the targets, again, when we talked about those smaller things, things with high IP, intellectual property, medical device manufacturing. Again, there's no smokestacks, there's no anything. People walk around in white coats. The IT related businesses, the outdoor related businesses and retailers, again, the support activities, people going to King Creek, doing some equine product manufacturing. Again, with the concentration that we have here, it's a natural fit, within the town. In financial back office, again, you're looking at not a ton of people, so a lot of computers in a box, but it is a lot of computing that's going on in the backside and the finance and the fintech that's in Charlotte. And then also professional services. Continue to grow that as the population is growing. There's opportunities there. More doctors, more legal, more engineering services, other things like that. As we look at the job centers, these have already been identified through the rezoning and the new UDO. So the Waxhaw Parkway, Ray Byron, the Curitan area downtown, obviously, and then the former Pittenger properties. So here's the tax base analysis. We kind of, as we talk about in the textbook world, you want to be 60-40. And very few communities are going to be 60-40 residential to commercial. Particularly here, one of the things in Union County, along the western edge, is that residential values are so much higher. That's just not an attainable number. And that's a good thing that your residential is paying more than it would in other communities. So if you look at southern Lancaster County or out toward the eastern part of Union County, that's a much different number in the way that looks. And so you're sitting there about 90, almost 92% residential at this point. I think you were looking at a 90-10, 89-11 is what you've seen in the past. So again, looking at it, this is similar again to the numbers. I've looked at your tax base for years, really since 2015. And again, it's a sort of in this range again. So it's nice that the commercial is not really losing with all the residential growth, that still kind of holding its own, sort of bumping along at that 8 to 10% range. This year is kind of unique, and so we're going to look at that. And this is the first time this has occurred for you, and we want to watch this every year and see where this number goes. I don't know if this is a true representation of you because you have the rebound that always adds a spike, right? Those numbers until you sort of level off after you absorb the rebound, and then holding the tax rate constant this year allowed for a revenue increase to come in, which is great. It's an opportunity to do some amazing things that I think you're talking about and, that are already in the budget. And so the way it sits today, you're in an extremely good position where the residential properties actually don't lose money. So there's a net revenue generated from the tax base compared to the cost to serve them. And you have the police, you have the other things that are in there. And we don't count things that kind of wash each other out. So like building inspection has a revenue source. So those just kind of negates, we don't count that. But everything else, and then we assign it to its service by a percentage. It either matches up with the residential to commercial rate. So say just the general services, the admin of the city is thrown at those two percentages and applied to the two tax bases.
I have a
I'm sorry,
question.
yes.
So you were talking about the residential tax base. Do you know what the break-even number is for the tax value on a property? I think at one point it was like 350 or 349. Is it still that?
You're about 400.
So anything over valued over 400
Mhm.
generates revenue as opposed to the cost to serve? I shouldn't say generate revenue, but it's
No.
the cost to
So,
serve.
yeah, so in theory, yes, if you average all the houses.
Mhm.
So if you say a subdivision comes in and they're $450,000 homes, they're not really covering the cost. You've got to have an average of all homes at 400.
Right, because at 400, you're offsetting the cost of a home that's valued at 200.
Correct. Yeah, so you got to get in that average. So years ago, we looked at it from the county perspective, and it was like we needed to move the residential value about $60,000, which doesn't seem like a lot, but that was 5,000
Oh, yeah.
homes averaging $1 million to move that number, because you have so many houses to move the number. So in your case, you're doing well. So you're about $20,000 short
And so that.
of the average. So you're about 380 is what my analysis has. That could be different.
Right. So 380 is the break even for the cost to serve for.
No, 400 is your break even. You're at 380
Okay,
when I add other components.
correct.
So that's the number. So
It
currently,
was 350 not long ago, but I know everything's goes up.
everything goes up. And back in 15, I think it was 400. So it kind of bounces in that range.
Sure.
It all depends on your costs. And so, if you have a spike in public safety,
Mhm.
then you have to take care of that.
Right.
You have some edict comes down from Washington that requires you to do something, it changes things. So this does not include the downtown park that's in your budget. So roughly $977,000 for that. When you add that back into it, and it's assigned to residential because the commercial really doesn't take advantage of the parks, you're looking at a net loss. This is normal. This is what should happen. So residential should lose money in theory, because it really can't. Unless you are an anomaly, you're not going to cover your cost. You're very close to an anomaly. You're very close to that break-even number, so it's a positive thing. But I don't want you to lose sort of track that you still need a balance. We need to bring that down. And, what is the balance to make, Waxhaw healthier in the long run? 15%, maybe, commercial base. So it's not a lot. We're not changing, we're not saying go in and put in 3 industrial parks, taking up 2,000 acres of land. We're not talking that. We're talking small things. And it gives us time to be diligent in how we grow that. So you're in a really good position. So, but I didn't want to, when you put the a new cost to residential back into this, but that reval allows you to do this. And so you're in a good place. So the negative is not a negative. The negative is expected. And so it just puts it where it is. But it does show you in the value of what commercial is to you. And so, because they consume almost nothing. When you look at it generally on a per unit basis, you're about 330 times percent greater revenues generated on commercial properties. So just something to think about. And that's, again, that's expected. That's a normal. And you can see why here with the per unit basis. So there's only about 185 commercial units or retail units that I could identify looking at the tax parcel map. And so you have about 6,700 residential units, which is great. Again, with that average about 380. If you, again, counting the park into this number, you lose about $80 per house. So again, not a bad number. And you generate about $3,600 per resident for commercial unit. And that's why the commercial's there. Commercial is meant to be part of your fabric to create the balance to help offset the cost to provide services to your residents. The more attractive it is to residents, the more workforce, it's all symbiotic. So then you have that workforce for the commercial base, both in customer and in employee. And so I just want to make sure that you understand this is a good thing. I'm not trying to be negative. This is the way it's supposed to look. And it shouldn't look this good given your imbalance. So we've always got one kind of big issue out there, which is water sewer availability. And so I know I was unfortunately driving back from Atlanta at a trade show yesterday and did not get to log in, so I did not see the conversation yesterday. So I'm walking in kind of blind to what y'all discussed, so I apologize for that. But there's an old Department of Commerce secretary in South Carolina said this, that basically if you're trying to market a site without water and sewer, you just have dirt. And you know what? It's pretty hard to differentiate yourself from anybody because everybody's got dirt. So you've got to have water and sewer. Just it's certain things that you're not even on a list. Like they're assuming you're going to have labor. They're assuming you're going to have electric. They're assuming you're going to have fiber optic. They're assuming you're going to have water and sewer. So that's one of our things right now is we can't really push and market today because you're at plus 97% capacity. If I'm accurate with what Brian may have presented and trying to keep up, those numbers change so much. But, you know, there's virtually no available sewer for us to promote right now that's reliable because our projects take a while. You know, an average economic development project is 18 to 24 months to materialize. So in that time frame, residential can move so fast. And so it's just really hard. The other problem, not problem, but the other issue is you're within a basin of a lot of people. So you're not in sole control of this. So, you know, you could hold and just wait on commercial, but then 5 other communities consume it all. So there's no control there. And so with looking at it, that's just another kind of current situation, right? That's with it. So, you know, we have a 2025, I'm not sure when Brian said the next 1.5 million maybe coming online. Did he give a date?
3 to 4 years.
Okay, so ish timeframe. But while that's occurring, there's developments that will be coming in. There'll be a backlog being created, potentially consumed. So there's going to be consistent development pressure on that capacity that's coming online. So the plant, I believe, can expand another 3 million gallons beyond that before it has to really go through a total redesign. And so that's not been approved yet by the Board of County Commissioners or anyone else. So future availability is there. So we have it there, but we just need to consistently work on some things to be prepared when we do have that capacity. And that's some of the things that we did talk about in the committee, which was, again, to retain and broaden that commercial tax-based zoning. We've done that really with the UDO.
So if you could just go back one slide, I just want to make sure I kind of really understand what you're saying. So what you're saying is for us to be able to diversify our tax base, attract more commercial, we really need to make sure we can ensure water and sewer, because without that, we don't have anything to market or to attract those industries or businesses to come here.
Correct. For new properties, it's very difficult. The developer's not going to come in and put a lot of money down without the lack of assurance he's going to have.
So they
The
don't want,
ability to open the
so
facility.
essentially, they don't want to make the investment if they can't guarantee a good return on that investment.
Correct. Well, just if they can't open
Right.
it.
Correct.
Then they can't make the note, and then they're upside down, you know, in the banking situation. So it's just, you got to have the money,
Right.
you know, the revenue coming out of the plant or coming out of the store or coming out of whatever to pay off your development costs.
And I
carrying
think,
costs.
and I know you were here, but I think yesterday we heard from the county that they've had several plans, but had some difficulty with some consensus of their board to execute those plans or implement them. And so it sounded like too that they have a plan to bring us up to 9 million gallons, but beyond that, they don't have anything to just currently to meet the needs of what's in the pipeline, but nothing to go beyond that where we could attract any commercial or industrial, or to be able to help to facilitate to diversify this tax base, not only for us, but also at a county level.
Correct. I believe that's correct. And again, they're working on it. It's just nothing's been approved. The
Right,
direction.
nothing's hard and fast, and it sounds like it's unfortunately a little politicized.
Love my paper.
I know,
I'm just telling the facts, man. I'm just.
I agree.
So that's the situation that we're in. We can still do some things though to get us ready. And so I don't want that to also be
Right.
seen. It's a situation because of the third bullet. We don't have any control, right? So
Right.
we need to kind of see what we can do and what we do control.
Correct.
And so, again, protect properties. Looking at your sort of makeup, right? That you're looking at the tapestry, the zoning map, and what percentages do we know that we can get to sort of where we are. And I think the staff have done a good job of that. And identifying those areas where we can grow. And put that in when we have the capacity. I think there's some other properties, you already have sewer at facilities. And so what are those facilities that can be redeveloped? You know, you got downtown, provide higher value in some of those places as they turn. There's other facilities. We've had a call recently from some folks here looking to redevelop one of the buildings that's on the commercial side. that was looking to be acquired, so that's an opportunity. So there's things there still, so lower hanging fruit where you have capacity, and try to redevelop those properties to a higher tax, you know, more into the targeted industries that you want. Keep working on the roads. You know, obviously, I know that's important. It's probably a dead horse that's been beaten for years at this point, but widening Providence Road and the construction of the Waxhaw Parkway, particularly the eastern section for my slice of the world. You know, I know that the west is being worked on as well, but from the property that the east opens up is important. Consider ways to control the sewer. Again, above my pay grade, whether that's package plants, partnerships with Mecklenburg, whoever, working with the county, working with another municipality to create a regional system. Yeah, there's options. Probably none of them are cheap. Sewer is a very, very expensive thing, but that's really it. If there's a way to control some capacity, that's one of the advantages that Monroe and Wingate have right now, is they can control it. So they have an amount of sewer that is theirs, that's through the plants or through agreements, and then they control something. So by having those two married together, they have a lot more ability to kind of direct where that asset goes. It does make it impossible for us to target anything really in our wheelhouse. You know, there's some small retail, there's some other things that can come up. That's not what we deal with every day. We deal with a little bit bigger things. So for us to go out there and market it, we would just, if that sewer's not there, when the company says, yes, we'll come, your reputation is destroyed. So you just cannot sit there and try to market something that doesn't really exist and is almost guaranteed to be there. So what we would say is, let's consider working down, particularly in the way it looks and sort of the sizes that you would like, toward a virtual building. And as we get closer to sewer, we can move really quick with some of those to get them permitted, ready to go. We're working with land design now for that. So went around and took a lot of pictures in Waxhaw specifically, and trying to retain that character. You know, particularly went up to right beside Air Cedar, not Puritan, Prescott. Thank you, sir. So some of the way those buildings are developing, sort of, you looked at that architecture and sort of sent that to land design. This is some of the things that come up with. This is kind of a modular. You can imagine that's like an accordion. The top one can expand to fit the size. We can actually have a unit in the middle, and also something, you know, more like a. See the rail yard behind this one. Very similar kind of office space that would still kind of fit within sort of a rail deep line kind of component, but it's still functional for a manufacturing facility. It's basically a box. It's just a decorated box. So again, nothing extremely high, but the people would feel driving by that you can have a blended use within there. So you could have some other kind of uses beside that that weren't necessarily manufactured. So that's it. Sorry, it's not a little bit more positive on the tail end of it. The nice thing is the tax base is looking very nice, and it allows you to sort of wait and plan. You're not in a desperate situation as in other communities. So it does put us there so we can really try to craft what we want Waxhaw to look like on the commercial side.
So I have a question about, goes back to kind of the water and sewer. So technically we can't go out and market or go out and try to attract anybody without any sort of sewer capacity, right? So what
You
happens?
can, you're just gonna make it mad.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah,
I understand. And so what happens as capacity opens up and comes online, if we don't have people kind of in the pipeline ready to take it, is that going to allow the capacity to be eaten up by residential as opposed to commercial?
Yeah, well, we always have a pipeline, and I can direct
Right.
where that goes based on what product is available.
Mhm.
And so we're getting to a point now in the entire county where I don't have any buildings. So we will start to lose opportunities just because of that, no matter where it is. in the county.
Have there been commercial development opportunities that we've lost now
Yes.
because of this?
Well, in the, over time, yes, probably more so because the parkway wasn't there. Sort of having a more established kind of area to sell from. It's really hard to, it's hard to get some people over the line to even look at a field and realize a building. But if they can't even drive down the road to see the field, to envision the building, that makes it difficult. So it's hard that just to get to the point of selling is a little bit more difficult without some assets put in place. But yes, if you do not have that guarantee, we know we have, 300,000, 500,000 gallons of capacity to kind of play with, knowing that that's going to continually to get eaten. But our clients are usually 10 to 20,000 gallons a day. So not a lot. We don't consume, it's not a processing facility, food processing or something. That's a lot. What we look at is electronics. It's usually bathrooms for the employees, maybe a little cooling water. Usually they'll take that in and recycle it and just keep using it until it's time to flush. It's very little demand on water sewer, but without it, it doesn't matter. They have to have it.
We were talking a little bit specifically just then about Waxhaw obviously losing opportunity because of certain things, but wouldn't that extend out to the county as well?
Of course.
Everywhere.
No. Yeah,
Everywhere.
Waxhaw is the county, right?
Right.
So, yeah.
Exactly. So the county outlook has changed obviously by these decisions of the past.
We have basically two communities we can market, right, because of capacity. So we're marketing Wingate and Monroe specifically for redevelopment of existing properties throughout the county.
Handcuffs you too.
Yes, because again, we did, as you all know, we were Monroe Economic Development for years, and then in 2013 we merged. That was great because then it opened up, selling Monroe, I have a certain type of business that I can go for. Selling Western and Eastern Union County opens up the animals that are growing across the prairie that I can shoot, right? I can only shoot certain animals and I can shoot all of them, with the camera. That analogy from Animal Lovers. I like elephants. I like shooting elephants. So,
But you get in trouble with that too.
I know. To the, that's sort of where we are. Yeah, there's a competitive disadvantage that we have right now. It's not hurt us by the numbers.
Yeah.
Just like it hasn't hurt Waxhaw on the tax base yet. But at some point, you gotta pay the piper, no matter what, even with the balance situation. So we need job opportunities on this side of the county too. They keep people here. They don't drive us far. Keeps the traffic down.
I've heard some in the county talk about some of the county being the residents and some of the large landowners and talked about the economic loss in the county due to this situation. And I've heard numbers of 500 million or better lost opportunity. Do you have a feel for any of that?
No.
What's come to you that couldn't and then had to leave and go somewhere else? Is that, how does
I
that?
mean, there's nothing, we wouldn't really know that number. It would be just a total bag. We do know if it can't go to Waxhaw or Indian Trail or Stalling, it can still probably go somewhere. So we're starting in the mix, but just may not be the most competitive opportunity.
Not the best locations.
Right. And if you're not putting the best in front of them, they're not going to come.
No, they're not.
There's an option in York County. There's an option in Gaston County. You can go to Belmont. You can go to Huntersville.
They're going to show up where the people are.
Right. And so, we always tell people there's 100 union counties across the United States. So, we got to figure out, we're unique in certain ways, but there's still options. People have options, Charlotte isn't end all be all. There's Nashville, there's Jacksonville, there's Austin, there's Atlanta. I mean, we compete all the time with these city states. We're just a part of that city state. I hope that helps. Again, I think we're in a good place. I think we've got a plan. We need to reconstitute the committee, kind of keep going down that path. So it's not doom and gloom. It's just we got to put some things in place, get ready, and then as soon as that water and sewer's there, we can definitely our sewer. is there, we can definitely.
We still have that unique position, and we have people that want to be where we are.
Absolutely.
They
You
want to
do
be-
provide
They want to have what
something.
we have and enjoy it.
Correct. And the nice thing about Waxhaw is nobody else in the county can provide what you can provide. And there's very few in the Charlotte region
Right.
that can provide what you can provide. So it's a unique place. It provides opportunities for really nice companies to come in.
Just one last thing, just to kind of reiterate for anybody who's watching at home, it's sort of maybe the rationale of why we want to attract more commercial. I mean, to decrease our tax base, you know, we want more of that, but
Yes.
could you just kind of maybe summarize?
Yeah,
some of
so
those
the
points?
more things that, residents demand services, and services cost money. And even if you hold serve today, if you don't provide an additional service, those employees leave, their insurance goes up. There's certain, again, like edicts that come down on public safety. When did we start doing body cams? That wasn't a thing, now it's a thing. There's all kinds of stuff that always has to be added.
Operating costs never.
Never decrease, right? And so because of that, someone's gonna absorb that cost. Do you want the residents to absorb it, or do you want commercial who don't consume as much of that? They don't, so as you add the commercial, you're not really adding to the service level. And so they will take more of the burden off of the residential tax base. So the overall tax rate stays lower. And so the citizens can enjoy more services at a rate that's extremely competitive.
One thing to note as well, and we talked about the increase in our residential values, those obviously help that equation all the time. So there's going to come a point, and it moves around, like you say, it's a very fluid thing. It'll dance around 40, 50 grand each side of that 400 or whatever that is. But we're watching our values get up into the millions now in some places. So that really does increase the importance really of some residential development in there, because it's better than nothing as far as that goes.
Oh,
We can't attract
No.
right now because we're not in position to
Right.
attract an industrial, commercial type of user, then those $500,000, $600,000, $700,000 residences actually cover some of that.
They do. They
Percent
do.
shortfall.
They help push up the average, right?
That's right.
So,
And that's been happening. We've been seeing that, because again, going back to the earlier conversation about, hovering around a 350, 380, 400 mark in there. When you look at each one of those new ones, they actually, you can say that they do pay for themselves.
yes,
If you average them against some of the stuff that's been here for 50 years, that's a whole nother story.
right,
You might as well average it to a guy's barn or something.
right.
But
Yeah, the message we
stuff
don't want to
does
send is, oh, 400 is all we need.
yeah,
to break
that isn't
even. It's like,
it.
no, that's not what I'm saying.
Right.
To pay for yourself, you still need to be up.
Right.
In a higher price point. It's really like north of 750.
So, yeah, and that's working really
Yeah.
well, actually, because we are getting a lot of that, and certainly in the retail. So when we talk about, residential doesn't pay for itself, this new residential does,
It is
Pay
paying
for
for
itself
itself.
out of the
Or
gate.
that.
Well, out of the gate,
Yeah. But
because even those other older houses are gonna come up underneath it, and so it's just gonna
Correct.
lift it all up.
but a residential development focus, like a Cary, for example. Cary realized this, and they ended up buying houses out and building commercial because they were in trouble. I mean, the law of diminishing returns hits on a retail only focus. At some point, you get a saturation. You can't, the house didn't get any better in value. It's only going to marginally go up at that point. So you're seeing this nice, but where does that start to flatten? And so, and you eventually saturate too. Once you consume all your properties, you have no new homes to come in.
Right.
So if you look at a stalling standpoint, stalling is very low property value. And so they're getting to that. It's an interesting place, right? So they're really having to protect their commercial. So it's just.
Well, everything
everyone's different.
in our town, again, being unique, everything that the residents now enjoy, because we didn't have and don't have any commercial retail, significant commercial retail. Everything that our residents enjoy right now, including all of our services, is because of the residential.
Sure.
It pays for everything we have.
Yes. Well, actually, the commercial is what keeps you from being under.
Right.
It's the new residential stuff,
Right.
but your
Exactly.
existing
That's my
overall
point.
tax base, yes, your commercial, while it's still very small, it's still covering a significant portion.
And as we incrementally build that base up when we can. It just helps it even more. Residential growth is good. It just happens to be very expensive going forward. But you build the two of them at the same time.
Yeah.
Even if you only get one new retail commercial property, if you get, call it 100 residences at 750, you're still in good shape.
Correct. So again, it's the total tax base is one number exactly to that point. But it's,
You
and
can't
we're
pick
and we're
and
not
choose the
negative,
numbers.
we're not negative residential development by any means, because we need it for the workforce and for the customers to the retail. It is really just about where do you sit on that balance.
It's always been said, and you know these analogies, maybe rooftops bring retail.
Oh, yes,
That's how it works.
absolutely. And again, please call me anytime.
Okay, anytime.
I may not answer, you can call anytime. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris.
All right, great. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate that. So next up, we have Mr. Lee Jensen with Union County Planning. They just finished a comprehensive plan just a couple of 3 months ago. He's going to talk you through their process a little bit and what they have come up with, and then also, I guess, their beginning stages of implementation of that plan. And then he'll be hanging out with us for the next item as well after that. So Lee, I'll get it up for you.
Mr. Mayor and board, thank you for the invitation to come and talk to you about the comprehensive planning process that the county undertook. Jeff and Lisa called me probably a couple months ago and asked that I come and present to you. So I really do appreciate that opportunity. You know, who developed this plan? How did this start? Kind of back at the end of 2019, many of you may remember that the county had a big retreat over at the Ag Center in Monroe. And the board gave direction to the planning department to start this process. And then literally about 3 months into this process, COVID hit. So we kind of had to back up and not do this in a traditional, public outreach in-person way, which we're kind of, to be honest, we're still kind of in right now. So we backed up, we figured out some technology and really worked with that. And we had all these committees that were appointed, 64 residents from around the county made up these various committees. And then we also had this municipal and county planning staff committee. You guys were really lucky because I think it started off with Jeff was the representative, and then he was the appointed manager, and I think then it kicked over to Blair. And Blair came, and of course Lisa was the rep during most of the process for weddings. So you have 3 people on your staff that really kind of participated in part of this plan. And of course, we also had several public outreach meetings. I think we had 2 in this building here. And we had several more around the county where we got some good feedback at different points in the process about the plan. It's tweaked based on that. So that's sort of how the plan was developed. Most of the aspects of the plan, and I just kind of have this up on the screen. I'm not going to read it. This was something that was adopted really early on in the plan, helped guide sort of the rest of the process, the scenario planning, the land use plan, if you will. So you can kind of take a look at that. But the most of the aspects of the plan were adopted, I think, back in September, into the summer. The board did hold out 2 pieces that we're still discussing. I'm going to go through each of the scenarios, so we'll talk about those in just a minute. Again, I'm not going to go through this, but the scenario, we called it the advancement scenario. It's not a really great name, but the advancement scenario was selected as the one we were moving forward with, and that really helped guide the land use map that you'll see in a second, and some of the regulations and programs that we are currently working through to try to implement. Didn't come out too well, but these are the different strategies that were considered as part of the plan, and then how each subcommittee, ultimately how the coordinating committee, planning board, and board of county commissioners voted, and what was incorporated into the plan and what was not. I know you can't really see it that well, but I'm going to go through each strategy, so you'll be able to see those in just a second. Again, land use map, this is probably what most people think of when they think of a comprehensive plan. It's not the whole piece of the puzzle, but it's the big piece that a lot of that people look at. The old comprehensive plan, the one that was adopted, I think in 2014, really, it didn't change a whole lot, but it changed in some key ways that I think are pretty important. We had some higher density areas in the 2014 plan that really kind of went out into a lot of the unincorporated parts of the county that were pulled back a little bit. I think the coordinating committee and ultimately the board looked at it and said, you know, high density may be important in some key nodes and in towns, but you know, probably don't need to look at, you know, higher density uses out in some of the agricultural areas. So that was kind of pulled back. And then the other key piece of this is the transition zone. And I know that's an important topic we're going to talk about a little bit later, but I'm also going to talk about it a little bit as we move down into the strategy. But you know, for the most part, you know, these employment corridors that you see, those purple kind of streaks on the map, those have been in, you know, some version of a plan since I think around 1968 or so, and they've sort of carried over. Those are really just identifying those corridors as good employment centers, areas for industrial development. And then you can see the various levels of single family residential, and then really expanded the rural residential, the agricultural areas out in the south and eastern part of the county.
I have a question, if you go back to that. Does that incorporate all the other municipalities' land use? Because when I look at where we are located on the map, I don't see what our like zoning maps and land use looks like. So it doesn't look like ours is overlaid in on this.
No, when we moved forward in the process, the coordinating committee did take into consideration. They looked at all the land use plans for the various towns, and that's why we had the staff from the various towns that helped us out on that municipal committee. But ultimately, you know, I think the committee and the planning board and the board of commissioners said, you know, the towns control their own land use plan. And I think they said, we want to support that, but we don't want to say, we don't want to start making decisions or incorporating or, you know, because then you politicize it and you start talking about, well, should that be changed? And the board said, we don't want to do that. You know, Waxhaw, Wingate, Marshville, they made their own decisions regarding future land use. And they recognize that, but we developed the edges of the plan, thinking about those adopted.
But I think if they incorporate like our plan, we kind of pre-zoned areas, we identified our own employment centers, and it seems to me that it would make good sense to incorporate that so that they help with their planning in terms of the needs of water, sewer, utilities, and just because if they're just leaving it up to the towns to do when they have an obligation to provide for their citizens and the municipalities, that it seems like there's a disconnect there.
So as far as the water and sewer planning goes, we were in the process of looking at the water sewer master plan. And as part of that process, we did incorporate into theirs this plan as well as all the other plans that the towns have adopted. So when Union County Public Works is looking at water and sewer, you know, looking out to 30 years as to what they might need, they are looking at those plans. So this was incorporated into the water sewer master planning, as was Waxhaw, Wingate, Marshville, Monroe, or maybe not Monroe, had their own utility, but But all those other plans were incorporated into that master planning water and sewer process. But for the Union County Planning Department, we looked at those plans to sort of inform what the edges around the towns may need to be, but didn't necessarily incorporate those plans into the Union County comprehensive plan. But from water sewer standpoint, they are.
Just seems like it's a missed opportunity, like you would incorporate our stuff into this too.
Sure.
Well,
And
and I know we'll talk about ETJ because we have some
Yeah.
historicals where decisions that are made at the county affects us in terms of services that in mutual aid responses and things like that, that we
sure.
don't really get as much of a say in.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about ETJ.
Yeah, I know.
in just a
I know
minute.
it's the next topic.
So just kind of some differences between these two plans. You know, I touched on the high density residential. You know, we had a lot of acreage projected out in the unincorporated part of the county, which a lot of residents didn't seem to like, didn't have a problem with high density in some of the towns, but really said that, you know, probably shouldn't be out just in the hinterlands of Union County. So really pulled that back. You know, they came up with the transition zone designations because there were some areas where we had planning and zoning conflicts with some towns where we may say, you know, the county's old plan may say high density residential, and, you know, a town may say, well, we don't want that on the edge of our town. So we really thought through that and said, and that's where the review of those existing town plans came in. And we said, okay, well, that really doesn't make sense. Let's look at that. Let's change it. And in some areas that were completely surrounded donut holes, we came up with this idea of the transition zone. I'll talk about that just a little bit. Preserving rural character, that's always a big component of the county's plan. We have a large agricultural industry in Union County. If you go south and east and north of the main towns, that's what's there. That does help. That helps Chris. That's what drives a big portion of Union County's economy. So we wanted to try to protect a lot of those agricultural areas. And then commercial and industrial development, again, those nodes and corridors that have been projected for commercial and industrial type development have been there since probably the late 60s, and they didn't really change that much. We wanted to still continue to look at some of those major corridors in Union County as appropriate for industrial and commercial type development.
Before you jump off of that, go stay back on that. Just curiosity, you're a planning guy all your life, and so we look at charts, and as in my business as well, we look at charts that say, you know, have categories for the types of residential uses. So we get down there. So, you know, rural, like you say, you're identifying at least here, and some at 2 units to the acre, whatever. And, you know, people talk about high density residential, and the reality is it's not high density residential until it gets to what number in your calculations. Is that 10,
Right.
15, 20?
Sure. And yeah, and that's a good question, because, you know, I have my opinion, and and everybody's got a different opinion on what high density is. You know, we were thinking about preserving rural character. I'm glad you brought that up, because most of those areas, I'll back up to this map. So that sort of
There's
dark
a pointer,
green.
there's a pointer on the top end of it.
So this dark green, that's that rural agricultural area. And most of that area is zoned RA40, and that's 1 unit per acre. But when you think about it, 1 unit per acre is not really rural. It's not urban, but it's also not rural. If all that area developed as 1 unit per acre, or even 2 units per acre, you lose a lot of farmland. But at the same time, I don't think there's a will to go and just mass rezone all those properties to, you know, like a RE200 or something like that. So some of the strategies that are going to be identified, you'll see a little bit later, talk about preservation of open space in those areas. If a developer comes in, even a by right subdivision, you don't just, it's not just 1 unit per acre. There's going to be some open space requirement. So some various ways to think about how we can help preserve those rural areas to, in the future. And think about different ways to use common area. I know now, common areas pretty much left, you might have a trail in there, there may be a pool and clubhouse, but you're thinking about it in a traditional subdivision standpoint. We, as part of the implementation process, we've looked at some ordinances, some more county type ordinances around, and some of them are pretty good as far as how they think about the use of open space. And one of the ones I really liked, I think it was from Chatham County, they actually will allow the HOA to hold that common area, but then lease it back to a farmer to farm. And that helps the HOA. They can offset their costs by leasing that back to the farmer, and it keeps that field in production. So I thought that was a pretty neat situation.
Farm to fork on some of that.
Right, yeah.
So just to kind of piggyback on what the mayor said, so in this application, since high density can really be 10 units per acre versus, so what is the definition, how was it defined for this use?
Yeah.
So is high density here 4 units per acre, or so what's the unit of measure for this definition for this particular plan?
So these, what we call single family residential areas, these yellow, that's up to 2 units per acre. That's the maximum that the coordinating committee felt comfortable with in those areas. The only 2 areas of high density that the county even has on this map, they're kind of hard to see, but one's at the corner of Newtown and Providence, and the other is kind of just north of the town of Waxhaw. And the way the comprehensive plan looks at that is it talks about, it could be appropriate for apartments. So, I mean, you could look up to, 10, 15 units per acre, maybe even, we have apartment complexes that are close to Monroe that went through the county that are approaching 20 units per acre.
But for this, so when the group got together and said, we don't want high density development in these particular areas, or this is the area that we wanted, how many units per acre were they doing it? Because I've heard lots of people use that term, but
Right.
they're in their mind, they're saying it's 4 units per acre,
Right, no,
which is 20, I live in a lot that's 0.3. So
right.
what definition are they using, high density? Because I hear that.
So because the comp plan, talks about apartment complexes being allowed, the upper range of these areas, you could look at 20 units per acre,
Right.
because that's a
Well, I think we'd all agree that's probably considered more in the higher density range.
It
But
is, yeah.
in terms of residential, are they thinking like 4 units per acre is high density residential, or
Um,
3 units, or 6 units?
Honestly, probably around that 4 to 5 number is, because you're, in some of these areas, you're thinking, if you don't get apartments, you're probably going to get townhomes.
Mhm.
And that's going to be in that 4, 5, 6. I have seen some townhome communities that are up to 8. So that might be, that upper limit, if it was townhomes. But again, those areas, the comp plan identifies that they're appropriate for apartments. So that upper limit could be approaching 20.
Oh, I understand. I
Yeah.
don't have an issue with that. I think that one's pretty clear, but I
Yeah.
think sometimes when you hear that high density term, and everyone seems to say 4 units per acre is high density, and
And it's not.
I agree. I don't disagree with
And so I'm
you.
just trying to understand what's the rationale that they use to make that decision, or what's that definition, what's that standardized definition, so we're all kind of on the same page. So if they're calling high density 4 units per acre, I just kind of want to understand
And
that.
I think you will find a lot of people that are gonna say 4 units per acre is high density. Personally, I don't think that's high density. I think that's
Well,
more of the.
and if
If
they
you look at ULI charts, as kind of the standards
Right.
are, that gets into what we refer to as low density residential, whether it be low density rural residential or low density urban residential.
Yeah.
But it doesn't start to kick in a definition of high density till you get 10 and above.
That's right. That's
No
right.
planner's gonna tell you that 4 units per
No.
acre. is
No.
High density,
No,
that's it.
no.
Well,
And that's the point,
That's
is
right.
that the stuff is being bandied around
That's
as
right.
high density residential, and it's not,
So
by definition.
I think from our standpoint, at a staff level, is these high density areas, the 2 that exist on this map, could be upwards of or around 20 units per acre at a high level. I mean, that could be what we're talking about. Now, is there, the will to rezone these areas? And that's yet to be determined. I mean, we had a rezoning case in Newtown and Providence recently for apartments, and it was, they ended up withdrawing the application because the writing on the wall was it was not going to get approved.
But even like if you look at all this green area that's rural, 2 units per acre, I don't consider rural. That's like two houses on a half acre lot. So if you had all that land, I mean, how many units could you place technically if you were to develop all of that? I mean,
Right.
that would be an awful lot of houses where you would think that the definition would be, I don't know, maybe 1 unit every 2 acres or something.
You're absolutely right, and that's why that was the whole conversation that we had. When we were looking, we want to protect these areas. We want it to stay rural. We believe that agriculture is a huge part of Union County. It needs to be forever.
Sure.
But the problem is since the county started zoning property in the late, well, I think it's 78, I think is when a lot of this area out here was zoned. It's been already 40. And there's not a desire to go in and rezone every single one of those properties. So
Rezone them to what?
RA 200.
Right.
Or
Which
that's
would
the-
down zone them, correct?
Right.
So they don't want to down zone it to preserve it as opposed to just keeping it static.
Right, so a couple strategies to sort of deal with that is, number one, we are looking at the, open space rules in case some of these properties do develop to help preserve some of that open space. Two is, as part of that master planning process I was talking about, we gave this to Union County Public Works. The previous plan, we had high density residential going down all the way almost to 200, which we looked at this, we didn't think was appropriate. Public Works actually had plans to, I mean, again, these are plans way off in the future, but to help serve this area. So we said, look, let's pull back on that. Let's look at this map, gave them that. They said, okay, we will base our long range plans for water and sewer off of this map. Now that doesn't mean we won't serve it with water, but it likely will be in a lot of these areas we'll never get sewer, which is what's going to drive that growth. I mean, if you don't have sewer in some of these areas, you're not going to get a lot of growth. You're going to get things that are on septic systems. Then, environmental health is going to determine really what those densities are. We're seeing some areas can support 1 acre lots on septics, but a lot of them, you're looking at 4 or 5 acre lots because you have poor soil. So this is just a slide that talks about sort of how, the committees voted, the coordinating committee voted, and how the planning board commented on each implementation strategy. So in addition to that land use plan you saw, the coordinating committee came up with a list of strategies to help either implement that plan or help solve issues that they felt were important that we heard from the public as part of this planning process. So establishing a litter task force, that's, and most of these are in the implementation stage now. In fact, this week, we had our first meetings with our committee. So the board, they had a coordinating committee and a lot of different subcommittees for the comp plan development process. Now we have a lot of committees that are helping write these either rules or come up with ways that we can solve these issues. And we have most of those meetings this week. So litter task force, we heard from a lot of the public that litter was a problem in Union County. And that could come from a number of things. People, not being responsible, tossing their Chick-fil-A bag out the window, or a big problem is unsecured loads. We have regulations that say you have to have secured loads in Union County, but I've seen trash fall off the back of garbage trucks on my commute in the morning. So it is a problem. We have groups that go and do the roadside cleanups every now and then, but that's hard to stay in front of. So this committee is working to try to come up with other ways that we can tackle this issue. And there are other communities. Lancaster County, for example, has a pretty good process in place to help. So we're looking at them. We've got some other communities that we're looking at that have come up with kind of unique strategies to help tackle litter. So that's one of the first scenarios that popped up. Updated stormwater standards. We heard loud and clear from a lot of residents that the stormwater standards in Union County weren't adequate. And so what we're doing, we have a committee that's looking at various stormwater issues. What can we do to help? What can we do to increase our maybe regulations to detain more stormwater? At the beginning, it was debated, should the county own and maintain, and should we do that? They backed off that pretty quickly because that's not cheap. But we did look at regulations. So we've got committees working on that right now. School citing requirements, and I'll always like to preface this by this was not anything to do with the Union County Public Schools, but this kind of came up from a couple of the subcommittee members. There's maybe some private schools that have popped up in the unincorporated part of the county that are probably not in the best locations. We have some traffic issues, some traffic concerns, and this is just looking at not saying that they can't be allowed. They're not allowed in certain areas, but maybe some performance standards to help with some of those various traffic or harmony character issues, fitting in with an existing neighborhood. So again, we have a committee that's working on that. In fact, we met with them on Thursday or Wednesday yesterday, and they are we have the Don Ogram and some folks from Union County Public Schools that are helping us with these requirements. These open space requirements, this is what I was talking about in those RA 40, those rural areas where we're trying to preserve those the agricultural, the rural character of those areas, but there's only RA 40. So how do we do that? Short of rezoning everybody to some lower density. So this is looking at requirements for open space. If a new neighborhood pops up, what open space do we preserve? What's important? Is it streams? Is it floodplains? Is it open vistas of as you drive down the road, you protect the view shed, so when people drive, they still see a rural setting. So we're working through some of those issues with open space requirements.
I have a question about that.
Sure.
If you go back, so I know like in our situations, we've had zonings, we've looked at clusters.
Mhm.
And so how, and I get it, so if you have a big rural area or let's say 100 acres, and they want to cluster the development to preserve all that, technically their density will increase
Right.
based on the clustering. And so are they, I don't know, I guess, has that concept been explored? Because as you cluster it, if you have a big parcel of 100 acres and cluster it in a certain area to preserve all that green space or to do parks or trails, your density, you'll have high density, but you'll be able to have so many more qualities remain of the land.
Right.
It's not high density, it's still the total acre.
I think it's
Correct, I
So it's
understand.
just shifting the uses.
I use the term perceived density. So your perceived density is pretty high, but your net
Observable.
gross over the entire tract is still the same.
But I think sometimes the public, maybe even sometimes people making decisions, they look at that as, oh, that's high density, as opposed to it really isn't.
I agree. I know.
It's density neutral if you look over at instead of looking at the slice of the pie, if you look at the whole pie, it's density neutral, but it's just configured differently. But people get caught up on, oh, well, it's 5 houses or 4 houses per acre, but we have, all this extra space preserved for
Yep.
that.
You're absolutely right.
And I just think that distinction really needs to be made, because if you look at the whole pie, the density is density neutral as
Yes.
opposed to just looking at that slice where it's clustered.
Absolutely. You're
And I
right.
just think that it's important to make that distinction. People
Yes.
understand that.
Yes, I agree 100% with that statement.
Okay.
And those are some of the things that we are looking at.
And it sounds like that's what this section would try to accomplish. I'm
Yeah,
not saying that-
It could be, we actually have a different strategy that's kind of doing that. This one's really looking more at areas that don't have access to sewer. So these are those rural septic system lots
Right.
that are 1 acre, that really, you lay out a 1 acre subdivision and, south of Marshville, and it's really, you start piecing those together, and then all of a sudden you don't have rural character anymore.
Right, because you've used all that land for that particular lot as opposed to clustering and saving
That's right,
the green space.
that's right.
Or the natural space.
Right, so that's what this strategy's kind of looking at that, and we have another one that's looking at it as well. This was a big one that came up. It initially started with the ag community, but believe it or not, the ag subcommittee brought this up. They have a lot of high-tech equipment, and a lot of, they can do sort of like on-the-fly reporting of when they're harvesting in the field. You know, this is my yield that's going into my machine, and they can start marketing it right away. And it blew my mind when these guys were telling me the technology that they had access to. The problem is, in a lot of those areas, if you don't have either a tower that has 5G to where you can, you know, shoot your information, you know, to whoever's going to market that stuff, or when you get back to the office, if you're trying to, you know, work off a dial-up connection, it doesn't work. So this came up from the ag committee to start with, because those rural areas are the places that don't have access to broadband. Of course, with COVID, you know, we're developing this plan, you know, with this cloud of COVID over us, and everybody kind of caught on to this because all the other subcommittees said, well, God, you know, my kids are in school and we literally have to drive to the parking lot and sit at the school to access their free Wi-Fi so my kid can do their homework because we can't get it at our house. And so we quickly realized, you know, because a lot of us like me, I live in that bubble where I've got really good internet, and I had no idea that this was such a huge issue. And it is. So we actually, this kind of took a life of its own sort of before the plan even got adopted. Once it did, we have a committee that's put together. We have a lot of pretty smart IT professionals on it and broadband folks, and we hope that we can, you know, move this forward. You know, right now we just had our first meeting this week. We don't know if this is, you know, an encouragement to the companies to get stuff out there, or if it's a direct, you know, contribution or doing work. We know the law doesn't allow us to own and operate our own system. We can't do that. But you know, there are things we can do to sort of help the industry reach those people. So we don't know where Union County is going to fall on that spectrum yet, but
Need to call Elon Musk.
His name keeps popping up. So
Tell him we need to be a testing
that's right.
testing county for his
You know,
technology.
I actually signed up for that, and I never paid for my equipment, but I got an email about 6 months ago that they were testing in my area.
Good.
Yeah, so
Let's get the whole county on that. Then.
Yeah.
That'd be a good test case for them,
there you
right?
go. That's a good idea. Again, the new land use map, you saw that just a few minutes ago. The board did adopt that land use map. Well testing was a huge issue, again, that came up as part of this planning process because a lot of contaminants that exist in people's wells, you know, manganese, just some bad stuff that can cause a lot of harm over time if you're exposed to it. So there were a lot of strategies that dealt with wells as part of this process. That the only one that really made it through was well testing on these homes. There's still some conversations around what do we do with existing homes? How can we help people? Because, you know, the reality is we have the short water line program that Public Works has, but it will take a long time to reach everyone, if we even can reach everyone. So we've got people out there now that have bad wells that need some help, and I think the county's still trying to think about what can we do? Can we have some kind of program to help fix those wells or put a filtration system on? That's sort of still being thought about. But well testing on new homes, that's really just flipping when people know the results of their well. Because you build a new house, you put a well in, you have to have a test. Right now, you can get your certificate of occupancy as long as building inspections knows that there's a well on that site that has water in it, and you can hook it up to your house and turn on the faucet. They'll issue a CO. But a lot of times you don't know the results of what's in that well when that happens. So it's really just flipping when that well result is known. it's saying, we're not going to issue that CO until that report comes back from environmental health. And at that point, it's really a private transaction. It's, here's your report, and if there's something bad in it, then homeowner works with the builder, or maybe they do it themselves to get hopefully a filtration system, or to just say, you know what, I'm fine with this bad stuff being in the water. But it's a knowledge thing. So we wanted people to have that knowledge before that CO was issued, before they, made a big financial commitment to that house.
But they're issuing the CO without any legal hold on the owner.
Right. It's just a buyer beware. This is what's in your well. Now we're going to issue your CO. This is one of the ones that was put on hold. A rural water authority. This was seen by some coordinating committee members as a way to help get water out in the rural areas faster. As we got more and more into the vetting process of it, we found that a lot of the grants that were available for rural water authorities, either a lot of that money has dried up, it's gone, or it's only available for what they call lower income census tracts, of which Union County really doesn't have a lot, even on the eastern side of the county where you think we may. The ones that do exist, there are some that are out in the unincorporated part of the county, but majority of the ones that do exist are actually served by the city of Monroe. And they're not in our service area. So, the Board of County Commissioners wanted some more information. We brought that back. We've not, this has not been acted on yet. So it's still kind of floating out there. This is the other one where we talked about those rural areas. So this would apply to small segments of the county. This really isn't a huge impact, but it is for those certain areas because they're near towns. So if you think about Wingate, Marshville, some of the areas to in the unincorporated part of the county that surround those, they may have access to water and sewer, but the county's plans and those towns' plans called for those areas to stay rural. In some instances, Wingate's got a pretty good plan for some economic development on the north side of the town. But Marshville said, a lot of these areas that are appropriate for residential, we want to concentrate development if it happens in the town. We don't want it to spread out into the county. And they recognize that ag's a big component of Marshville's economy. So they said, why don't we preserve these rural areas? But if there's water and sewer, why don't we cluster these developments and think about how we can do that? So we've got a committee working on what those standards should be. All right, transition zones for donut areas. So they're kind of hard to see on the land use map that was on the screen, but there are specifically identified donut areas, transition zones in the comp plan. This was a huge discussion item at every single coordinating committee meeting, every single subcommittee meeting, planning board and board of commissioners. Everybody on the committee recognized that these areas that are completely surrounded by one or more jurisdictions that's not in the town. It may be unincorporated that's surrounded by Waxhaw, or it may be we've got some that may be surrounded by 3 or 4 towns, but they're still they're islands of county jurisdiction. And every time I cringe when rezoning applications come in for those areas because we don't want we want those folks to work with one of the towns. That's where we want them to go. And that's what a lot of the committee members said too. They said, that's really the appropriate avenue to do this. So there's a lot of discussion about, ETJ. We had that was kind of a divided issue on some of the committees. So ultimately what they did was they sort of compromised and said, okay, these areas that are either completely surrounded by one or more towns, or there were some areas that were even sort of almost like peninsulas that weren't completely surrounded, but just 1 or 2 little parcels they would be. And they said, the policy that the county is going to take on this is if somebody wants to rezone a piece of property that is in one of those transition areas, our position is going to be turn it down. You should go to whatever town you're adjacent to and work with them and let them approve or deny that development. The county is not going to, I mean, obviously, if they filed a rezoning application, we have to take it through the process, but the strategy is that should be turned down. It should be kicked over to the town.
But how does that work if they're not annexed into the town? How would we have jurisdiction of that?
Well, that would be the sort of the stick of the carrot stick combination is we're going to turn this rezone down. Therefore, you need to annex into the town. You need to go have those conversations, talk with the town about them approving this development and annex.
But really, ETJ takes that whole thing off your plate to
It,
begin with.
it does. It really does. And again, you know, this part was seen as a sort of a compromise. We had a lot of folks that were just anti-ETJ altogether, some folks that liked the idea. And so this was the compromise that was ultimately adopted in the plan. That being said, I know that ETJ is a big discussion point. We were involved in the town's planning process. We worked closely with the planners. And I know you have some joint planning areas that were identified in your plan. And there are some areas of overlap, not 100%, but there are some donut areas that sort of overlap with those joint planning areas. And I've talked to Jeff and Lisa, and sort of we think that, you know, maybe some future planning to come up with a joint plan for what, you know, both jurisdictions want to see for that area. And maybe if we can get to that point, the ETJ discussion could come back, because I.
But Commissioner Hall and I live in Lawson, which is off a couple percent. We're basically an island of the town. Everything around us is Union County.
Right.
And so recently, back in 2019, it was approved as a subdivision between Lawson and 12 Mile Creek. And so through that process, I mean, they're going to be using our services. If they call 911, it'll be our police officers because mutual aid using that. The road on Cuthbertson is well traveled. I mean, it's going to add more to that. And so, I mean, we didn't really have, I mean, of course we have an opportunity to give our thing, but the weight where that really impacts us as a community and municipality, we don't have as much input as probably we would like to.
Sure. No,
In terms of zoning, because maybe if we zoned it, maybe not would have zoned it for what it turned out to be.
right. Sure. And that's absolutely not lost on staff, and even the board and planning board.
I mean, we have quite a few like little areas. I mean, we're just, our community, our development's an island.
Oh, yeah,
We have lots of little pockets.
There are a lot.
Because Waxhaw's not contiguous.
Right. And, when we look at this map, I mean, you can see, there's a huge gap there, there's some there, and just all over the county. These are some of the areas that were identified. I mean, those are huge. So yeah, a lot of, and it just goes back to the history of how, annexations occurred in the past, and how, even how some of the towns were created. As to why some of these exist. Charlotte dealt with this issue. I know I'm probably being long-winded here, but Charlotte dealt with this issue years ago. They actually went to the General Assembly, and it wasn't Charlotte's Mecklenburg County, and all the towns went. They got their local delegation. They had this exact same issue, and they said, "Look, all these little donut areas, just annex them into town." And they did it by an act of the General Assembly.
Well, as an example, just this parcel across the street from us, that's Jones County. So if they want to come do a rezoning, you're going to deny anything that's going to go on there in the future and just say, well, we're going to deny it. We want you to go through Waxhaw.
Well, unfortunately, that one's already rezoned.
Let's say they want to rezone it to a different use.
If they want, so we have heard some rumblings that may be, we haven't heard anything directly, but we have heard some rumors that there may be some talk about rezoning and having apartments on the back. I absolutely think that staff's take on that would be, look, you guys really need to go talk to Waxhaw, because no, number one, I don't know that our board will support apartments back there. So I think that if that's the,
But what I'm saying is the strategy you said the slide before is that the county's gonna say, no, you need to go back and we're gonna deny this, whenever you come forward, you need to go talk to Waxhaw. Is that gonna be implemented? Can you count on it?
well, so.
Do that? Or are we gonna, when these people come in, they're gonna try to, it's like children. Which parent can I get more from? Am I gonna see mom or am I gonna see dad? So
That's a good way to look at it.
I just wanna make sure that, we're all on the same page, that we're not getting split.
And you got to understand that when the committee and the board ultimately adopted this, these transition zones are specifically called out on this map. So not all areas, like across the street, they didn't call that out as a transition zone.
Okay.
So that policy would only apply to those areas that were specifically called out as transition zones. And again, that came about by the whole debate between the committees, between, how comfortable are we? Do we want ETJ? Do we not want ETJ? And this was seen as sort of a compromise with.
Yeah,
the committee.
and it's hard to see with this map, but
It
if I
is.
look at this map, there doesn't appear to be any transition zones over here in the Waxhaw area,
There's a few. I think there's one kind of down here, and there's a couple sort of on
way over to the east.
right, kind of the northeast side.
But nothing where our sort of big donut holes are.
And that's where, we've sort of talked about internally that, you have some joint planning areas identified on your plan. And we have some transition zones, and we think a future planning process to sort of talk about those areas is probably appropriate. And at least my hope is, whether the board supports ETJ or not, I don't know. But my hope is that if both Waxhaw and Board of Commissioners can jointly adopt a plan of, a land use plan for these areas to lay out, this is what we both want to happen, then,
But again, it
my
goes
mind,
back to
it doesn't
that-
matter if there's ETJ or
That
not,
goes
just.
back to what I said in the beginning, why wasn't our plan incorporated in this? Because that would make more sense for us to plan together for the future.
Yeah, and like I said, we did. We had your staff that participated in this planning process. We used your plan to look at, some uses on the edges of the town. And a lot of those areas that, were, and not all of them, but some of the areas of those joint planning were, in some sort of this corridor. You have some, commercial node up at Cuthbertson, and unfortunately, I think we were a little bit ahead of the town in our comp plan process. So we didn't get a lot of the, we knew about the joint planning areas, but we were sort of already a pretty long way down the road when we got that information.
It would seem that the ETJ, if that had been put in place a couple, 3 years ago, say when we first started talking about this, if that would have been put into place, then we wouldn't have this forced annexation by not approving it, the mentality of not approving it. And we might have gotten a hybrid blend of that land use between the two areas.
Yeah. And I'll be honest with you, just from a staff standpoint, we honestly don't have any problem with ETJ. We would like to see, especially, again, these areas that are really, even though they may not be donuts, like, look at this. It's not a donut because it connects down here, but, for most purposes, people think that's Waxhaw. And I know when
Could be.
They think Hunter Oaks is.
when the property on Cuthbertson Road started developing, you guys started getting the calls about it.
Correct.
So people think that that's Waxhaw, and it probably should be.
Right.
And at least from our standpoint, we really don't have an issue with ETJ. In fact, we would love for those development applications to come to the town. We just have to get to a point where we can, have a joint plan that says, this is what both parties would like to see. And at that point, at least in my mind, I can't speak for the board, but in my mind, the ETJ question should be simple.
Well, and
You
that's
know,
one
the
of
county's still
reasons
benefiting.
why you're
We
here.
like it. Yeah, we like
Well,
that. So why don't we
and
do
I
it?
know that you guys have a great relationship with our staff, because Jeff tells us, the staff tells us how well you guys all work together, so I'm not trying to be,
Sure.
trying to beat you up, you know, at all, but I just.
You obviously didn't talk to you as a person
Yeah.
yesterday. That's where you got here.
I,
So,
you know,
so I know at the staff level, you guys.
Yeah.
You know, and I appreciate that, because I
Sure.
do hear wonderful things, how you guys all work together.
Well, one of the reasons why he's here, and of course, we're gonna overlap conversation here
Yeah.
with Lisa too, is that everything that you're saying is correct. And I think in order for the county to be successful implementing the plan that they have envisioned, and also ourselves, that ETJ is the tool to do that. I mean, to me, that takes these decisions that staff clearly doesn't want to make off of their plate. It gives us the ability to plan those areas, but you also have to recognize the political part of it, because in order to acquire it, I guess, for lack of a better word, is you have to get the approval from the county elected officials. And so that's where the challenge is. And one of the ways that I see that you can build that consensus is to work together on what you want to see out there. Hence was the whole idea of the joint planning area, instead of just saying, hey, county, give it to us.
Right, and I think
That rarely works.
Yeah,
And you say, hey, let's work together, let's come together in some kind of collaborative effort, get them to a comfort level to where they say, yes, we're comfortable.
right. Yeah, just 100% right. You know, I don't have a crystal ball, you know, I can't say for sure that they would do it, but I think that is some of the resistance to ETJ is just, well, we want to make sure we're 100% comfortable with what is going on. And I think if we can get to that comfort level, hopefully it should be an easy decision.
That'd be great, but that flies in the face of if this policy goes in place where you're saying, okay, you know, just kind of paraphrasing here, we want to be comfortable that we each have a plan.
Yeah.
But we're going to deny the plan and shove it up to them, and it's going to get something that we don't want anyway. Yeah.
Right, and I think that's, again, like, you're right, that's where the ETJ comes in, because then we're not even in it. It's your.
Well, by denying the plan of the project, you're not in it anymore anyway.
Exactly.
Because they'll come to us, and we'll apply our standards to it. Right.
But with ETJ, you can set that level of expectation through your zoning standards of what you would expect added into your land use plan of what you expect.
Right, and that's what I'm saying, it becomes a hybrid of the two uses from each of the agency, municipality, or the county. It becomes kind of a hybrid without the ETJ, and it gets automatically denied if that's the policy that's going to be set. It's automatically denied. You guys don't have any say in it anyway. And yet you want to have say in it, but you don't want to have say in it. Right? So-
That's a good point.
So a good example of the, kind of we'll work together on this, but not have a real ratified agreement is across the street. Where we would not have agreed to clear that without knowing what it is and when it's going to come out.
Yeah.
And so my concern is the next stage of that is TIA. We don't have any ability to ensure communications from whatever's going to happen.
Yeah.
And that's where something that has teeth in this is very important.
Yeah, I agree.
And another ETJ example, I mean, the project that is next to you and Jason there, they came to Waxhaw. They went to the county. We told them all our requirements. The county told them all their requirements. They chose to go to the county. If that had been an ETJ,
It's mom and dad.
Yeah.
they wouldn't have had that choice. They would have had to have worked with the town.
All right, I've got one more.
We haven't done yet, Lee.
And I know this one's a big one too.
Yeah, I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Would the planning group at the county, do you think, would they support the town of Waxhaw if we were to petition the GA? If you, the General Assembly?
I don't know, because that's going to require the sort of the board to support it.
But would your group, they support it?
I mean, we wouldn't say we're completely against it, but I don't know that I mean, we would take it to our board and say, you know, we don't have really an issue with this, but ultimately it's gonna be their decision. And that's what you need. And, you know, if you went to the General Assembly to do that, you would need probably both parties to say, yes, we like this, which, at least in today's climate, I think at the General Assembly, it used to be, you know, Marshall and Wingate got it that way. Marshall and Wingate went and they got ETJ. But I think in today's climate, at least from what I understand, they kind of want both parties to say, we're fine with this. But if you have both parties saying you're fine with this, you don't really need to go to the General Assembly. So the last one here, this is a policy to deny rezonings until road projects are funded. I know this is a big one too. This has not been adopted. It was on the last board agenda, or actually it was presented back in September when the majority of this stuff was put in place. And the board had some concerns with the way that the language was structured. You know, a lot of the talk on this is around on 16, but it's, you know, it doesn't just apply to 16. You know, it could be 16, it could be Old Monroe Road, it could be 84. You know, there's a lot of roads that have, you know, widening projects or maybe even intersection projects that are funded, but you know, there's the state doesn't have any money and they can't build it. You know, 16 has been delayed. We don't know how many times. We have no idea when it's actually going to be built. So, and the same thing is true with a bunch of other roads in the county. So the committee, you know, when they thought about this strategy was, you know, they were saying, look, should we, and honestly, a lot, they were thinking about residential development when they did this. And they said, you know, should we be approving rezonings on a lot of these roads that are already over capacity? Some of the intersections are already at a, you know, scoring at an F, you know, in some of the other parts of the county. Should we be putting more cars on these roads before these improvements are made? So that was a thought process that the committees had. And as you can see, you know, 4 of the 5 subcommittees really supported this strategy. The coordinating committee tweaked it a little bit. There was some thought, it kind of started there about, well, what if we have a really nice project that comes along that we want to approve, that, you know, maybe it's an industrial use or maybe it's a, you know, nice mixed use development that's going to, you know, generate jobs. And they said, you know, we don't want to just say we're denying everything because this road is not performing the way it's supposed to, but at the same time we want to do something. So just tweaked a little bit to look at peak hour traffic. And, you know, when that got to the Board of County Commissioners, they said, well, we want you to take another stab at this. We like the idea, but we don't like the way it's written. So we've gone back a few times. It did a new strategy, went to the board at their last meeting. They didn't take action on it. It'll be on the agenda for this, I think, February the 7th, for them to maybe take action. They may approve it. They may say no. They may say we don't like this idea. And it's a tough one because, you know, when you're looking at it just purely from a planning standpoint, should you put more traffic on a road that's already underperforming? However, I also get the idea that if you have a really nice project that's coming along, should you turn everything down? That's the balance of trying to strike.
Just a couple questions on that I have. So if the thought process is let's turn it down because it's going to impede them, and I understand because infrastructure roads is an issue that we're dealing with as well. So how does that not become biased? That they're not cherry picking or being biased or saying, hey, we'll approve this development because we want the industrial, but we're not doing that for residential. To me, it seems like that would be illegal to cherry pick what you're going to approve and not approve based on that. I mean, that just,
It's just the messenger.
I understand. I'm just trying to.
No, that was a big conversation that we had internally, and And that is a,
Because
that is a
if
concern.
it meets the use, then how can you say, sorry, we're gonna deny you, even if you meet the use and meet the requirements?
Yeah.
Because we don't want more high-density residential.
It is a concern that we all have, that you're exactly what you said. I think a way that you could overcome it is, at least in our planning documents, we all, and we have for years, we've always talked about this residential commercial imbalance and how we want to increase that commercial and industrial tax base. And if you can tie that decision, that strategy back to something in your plan, it's a little more defendable. Now whether, that 100% will always prevail in court, that's yet to be determined. But if you can tie it back to your plan and you can come up with a good sort of consistency statement on your rezoning process, it ties it back to that. This is why we did the analysis. This is why we made the decision. This is the strategy in our comp plan, and this supports that strategy. It gives you a little bit better leg to stand on.
And then I know when we talked about the roadways, we heard yesterday from NCDOT that they don't have the funds to do that. And so when we spoke with them, it can be 5, 10, 20 years before the road gets improved. And so what do we do as a community and as a county? Do we just wait 5, 10, 20 years and wait for them to hopefully catch up and find it, and we get on their priority and we get ranked atop? And then today we just heard from Chris that says, no, we don't have water and sewer, and now we're gonna wait, not do anything with roads. Doesn't that just stop everything in Union County? It's like we're closed for business. Don't come. We don't have roadways. We can't build until we're not gonna do anything. We have no water and sewer to support the residential or commercial. We're just closed for business.
It's a bleak picture.
It is. Elections matter.
But again, this is going to go to the board on February 7th. I have no idea what may happen with it. We have some board members that seem to support it, some that maybe don't.
I mean, my personal philosophy is it seems it would be better to work with developers of projects and have development agreements to work the infrastructure. I know we had a long conversation yesterday, instead of waiting for DOT for infrastructure improvements, to try to, as a town, fund and do some of that is so desperately needed, because we can't afford to wait 5, 10, 15 years. We need to have better, safe infrastructure and mobility and movement through our town, that we're looking at being able to do some of those things on our own, because we can't wait for the state or NCDOT or CRPTO to come and rescue us and do that. We have to do it ourselves. And so to use this methodology and use this strategy just seems self-defeating. Like, nothing's going to move. You're just going to stop everything instead of keeping the ball rolling. And that's going to cost twice as much in time, energy, and effort in the future.
Right.
And for the taxpayers and citizens.
You're literally kicking the can down the road.
Right.
You all know end in sight.
Right. And one of the sort of get out of jail free cards as part of this strategy is that very thing. So,
Right.
and 16 is tough. I mean,
Well, there's some
there's-
things that we're gonna have to wait.
there's-
16 Old Monroe
Yeah,
Road,
those
some
are-
of those bigger things, you can't.
no one
touch that.
developer can tackle that. But
Correct.
we have, even in the past, we've been successful at a couple of intersections to get developers to fund
Right.
improvements to certain intersections that were underperforming. And that is a strategy here. But again,
And even some of the other things that can be explored is assessing a special tax district.
Could.
So if you have a big parcel of land, you put a tax district so that you can build that infrastructure in.
one of the ideas that came out of the coordinating committee was, of course, a sales tax to go to transportation. And that could be used to help. And that would generate, I think it was on the order of like $5 million a year.
Right.
It ultimately didn't make it into the plan. So it's not, it's not something that's going to happen.
Right.
But that was another idea.
But I
that
think
was
sales
talked
tax isn't restricted enough, right? You
Right.
get 5 million coming in and then it can be earmarked for
about.
anything.
That's exactly right.
I think that's the difference. Like, we have a vehicle fee tax that it's earmarked. We can't use that to buy body cams. We can only use that for that. It's restricted. So I think that's, a sales tax where it could be used for anything, or put into whatever bucket that's needed at the time.
Yeah.
Now, if it's restricted to just specifically that, and knew it was going to be used for that intent, then that's different.
Yeah, traffic's it's a tough thing to crack. The county, we had 5 years ago, the board gave us $500,000 to use. We had a critical intersection analysis study that was done. That $500 million went to help match. So we used that money to leverage with towns to help projects move along faster with DOT. And it was relatively successful. We spent $200,000 of the budget. We've committed the entire amount. So we are asking to re-up that program. So
Yeah,
that
I
will,
think we had a few in that study
I think
too.
we did, yeah. That is the end of my presentation. I know we had a lot of questions and talk, but if anybody has any more questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Well, thank you, Lee. Let's go ahead and before we take our break, let's go ahead and bring in Lisa for the ETJ discussion. She'll talk to the board a little bit about what ETJ is, a little bit about the process. And really, the idea is to try to kick off an official process of partnering with the county to get to that goal.
It's funny, as I was preparing these slides, I was thinking back about the last 10 years of being in Union County. In every retreat, I think I've talked about ETJ with my town council or commissioners. But I think now's the time. All right, we have the land development plan map that we just adopted. We pre-zoned some of our town. We know what we want. The county has adopted their plan, so I think now is the time to put this in action. So for those of you online or don't know me, my name is Lisa Thompson. I'm the planning director for the town of Waxhaw. Real quick, what is ETJ? It is extraterritorial jurisdiction. It is the authority for a municipality to apply its development regulations outside of our borders. Why do we need to plan for growth outside of our city limits? The developments bordering us change the character of our neighborhoods. Yesterday, we talked about Encore, which is on Cuthbertson Road. You got townhomes to the north, you got your age restricted to the south. You're going to talk about needing the Carolina Thread Trail from South Carolina all the way to Wesley Chapel. Now, it was kind of a surprise for us that rezoning came through. Now we're working backwards to try to get that trail system in through that subdivision. You guys talked about the road widening. I feel like if we had control, we could have applied our TIA standards, sidewalks, connectivity, we would have had the ability to control that site. Not having ETJ, the demand for city services, we talked about police and mutual aid, they're going to be going there anyways. If we had ETJ, we could plan for that in our future. And traffic patterns, it changes our traffic patterns, connectivity, walkable neighborhoods, all these cul-de-sac subdivisions aren't helping us. If we had ETJ, we can encourage long-range planning and infrastructure. And it ensures we will not have to assume maintenance responsibilities for substandard infrastructure upon annexation. For example, traffic impact analysis. We can get more out of developers through our higher standards of our traffic impact analysis. Our pavement standards are higher, right? We have higher connectivity ratios for our subdivisions and a fee in lieu that we can get for some parkland and rec open space. A lot of these areas are going to be annexed into town anyways, so let's not accept these substandard conditions. ETJ gives us the power to regulate things such as zoning, subdivision, building inspections, and roadway corridors. There's additional grants and dollars we can apply for these ETJ areas. It does not include general police powers. These are your junk cars, public health nuisances, solid waste ordinances, parking, dangerous animals, things like that. ETJ allows for desired zoning to be known prior to requesting annexation, so both the town and the developers know what to expect upon an annexation request. How do you create an ETJ? We'd have to notify the affected property owners using the county tax records. We'd have to include the effects of ETJ within that notification. We have to let them know what's going to be applied to their property. Step 2, we would have to adopt an ordinance that defines the geographical areas It doesn't have to be surveyed. We can use property boundaries, streams. We just have to reasonably know if they're in ETJ or not. And then 3, we would amend our zoning map to include the zoning for these ETJ areas. That has to be done within 60 days of adopting the ordinance. So how far can we plan? It's based on population. If we were less than 10,000, we could go out 1 mile. We could go out 1 mile. According to our population, we could go out 2 miles beyond our boundary. And we're growing probably 900 to 1,000 people per year. So within a few years, we could go out 3 miles past our boundary. And I think this is where the discrepancy with the county is. They think if we're doing all this mileage outside of our city limits and all the towns want this ETJ, what's left for them to plan and build? And that's not the case. So this was a map done by Blair. I think he did an ETJ presentation in 2019. So there's been some annexation since then. But the inner circle is a half-mile buffer. And even then,
A hard time online hearing you. 2 days of battery usage.
so the inner circle is, there we go, the half-mile buffer. Even then, we'd have to bring it in along the South Carolina border. We've got Marvin, Ludington, Wesley Chapel, Mineral Springs. We'd have to bring all, even a half-mile buffer farther in. I don't know if we want to annex or have ETJ over in current subdivisions, so that area can be brought in. But what we do want are contiguous areas that we can plan for. If we did just a half-mile buffer, we're talking 1,900 parcels and about 9,000 acres. So why is this so critical for Waxhaw? It's transportation. Right now, if we have a road corridor on our master plan, we ask for the road to be built or we ask for the future right of way. I think county legal has told their staff that with the MAP Act that they cannot do that. So the worry is Waxhaw Parkway through the county area to the east. We've got the east-west connector through some of the county area to the south and southwest. And then what other transportation corridors? Maybe it's through the Pfister property, connecting Cuthbertson all the way up to Providence Road. Again, we talked about the Carolina Thread Trail, getting some of those greenways built versus having to work backwards with the county and try to get those easements. Our town TIA standards, our road standards, we want compatible land uses. And then there's parkland and trail opportunities. I mean, let's look outside of our borders for open space and parkland, or at least get some fee and lieu money for that parkland. All stuff we can do with ETJ. So plan of action. We would want feedback from you all on the boundary, the zoning uses, parkland trails, all of that. Once you guys are happy, we would want to present this to county staff, get their feedback, and then a 2x2 situation with the commissioners and talk with them. See if they're favorable in doing this, and then get in front of them for their approval and start the process. So again, I think now is the time is right. So we're excited to work with Lee and the county and get this going.
Certainly enough information in there contained, you can take that show on the road, and we've all been supportive of getting through the ETJ. We just got to get our other partners involved in understanding, as you stated, the importance of doing this.
Yes.
No argument on this board, I'm going to be sure.
I think it's time to formally, start a process, approach them, and hopefully get positive results, working with their staff and then working through the elected officials, hopefully get.
I mean, I definitely agree. I think I support the ETJ, and I think if we can look at some of the examples here, like the property up in Cuthbertson, or even the one across the street, where we didn't have an opportunity to have more of an influence or input on what's going there. I think we need to do that, especially to have more of a contiguous and a consistent usage.
I mean, another one is Encore, this parcel right here. It's only, we can go around it, but it's another development, by right in the county that didn't account for, that connector road, so. We have a good relationship. And we can work together but I think ETJ is the best route. And we need commissioners, and your all support to help bring it forward.
It seems that both staffs
Yeah.
have a good working relationship and see the benefit of this. It's getting all the leadership to buy into this.
And show them our plans.
That's right.
It's not just give us ETJ, it's here's why.
Right.
Maybe
That's the key.
That is, it's an education
Yeah.
piece. And again, taking this show on the road probably needs to happen more often than not. So Lee, if you will invite her to come make a presentation.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right. So it's just about 10 o'clock. I think it's a good time to take a little break, about a 10-minute break. Then we'll get back. I think we have one presentation that we would like to move up in the order to accommodate somebody's schedule. We'll make sure she is online and available, and we can make that switch. And that'd be Jeannie for the strategic communications plan. We'll double check with her, make sure she's ready, and we'll come back in about 10 minutes. Great. Thank you.
Sorry.
Thanks, Lee.
Learned a lot. Yeah.
Well,
All right. Hopefully everybody got refreshed there for a short time. So we are going to take a detour to accommodate scheduling. And we're going to have Jenny go next and talk about our strategic communications plan for the upcoming year. So Jenny, she's going to share her screen from her spot there. So take it away, Jenny.
All right, thank you so much. Between quarantine, COVID scares, and childcare, it's appreciate the flexibility. So thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and share. I'll make sure we're good. Hold on one second. Okay, thumbs up. We're good. Everyone can see. Okay, perfect. All right, communications update. We're going to go over fiscal year 21-22 goals and where we are right now. Talk about some strength, weaknesses, opportunity, and threats that we've seen. Talk about transition planning, and then talking about goals for the upcoming year to kind of get some alignment. Would love to hear from the board if we're on the right track of where we're thinking we should take our comms for the next year. And then talking about some future considerations. So, as you know, our goals from this past year are about improving in customer service experience as a whole and reducing that impact on staff. And I think it was just about this time last year that we came to Jeff and said, hey, social media is kind of out of control. We know we're building a new website. We're going to need more help, which had prompted the position of the social media admin and website person in-house, which has been a great add. We've restructured and put ourselves under Melody to create a whole communication and customer service team. And then once we've launched that website, we really built out all those automation workflows using HubSpot, as you know, and improving that user experience. So communication kind of became more customer service as a whole, which is about building that trust as well and making sure people can find information that they're looking for. So that is also what the proactive communication goal is about. And then also adding in those town halls, which, you know, we have another one coming up right after the retreat. And then our goal was to do one media story per quarter. We hit 20 stories in the fall. So we're definitely, you know, hitting that goal each time. And then tracking concerns has kind of been a concern of ours is where are we getting that information and how are we making sure that we're collectively seeing it? So we started with the customer service tracking for phone calls. That was a visibility we didn't have in the past. So now we can see what concerns are coming in and we can start to group them. We have pivot tables which categorize, you know, what's happening so that we can be more proactive in our communication out to the community. And then now with HubSpot, we can also really track the back end of things that are coming in and the tickets that are being opened and closed. We can see how many times people are asking for trash pickup and recycling concerns, code enforcement, those types of things. And then, of course, you know, the website user experience, now that we have a dedicated person to constantly making sure that the content is up to date, we're able to improve that user experience and building that trust. Talking about some strengths. So now we feel after, gosh, this is our 7th retreat, 6th year of service to the town of Waxhaw. We've established this public information program. So we have these advanced communication means. We have the digital newsletter, the print newsletter, the social media. You now have a dedicated, you know, internal website person. We have a broad reach and we have award-winning work. We've been nominated and awarded for our digital newsletter and our event logo designs. We have this ability to craft messaging for the right audience. And we've, over the last 7 years that we've been supporting the town, we've built these regional partnerships and media comes to us. So now we're able to handle issues before they get to the news. And now you have your in-house talent, like I mentioned, and this customer service team. Some weaknesses, we still have limited resources. A typical full comms team would include a graphic designer, a dedicated website person, dedicated social media, and then your communication director that has that crisis communication background. So it's just something to consider as the department, of course, is growing. And then there's still some inconsistencies that I see with changeover of staff. We've got to retrain, rebranding, make sure everything still looks consistent and that things are properly coming through the comms department, customer service team, to make sure that it is fact checked and that it's grammatically correct, that it is on brand and so forth. We feel that there's sometimes a lack of meaningful feedback loop between, take the example of the zonings and the ETJs and the donut holes. Like there's still a lot of communication breakdowns that happen in our community when we have changeovers in leadership and staff and projects that are happening. We have to continually stay on top of that. And that's also one of the threats we mentioned later. So opportunity wise, we look like we could organize town communication programs and more across the department so it doesn't feel so siloed. So we really have a better grasp on what is being shared with the public when it comes to surveys that are being put out. When it comes to our downtown communications, we can now port that into HubSpot and we can send out newsletters specifically and surveys for the planning department so we can have that shared visibility. I think that's been what we've been missing in the past. And really looking at market research, I feel that we don't have that quantitative data that we'd like to have to gauge how our communication is working, if we should change our communication standards and practices, if we should adjust some of our town services, that kind of thing, which I'll bring up in a little bit more on that. And then looking at our partnerships and how to improve that outreach. We know we have a growing population. We know that our demographics are shifting. How are we reaching the different audiences that we now have and making sure that we are staying current? We just now did ADA compliance on our website, but I don't know that we really speak to our non-English speaking residents well enough. Is that something we should be considering? We think so, but we really want to get that data back from the community to understand who we're communicating with and how's the best way to reach them. So that threat is community growth. We need to continually educate. People move here all the time. They aren't even familiar with how we run as a town, that we're a council manager form of government, what these donut holes mean, what ETJ means, all these acronyms that we use. We have to continually educate our community. We obviously are a growing staff, so there's some breakdown in processes. I think there's an opportunity to do more media training, communications planning, so we have a holistic approach to it. It's not siloed by department. And we know that a continual, always a thing is residents getting information from sources that are not credible and accurate. So we're continually trying to be proactive in our communication. Really would like to have that community-wide data to gather feedback, not only on communication tactics, but also on town services, events, programming, so that we can understand what we're really working with from a quantitative measurement. So growing diverse population, I mentioned, are we meeting the needs? The best way to find that out is going to be a community-wide survey. So we look at planning for the future. I think it was back in 2018. We talked about this communication maturity model. We were at level 1. We didn't have any plans. We didn't have any goals. We didn't have really a dedicated budget. We were just kind of part-time, little bits here and there. Over the years, we've gone up to level 3, where we do have this organizational structure now. We do have processes. We do have policies. We have more of a project management approach. We look at every year, we create a strategy and goals, and we now have a dedicated budget. And then this past year, I do believe we've moved into more of the level 4, where we have consistent projects that we work on. Think about social media and happenings and Tri-W and so forth. We have buy-in from management that this is important. Communications is important. We have that strategy. We do have budget. Now we're building in those key performance indicators. In my mind, that's a specific measurable goal that we can relate back to the board to say, hey, we wanted to do this. And now we can measure that through the back-end data that we're gathering from HubSpot. Where we'd like to be in the future is this level 5, which is really that full high-level buy-in. So cross-departmental functioning. So everyone's running, their comms through the comms team before it goes out to the public, and having that unified strategy. So if our goal is building trust, that it is the red thread that connects all of the teams and they're all on message together, and having that collaboration. And I do believe you'll get there as you start to build your internal communication department and someone that's able to be in the pulse of the daily operations to be able to check those things more regularly. So with that, we talk about transition planning. Haven's role moving forward, we're really trying to get you all set up so that you can do that fully functioning team in-house. We think that the town has grown obviously exponentially over the last 7.5 years that we've been supporting, and you have that need now, and we're seeing that. So right now, our job is to manage the strategies, so set up the plans and see where we want to head for the year. We're still helping with reputation management and building those partnerships in our community. We are here for crisis communication, the brand management and quality control. And then a lot of what we've done is gone into customer service. So automation in the back end, the user experience, like the brick campaigns that are happening, or how we're dog license campaigns, all of that things and how it's running on the back end of HubSpot. And then with transition planning, that's getting our internal resources up and ready and skilled to take over what we had already owned over the last few years. So what that looks like is we sat down with our communications team and developed some goals for 22-23 so that we can really start that process going. And one of them is also looking at where we're currently communicating. We say, great, we have print, we have the digital, we have social media, but is that really the best way to reach our audiences? Has our audience changed where they are, where we need to reach them? We want to use more data-driven approaches to make sure that we are effectively reaching our audiences. The second one is to build new and maintain existing relationships. So we work with the Chamber of Commerce. They typically have, a check-in from the community. They'll do the town manager or the mayor will speak to the residents and businesses of the chamber. We haven't done that in a while, and I think we want to get more involved. I know we routinely go to the Waxhaw Business Association, but how can we look to other business groups to really share our story and make sure it's a cohesive message, especially if you're going to go into a bond. We want to make sure we're communicating all of that. And then meeting regularly with our media partners. And then quarterly right now, we meet with Union County Communications team. So building out that regional PIO, Public Information Officer community, so that we can stay abreast of all the information. And certainly if there's an ETJ discussion, we can be part of those relationship building processes. So always improving innovation and efficiency. As we know, HubSpot and that back end piece has been able to automate a lot of activities for us, to take off time from staff to have to manage stuff manually. And we continually monitor that to see how we can improve that. So just recently, like I said, we did a survey in HubSpot. We were able to pull the data out and do automated responses to the people that had submitted. So it's a great way for us to improve efficiency in the customer service experience. This last piece we have never put here, and I think it's really important, and I don't want us to lose track of this as a goal, because we need to embrace diversity. Our population is growing. We need to be responsive to the changing demographics of our community. We, as the communications team, want to support all the departments, as particular Parks and Rec and Cultural Resources, to outreach those segments of our community. So as you know, in February, we are launching a page to ask for that feedback from our community. It's a small way that we can understand what types of audiences we're talking to and how can we help communicate and share programming that celebrates the diversity in our community, and making sure that we're hearing from the community as a whole and not a segmented piece of the population. We want to encourage broad-based participation, which is our Waxhaw 101. How can we share that experience, make sure we get people in the door and understanding how we really operate, so that we are overcoming some of that misinformation that's shared in the community. So those are the big 4 goals, which our desired outcomes have not changed over the years. We want to make sure we're being a proactive organization. Our department as a whole actually uses the acronym PROACTIVE to be progressive, responsive, open, transparent, and so forth, so that we can build relationships to encourage citizen engagement and build trust. We want to have this strong organizational culture where the staff feels supported and informed. In the past, we hadn't really focused on internal communications, but it's such an important piece to make sure that we are externally sharing the correct story. So we always communicate with staff first. We want to make sure everyone feels heard, understands what's going on, what all these different acronyms are that we use, what's happening, so that when they're on the street talking about what they do for the town, that they can answer questions that come up. We also make sure that board and staff understand responsibilities, the board feels supported, understands what we're doing, what our vision and goals are, and how it aligns back with the board's vision. And then making sure the public feels informed, and then that people want to be involved and have a sense of pride. So future consideration, like I mentioned, we have these bits and pieces of surveys that we've done through like SurveyMonkey and those kind of things, but they're not the same as doing a full community-wide survey. And typically every 2 to 3 years, a community-wide survey is done. And the last one was in 2017. And it wasn't about communication specifically. It also informed us on town projects. So it was public services, it was parks and recreation. And I know that there's been a presentation, we talked about events and programming. How can we quantitatively get data from our community as a whole and make sure it's statistically accurate? These are mailed surveys and online to make sure that we really are moving in the direction that our community wants, and or celebrating all the progress we have made and seeing that from the results. So I just wanted to put this out there for consideration. It is an added budget item from a third party. I did reach out to them to see if we could get a proposal to just understand the cost and if it had changed. I have not heard back from them yet, but I wanted to throw that out there. So actually I can go back to that if you want, but questions?
I have questions, Jenny, a couple of questions.
I'm gonna stop sharing so I can see.
Can you hear me okay? I'm kind of over here in the corner.
Yeah, it's a little.
So back to your diversity slide. One thing that I've noticed that we've been lacking in communication is the population that doesn't have access to social media, or maybe isn't on social media all the time, such as like the retired population, or even those who don't have internet. And I know that we have a phone system where in the past we've used to share information such like when the
Code Red. Yeah.
5K race was, about the road closures and things like that. I'm wondering if we can use that more for certain things as well. Just to give an example, my neighborhood, for some reason, whenever there's a change in the garbage schedule because of a holiday or something like that, I am constantly getting messaged by my neighbors about why the garbage hasn't gone. And I guess they're just not seeing, even though they say they follow the town page on social media, they don't see the communication. And so we can't completely rely on social media to get the message out to our citizens. So is there a way we can use either that phone system through text or phone call on some of the important events, or changes in schedules, things like that?
Yep, that's a great question. So yes, so in the past we've used Code Red to reach seniors when it comes to like the senior programming that would happen. I know Parks and Rec uses it for that. Our concern was Code Red really should be used for emergency only, but to find a way to reach them. We have built now a comprehensive list of all the HOA contacts in the community, and we actually email them first, like when the trash changed the other day, because they typically have a better touch point with their residents too than we might have on social, but also the mailers. So we typically find that putting things on the trash can, the flyers have done well. And then we put it in Tri-W as well, which is print and distributed to 30,000 people in Union County. But I think also people are used to getting mail again. So we could going back to looking at mailers when we have large campaigns that we want to get information out, like we did the vehicle postcard in the past when we did the tax change. Those were effective.
My neighborhood doesn't have an HOA, so that's an issue. And then, they have specifically mentioned flyers on the garbage cans. I guess we used to do that and now they're not. And and of course, I don't like the wasting the paper and seeing the paper flying, and ending up on our street. So that's a problem too. So I just thought maybe the phone call thing, and maybe not a Code Red, but if there's another system we could use, that like the text, a text message type of thing that a lot of businesses use.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can use an API into HubSpot and do a text app if people signed up and put their phone numbers in. So that is something we can look at adding on to HubSpot.
And then, so there's also
if they have smartphones, I guess, but
right. Hopefully, most people have that now. But and then
I still see some tweaks that may be made on the website. So who is handling that now?
So that's going to be Jamie, your in-house website and social media admin.
Okay. All right, so that was my 2 questions.
Anybody? I think that this doesn't get any reverb on here, it will be okay.
Sounds
Mike
like-
is talking about staffing. I know you and Jeff, this is a Jeff and you question on staffing. How can we, what do you need to have us ramp up that effort so we can put some of these deficiencies behind us as far as communicating? How many people do we need and what are those positions?
I think once you don't have to put someone in a closet at town hall and you have the space, your ideal team is going to be your comms director, a dedicated graphic designer, a videographer, which I know Nick has been great at being able to fill that role right now, kind of quasi rolling, being able to go out and shoot videos quickly. And then you have your website person. So the communication director really should own all strategy and making sure they can address a hot mic and be media trained and crisis communication trained. So they're ICS training, all that good stuff. So Melody and I have discussed kind of trying to build the person we have, the team member now, up to that level, potentially taking that, and then you filling in the other roles as needed. You do not need to start with a 5-person team. You just really do need that kind of director role that can manage the media and the strategy.
How are we feeling that now?
That's Haven right now. Yep. So our transition plan is to kind of keep scaling back as you build more internal resource and training, if that makes sense. Yeah.
It does. Other comment I had, and going back, you brought this up on the Waxhaw 101. Are we able to put that program online instead of trying to recruit 10, 12, 14 people at a time to come over here? Can we put something like that on in a digital format that they could actually click on and watch? It's obviously a programmed and very well orchestrated presentation.
Yeah, I mean, we absolutely could. I think the only missing piece to that is, we love being in person and having that community built. When you get people together, I always say it's hard to hate close up, right? When we get close up and we can talk to each other, we have more empathy for each other, and you can really only do that in, ideally a physical setting, but also online. You're able to have relationship building and conversation that happens outside of it organically, which I like as part of that program. But I think you're right. I think it's nice to have the resource online as well.
Yeah, I think that's something we should probably want to look at. And, do we do a professional, orchestration presentation of that? So it can, I agree. I'd rather have the people show up, same thing like our meetings and,
Town halls. Yeah.
But for more reach, and it seems like those people that have gone through that program come out with a whole different perspective on what the town is and how it runs.
Absolutely. And that's why I said our threat is that we're constantly growing. If you're looking at, we were at 15,000, I think, when we started, now 21,000. And most people don't even know what happened last year, let alone 5 years ago. So, yeah.
Yeah, if we could ramp up both of those efforts, or at least take a look at it, see how feasible they are and what it's going to take. I can really feel the need, because I get the questions, and you've addressed one of them just the other day. I get a lot of those kind of questions where we really do need a really strong, I'm not saying that your group is not, it's just in this transition. So how do we, in transition, stay afloat?
Yeah. I was going to say, so I want to make sure I heard everything too. So looking back to potentially text apps, looking at online for Waxhaw 101, what is the level of comfort on doing a community-wide survey for town services and communications from the board?
I think it's fine. I don't see any negative nods. So, yeah, comments?
Are we going to gather data or, information as far as, current emails, current phone numbers that we can contact, so we can build a database and be able to reach folks a little bit better?
Yes. Let me show you something. That's exactly this back end here. So this is just a dashboard of an example of what we just did through this. Our contact database is constantly collecting from our website. So we're currently at 2,800. I think we started with 700 and change. So we are, and now we have the ability to send, every time we send our communications out, we can see who's opening it and the open rates of it. We can survey through here. My concern is back to even what Commissioner Westlick was saying. The community-wide survey is done by people that do surveys all the time. So it's statistically accurate. They robocall, they mail it to the house, they follow up to make sure they hit that number geographically to really make sure that we're getting true data in our community.
Ginny, I actually have one question from Brenda McMillan. I guess she must be listening from somewhere since she's not on the screen yet. But she, in your objective 4, I think she'd just like for you to elaborate maybe a little bit more on that, just our population and how it's evolving and embracing diversity and how we can maybe work towards that.
Yep. So when we've been talking with the programming staff, and I know that the goal was to have this unity program and talking to our residents, and we're seeing a shift in who's showing up at programming or concerns if we're not covering certain types of programming. And so that led us to talk through ways, well, how do we get a pulse on who is in our community? Yes, this survey would help us, but this other online tool that we were talking about of share your story with us. We want to know how we can help celebrate diversity. How could we be better at what we're doing? And we can't do that while we're in the jar. It's hard to see the label. We need to have external input from our community. And so the first step in that is this landing page that we're launching in February. The second step really would be for us to get more feedback, doing this community-wide survey and create that learning environment. That's like the top of the iceberg though, right? There's a lot we can do.
Thank you, Jenny. Ann has a question.
Hey, Jenny.
Hi.
One of the questions that I had, and I know Commissioner Westlick kind of brought it up, is trying to understand sort of like the chain of command or how this works. So on stories that come up throughout the year that we would want to get out into the public, is that something that you would put like a calendar of events together? And then how does that get implemented? Because I think there's some good stories and things to tell and to promote and to market our town, but I'd like to see some sort of calendar of like, we know in the spring we want to do things on the Kaleidoscope Fest, or we have these events coming up that should generate some sort of news story or social media post or things. Is that, or who handles the master piece of
That's
that?
our team. So Megan, who you've met on our team, has created a content calendar plan. So the storytelling by month, which then leads to the underlying programs below that. So like, how are we going to, we talk about February, the reason that we really started a lot is because it's Black History Month. That's why we started our diversity storytelling. That's why we're doing that. And then we did the video. So yes, we have a plan. And I right now we have where the mayor joins us quarterly in our communication planning meeting. So it'd be great to share with him some ideas that we can then weave it into that as well. But we do create that plan on an annual basis and of course shift as needed when different stories come up.
Is that something that could be shared with us?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then if there's something that comes up in terms of social media posts, is that something that we've been doing in-house? Because I've seen like some of the videos that have been produced, like the fire department video I shared, and we did there was the Halloween one, and I think Ashley,
Yeah,
didn't you?
so some of that is, yes, so Jamie's been doing those in-house. The goal is to make sure we're always cohesively sharing. So we as a team meet and say, hey, in December, we're doing events. So we pull in, Mary to talk from events, and then we do some posts on that. So what's happening right now is Jamie's handling the day-to-day social media posting. We're doing all the strategic storytelling posting. So anything that has to do with the large goal of Black History Month, we run the whole program. We set it up, the stories, we do the interviews, we put it in the paper and that thing. Jamie's going to be the one posting that trash is changed or that the BOC meetings are happening, that kind of stuff, like the day-to-day stories.
And so she'd be responsible for that content, or is that something coordinated with you?
She is responsible for that content, but what happens is it comes through our whole team for review and then it goes out to be posted. So right now she schedules it in HubSpot so we can all see it and respond to it if we need to.
Is there any sort of plan to maybe update all our like imagery on the websites and some of those photos that we have of the town? That seems like.
Yes, so that's a great question too. Jamie had gone around town taking some photos. So our idea is to swap them out. So we have new promotional marketing images for the Waxhaw magazine and different things that we participate in to update that. And it definitely is still on our 21-22 plan to update our fonts even in making sure that they're more legible. Because I think that a lot of us have trouble with the sans serif. I've noticed a lot of the presentations that have gone up have been the sans serif font instead of the ratio modern font that we've traditionally used. So, kind of transitioning that out.
Yeah, I just think some of those imagery could be updated. That'd be great.
Awesome. Hi, Jenny, just a quick question. Is there a way to opt in to be tagged on the post that the town puts out on, let's say, whatever social media platform, Facebook, for example? Is there a way to opt in so you'll always get tagged for the town information to make it easier for, let's say, if most staff all have a Facebook page and it either comes on, they might not want it, but the opportunity to, for example, maybe commissioners who have their town pages and make it easier to get that message out to people that they are following them.
Make it sure I understand correctly. So saying if you could opt in to make sure that whatever we post hits the top of your feed, is that what you're saying?
Well, not so much the top of my feed, but just goes to that feed directly. As opposed to, for example, if I'm gone for a week or I just missed a post, it's already automatically there because you're somebody that's within
So
that.
it like shares to your page from our page?
Right.
So there is a way, and I don't know the level of comfort, but we do this with other clients where they link their LinkedIn into HubSpot or their social account into HubSpot, and then we can actually share to all the pages at one time.
Right. That's what I'm saying. You can opt in. You don't necessarily have to do it. It's totally up to you. But
the way that we could do that though is if you provided the login information and it was linked inside the backend of HubSpot, then we could share that page.
okay, so it's not just a matter of being tagged.
Not that I know of.
All right.
I know you just mentioned about LinkedIn. Do we have any sort of platform on there? Because at times on LinkedIn, I see posts and things put out by Union County, but I don't see anything necessarily from the town.
Yeah, we have a LinkedIn page, but it historically hasn't been where we reach our audiences. But again, back to looking at our goal for this coming year, let's look at all of our communication vehicles. Like we've talked about Nextdoor in the past, and we didn't do it because it's got to be linked to a person's account. But where are all the places that we should be showing up? I mean, LinkedIn is typically for business to business or, that kind of.
LinkedIn, and I shared the post when we were looking for artists for the downtown park or to buy a brick or something like that. It could have been an avenue we could attract that type, an artist for something. It just gives us more presence, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think that sounds great. We can definitely share that in our team, and Jamie can take that on.
All right, any other questions? So it sounds like from the group here that you're satisfied with moving forward with their strategic plan as presented and then start making preparations for a community survey.
I agree with the additional comments that we have and explore those areas you got.
Okay.
I want to do a quick recap. So then, so looking into a text phone app, getting Waxhaw 101 online. I'll share the marketing story plan with the board, looking at the survey for getting quotes and that kind of thing. And then I'd love to get back to Commissioner McMillan on more in depth on our diversity goal number 4.
And staffing, we're ready for what we need. We get ready earlier because we're transitioning at a rate that might not be keeping up with what we have to do. So we have to kick in the staffing earlier, then let's do that. Does that make sense, Jenny?
I couldn't quite hear the whole thing, what you just said. Sorry.
I'll just try to shout at it somewhere
This one.
here. Yeah. I don't know if that one's on.
It is.
All right, anyway, what I want to go back and touch base on is just make sure that we start the staffing requirement, we start looking at that more intensely now, so we can transition. Not that we want to transition you guys out, we just need more of that support. So if we need another person, then let's start that now.
All right. Jeannie, thank you. Appreciate your
thank
time
you.
today.
Thank you. Have a good weekend.
Thanks. Okay, so we took that communications hiatus, but now we're going to get back on the planning track. And I believe we have next Mr. Blair Israel with maybe an introduction from Lisa, I'm not sure, but yeah.
That'll just take too long.
Come on up.
While it's still morning, good morning, everybody. We heard from Lee Jensen about the county comprehensive land use plan. And a lot of the discussion that ensued from that was, or part of that was about these joint planning areas and coordinating with the county and being able to tell them what we would like to accomplish in and around Waxhaw. And then that was followed by Lisa explaining more about an ETJ and the mechanics of that, the use of that. And again, as part of that, we would need a comprehensive land use plan. So the planning department would like to give you a brief review of our intentions for updating the town's comprehensive land use plan. Okay, so what is a comprehensive land use plan? It's basically, it's a distillation, a boiling down of all the crucial contents of other plans that the town has, particularly about land use, also transportation, into a more clear and consolidated guide that is digestible. What it does is it creates a plan, and a plan is an aspirational document. It talks about goals. It can have strategies for implementation. Whoops, I think I'm touching this. There we go. I'll get my hands away from buttons. It forms a document that becomes the basis for land use decisions, but also the basis for creating or updating ordinance. Just like in the past couple of years, how we created a growth strategy document and future land use plan. Those were plans that we used to create, put together the land development code. Sorry, I still have a problem with that. Okay, so why do we want to update that comprehensive land use plan? Well, because the town is changing, the town is growing. There's changes in the population. There are new roads that are being built or not being built that we thought would be, or widened. There's new development. There are changes in technology, in best practices, in state statutes. And so we need to adjust to all that. Plus, our 2016 comprehensive plan, this thing's very sensitive, sorry, calls for an update every 5 years within the plan. And that was in anticipation of the 2020 census data coming out, which we now have. So the key themes that we see for this comprehensive land use plan, they flow directly from our work with putting together the growth strategy document that had really 4 themes, but we've consolidated into 3 because 2 of them are about transportation. When we talk about vehicular transportation, also walkability. Okay, I didn't even touch it that time. You saw that. Okay, so I think my explain tricks on. Anyway, so the key themes would be about connecting people and places, also about creating new places that are in that are in the character of downtown of what makes Waxhaw, and conserving those places that we love. And then finally, as we heard about a lot already, fostering an economy that is more diverse, that will draw jobs and provide a broader tax base for us. So those are the themes that we'd be looking at. The principles at play for putting together this comprehensive plan. It's going to focus mostly on land use planning and some transportation, some other issues, but it's going to be grounded in the key data, for instance, the census, and looking at not only current conditions, but also trends for the next 10, 20 years. It'll be guided by community input, just like the growth strategy process was, informed by best practices in the planning profession. And for every goal that the plan would put forth, it would also put forth strategies for implementation. And finally, this plan is going to be edited to the essentials. You're probably familiar with a lot of the plans we have. There's a lot to absorb, a lot of pages. We want to create a plan that does not need an executive summary. That's our goal. And we do that because we want to keep the end user in mind. Who is going to actually pick up this plan and use it? Well, let's take a look at who would be. You, for one. The board of commissioners would be able to use this plan, of course, for guiding land use and rezoning decisions, just like the planning board would. Deciding upon policies that best fit the town. Envisioning neighborhood trends, getting a better idea of what's going on in Waxhaw where, and how these neighborhoods within Waxhaw are varying. Okay. It was laying on the table. Okay. So, but in addition to elected officials and town government, we also think this document can be very useful and should be used by developers who are considering, where to develop in the town. Features like what should neighborhood centers look like? Where are lands that we want to preserve? Where would greenways be and all? It would be in one document that we can easily point them to and say, look at our plan to see what we want to do. So you won't be surprised. And for employers and for people who could be bringing employment centers into the town, we know they have a lot of tools at their disposal, but this could be one tool that helps them with their business locations, looking at our trends in land use and transportation, and also infrastructure. But think also that we would intend that this plan would be online and would be easily accessible by any homeowner and also real estate agents for looking at, what neighborhoods are they interested in? What kind of homes are they interested in? And understanding the local demographic trends. You'd be surprised how many calls that we get from real estate agents with just those kinds of questions. And of course, I didn't mention staff, but staff would be using this very much to just all be on the same page. So our different departments would be coordinated. And also, again, as we look at revising, updating the land development code, this plan would be the main tool that we would start from. So, okay. So as far as the actual content of the plan, we have currently a lot of different plans that Waxhaw has used. They've each been useful. Some of them you know, some of them some of them you don't. But we would look at each one of those plans, take the best parts from each, the things that are the most relevant for our current needs and projected needs, and consolidate those and have one plan that would bring out a lot of that information.
So are you saying that the comp plan would replace all those other ones?
In a sense, yes. In a practical sense, there would be more information available in these other plans on particulars, and the comp plan can certainly make reference to those. But it would be
more of a one-stop shop.
It would be a one-stop shop
in the comp plan as opposed to having to go find it in this one, then that one, and then this one.
Exactly.
So it ties it all together.
It ties it all together. It shows. It's going to be something that people can easily refer to, and not just about one isolated subject matter, but draw things together.
Cohesive.
Yes. So we're looking at a lot of different subject matter within it, and we would be looking at an area that's not just about the town of Waxhaw, but the surrounding area, because we don't operate in a bubble. The things that happen around us, both at the state level, even the bi-state level, the regional level, those all affect us in terms of growing population, road work that's done and all. And of course, what we were talking about earlier with these joint planning areas, how come it doesn't do that for anybody except me? There we go.
It must be set up to automatically.
I guess so. So maybe I'm going too long. This is the way to keep me on track. But anyway, those pink areas, we were talking about the joint planning areas earlier. Those are, some of that could be considered for ETJ. Some of that could just be those joint planning areas. But this document is the crucial thing that we need in order to go to the county and say, this is what we want to do with those joint planning areas. So again, we're not just asking for ETJ. We're saying this is what we would do. Whether it's ETJ or a joint planning area, it gives us and everyone something to look at to understand. So some of the things that would be in the plan, of course, would be a summation of the data that we have and the projections that that are made from that, and all these different subject matter, particularly projections on transportation, walkability, the big themes, the community character, economic development, to help us answer some of those questions that are there and much more. And as you might suspect, a lot of what that comprehensive plan is going to focus on are those the ETJ areas, and other areas that are prime for development. Think of the large lots that we've identified as employment centers. So there'd be a lot that this plan would focus on for that. Okay, and community character, transportation, and such. Okay, so I know it's going to want to switch before I finish with this, but these are basically the 6 subjects that it would really talk about the most. Transportation in terms of vehicular, bike and ped, but also alternative modes and even blueways. So it would touch on all these different trends and opportunities for economic development, not only focusing a lot on the employment centers, but also guidelines for the town center, commercial centers, neighborhood centers.
Let me see if I can try to stop.
Yeah, thanks, because I can't keep up with this. There would be some information about infrastructure. There would be, of course, what we think is very much needed is plans about our open space.
It doesn't look like it's set up to transition.
It's just my aura. Can you get it back on?
Yeah, I don't think there's any discernible explanation.
I don't know. I'm gonna have a talk with him.
He's actually doing it behind the scenes.
Yeah, I think he is. Okay, so just very quickly, environmental and open space. We think that this plan can be used as a tool to help protect, first assess, but also protect our natural resources, help to connect some of our open spaces so that we have corridors for wildlife and also greenways. Information about historic preservation, that's a big issue for the town. How do we better preserve the town that we have, the character that we have? There are various tools, some of which, are okay.
Right there.
So anyway, issues about housing and the development centers were a key part, a big part of the growth strategy plan that we did and the future land use plan. We want to give some more detail about what those would look like, what they need to be. And particularly when you think about neighborhood centers, we want to give more attention to those to see how they could be the centers of neighborhoods. They would be the meeting place and the identity of individual neighborhoods in the town. We think that there's so much potential for those. And so we want to unpack that a little bit more and give some more guidance for the future. So how are we going to do it? We're going to do it in-house, on time, and at budget. And the reason we do it in-house, of course, is to help us stay on budget and to get it in on time. And we feel like we have a great track record from doing the growth strategy that way and our land development code that way. We did that in-house, as y'all were all in the trenches of that. And you will play a major role as well in doing the comp plan, in both reviewing it. We think that there could possibly be maybe a board member who could serve as a liaison for the board with the development of this plan and timeline. We foresee it would take about a year. We think we could have content ready to approach Union County before the plan is done to help with the ETJ talks and all, but we think the plan will be ready in a year. It gives us time to do 2 open house meetings. And as far as resources that we need, doing it in-house, sure, we'll need staff time, website, town attorney would be involved in some way, Haven would be involved in some way, just like they were with the land development code at the very beginning. There would be marketing, printing, and POC promotion. What we mean is that you do a lot to talk it up to your constituents about what is going on, both to get people to come to our open house meetings or however the public input is received, and to just get the town ready to see what we can do next. So we got to the end. Are there questions? I don't think it's going to go to another slide.
Start over again.
Yeah.
I want to bring up something that we've not really talked about here, but it made me think when I was looking at your themes. So something that I'm taking an interest in is the climate resilience, and I'm going to be taking this 3-part webinar through the week here on this. But do you think it would be helpful to have some type of climate policy that we could implement into this plan?
Well, what you see there is one of the 6 is environmental and open space. What we can do as a town, there are so many different environmental issues, and I feel like we get a somewhat skewed approach to environmentalism by just focusing on climate change, and it's such a big overarching goal. And we know some of the contributing factors to that, or what could be contributing factors. There are a slew of environmental issues that affect us right here at home, and that we can have so much more influence on, so much more control. So we want to look at that. It includes what would ultimately perhaps affect climate, but more importantly, or more immediately, what affects our streams, what affects our just other environmental factors that we have to be concerned about. So there are very practical things that we can do. And included in that is wildlife. And so I think one of the key things that we can do, and one of the things that this plan really should do, is look at our different open space that we have, find a way to configure connections between those two, because that not only serves wildlife, that not only serves water quality needs, stormwater needs, which was talked about earlier, but also can provide, for greenways and such. So it plays right in with what we're trying to do with Parks and Rec. So we think that should be an emphasis of the plan, certainly.
I agree. I mean, many environmental experts are saying this is the critical decade to get us on track for saving our climate. And I know there's, I don't know, there's not too many here that maybe are big environmental people like me, but that's important to me. And that's something that was important to me when I ran again, is to try to, help save some of our areas here in Waxhaw. So that's just a thought for this board of possibly thinking a little bit more about.
Yeah, well, you could look at it as a critical decade just here in Waxhaw because of the boom of growth. If we need to do something now that helps us have the kind of preservation that we should have. So because growth is happening at such an alarming rate, both in and around the town. So yeah, the timing is good.
You're right on schedule, really, as Blair showed in one of his first slides. When this last was done in 2016, one of the recommendations is that you look at again after the census. And really, when you're doing comp planning, the horizon of when you should be revisiting this stuff is about every 5 years, because things have obviously, that's proven very much so here in Waxhaw, that the conditions change that often. So really, we've gotten a great head start on that. We worked through our growth strategy. We adopted a new land development code. This comprehensive plan that we still have in place, and the bridge is part of that. There's a whole lot of initiatives there, honestly, that need to be revisited. And I'll tell you too, that slide that had the 8 or 10 or however many plans we have. Some of them I've never heard of. And I mean, it's nice to have all that stuff. And it's useful to use them when you're doing rezoning requests and decisions like that. But we can make it a whole lot easier on ourselves if we pull, as Blair said, the pertinent things out of that, and then of course create new pertinent points through a new process, and have one land planning document that we can refer to. And I've also, from my standpoint, said I would like here's the challenge, is to develop something like that that's actually readable. Because what I don't want to have is that you do this and then you look at it and it's like 300 pages and you're like, oh my goodness, we can't do that. We have to figure out a way for it to be short, succinct, almost
Like
cliff
the
note.
LDC.
Yeah, almost, yes, and almost cliff note like. But readable, and the information in it, people actually look at. I don't think you have to go into a lot of the things that sometimes comprehensive plans go to. People just want to say, okay, what are the results that we're looking at? What are we looking to implement? And, yeah,
We're even thinking like 30 pages, like that's it. Like, what are the goals and objectives of each section? So when we're looking at a rezoning, does it meet the goals and objectives of that, whatever topic we're talking about? A lot of times you spend a year working on it and you're so tired of it, you put it up on the shelf and it has, 20 pages of, okay, here's what to do next. We don't want that. We want goals and objectives, bullet points, pictures, here's the facts.
And this plan too, because of that brevity, we're going to uncover a lot of things that need further study. And this plan will point towards that. In other words, where do we need to do small area plans? Probably in each one of those districts, those neighborhood centers. We can't bring all of that into this plan, but we can certainly identify where that's needed. And that would be one of the next steps, is not only what we're doing, but also what we're planning next. And you can think of this comprehensive land use plan as, when you consider all those other plans that were scattered over the slide. This is an update also of all those plans, but just in a consolidated manner.
Those plans don't go away. I mean, they're published plans, they are useful in a sense, but when you have 8 or 10 different plans that you're supposed to remember, that you're supposed to refer to as you're going through the processes, that's really untenable.
Well, it helps to summarize it, put it in one location as opposed to having to go to 5 different documents to figure it out.
Exactly.
With spreadsheets. Call strategy.
And we should, and the board should know as well, to all of their points on these, even these 6 items here, we don't have to wait a year to start implementing these things.
Right.
We don't have to wait for this stuff. We know this stuff already.
Yeah.
Y'all are aware of it. So every time something comes to us, start to apply those principles. We've already bought into this. We don't have to wait. Now, do we get the formal document? Sure. So everybody else can follow. But we already know this stuff. So let's start putting it in place. Any questions on it at any time? Come back to whoever you need to come back to. Figure it out. But don't wait a year.
I appreciate your questions.
So it sounds like you're ready to move forward.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right, right.
We're holding us back.
Great.
Yes.
Yes, she is. She was in the shop.
All right, well, next, continuing on the planning themes, and we'll see how the slideshow treats Madison this time. But your senior planner, Madison Miller, will come up and talk about our
Land Development Code Annual Review. And this is something that we expect to do annually here at the retreat, just to let you know how we feel that the document is performing and what recommendations that we have just to continue to provide that high performance. So Madison, come on up.
Thank you all. I plan to be a little more graceful with my transitions on my slides. I promise.
Sounded like a tree planner. Just lost control of it right there.
Thank you, Jeff. So as Jeff alluded to, this is something that we're wanting to do annually with all of you guys. As we adopted this in March, kind of fits well with the timing of our board retreats. So starting right off, this is just an overview of development requests that we have received thus far with our land development code. So we have one major subdivision, one conditional rezoning, one variance request. We're off to a great start already.
It's gonna be the planning.
So one by right commercial development.
Melody's on his
You gotta tickle.
So I'll do the best that I can. So one by right commercial development, and then another one that is a lodging development that we're all familiar with. And then we've had various other requests that we've received, but nothing official yet. So we've got a good mix of requests coming in, which is probably a good sign of what we've done with our LDC. So we want to talk about some trends. And one of the biggest trends that we've seen thus far relates to our neighborhood center zoning districts. So our intent was it to be a neighborhood center specific to a mix of retail, offices, kind of services that you could get to near your neighborhood, and then offer some variety of housing options. Thus far, we've seen these areas targeted mostly for single-family attached projects, where zero commercial or non-residential uses are being proposed. So with this map, you guys might be familiar with our neighborhood center zones. They're strategically located throughout town on Waxhaw Marvin Road, adjacent to downtown, and along specific areas along NC 16. And you can see our single family attached is a permitted use by right, and then cottages are special use. So again, we've seen some of these important nodes targeted strictly for residential, really not meeting the intent of what we were guiding these districts to be. So planning staff solution, we're hoping to strengthen our non-residential development requirements in some of these neighborhood center parcels. And we can do that based on sizes of the property. So if you have neighborhood center parcel that's only an acre or two, might make more sense for it to be strictly residential, but we have some that are larger that would make a good use for a mixed use project. And so with that, and from what we've seen thus far from development, is that our 10,000 square foot non-residential use by right is a little too small for what they're able to do. And so one of the ideas that we've been floating around, rather than limiting it by the square footage in total size of the building, but rather do it by the footprint of the building. So we've thought about maybe a 15,000 square foot footprint, but then they can have a 1-story, 2-story, whatever it may be. So you're getting greater square footage without really increasing full size, if that makes any sense.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, is there also an option of requiring a certain percentage that has to be like retail, commercial, and then percentage can be housing?
We have considered that, where you do maybe for whatever the size of the site, you do 30% non-residential, 70% residential. we like the flexibility, and we were trying to come up with a good percentage of that, but it's difficult because some of these parcels are vastly different in size, so we want something that we can kind of give more flexibility to do something. And I think if we go to the last requirement where we require strictly residential projects to come in for conditional zoning, that allows you all to see the project and really see if it meets the intent of the neighborhood center, if it matches the downtown area with our design standards. So we're wanting to be flexible without requiring a development to do something specific, because requiring 30% for commercial use is harder to put, in figures or in amounts for a developer to do. So we want to be able to work with them to do something that matches the town, that meets both our needs and the developer's needs.
So the question that I have is, so these neighborhood centers encompass multiple parcels. So what happens if one parcel wants to be developed and the other one is not being developed at that time? So then you have two different landowners.
Right. Yeah.
So what about because neighborhood centers encompasses many parcels.
It is, yeah. And so if it's smaller parcels together, and one comes in, we look at it just based on a case by case basis. And we always try to promote connectivity to other adjoining properties for future developments. And as a big picture, we kind of look at an area and see, what would fit well, what works well, and then how that would affect other adjoining property owners for future development.
It's tough to do percentages because the parcels are so different in size. And if you have an acre versus a 10-acre site, it's tough, but you can create some tools where you could, not really discourage, but it would in a sense encourage somebody to maybe think about more, or at least with market conditions allowed to do non-residential, because it's an easier process. It's a by right process, as opposed to if they just want to do townhomes or residential, then it's okay. You consider it and see if it fits and stuff, but it's just some additional path for them. So it's something else for them to consider. But it also shows that we're really looking for this. We will consider this as long as it fits in that context. But the easier path is, the encouragement of what we really want there.
And to all those points as well, what I want to make sure that we understand and look at it more globally is we've heard so much in the last 2 days about our ability to attract businesses, retail, things like that. We all know that the rooftops bring the retail and it's usually been forever. So to try to encourage more non-residential development is great, but I wouldn't want to leave that landowner nowhere to go because we can't provide either sewer or water or anything else. You don't want to landlock that. So again, you want to be real careful. It's a real slippery slope to play on. So we do have to have some flexibility and some latitude with the zoning administrator to not say this can only be this, because then you get nothing. And that might sound like a great idea to some people, but it really isn't.
Right.
It doesn't develop our town in trying to achieve our goals.
Yeah, we want to leave leniency for our zoning admin to make those determinations. Because the real goal is to really have it meet the intent of what we had it back when we adopted the neighborhood center. It's a mixed use project that serves the people who live on the property and then the neighborhoods around it. So a good point.
So going back to your list of current,
I don't look for your slide. The development requests since adoption.
Yes.
So are those, I just see one major subdivision, is that, so you don't have any so far that have been requested?
We have one.
You have one.
in the process.
And so because they
they can get in now because they already have it by right.
by right use, so.
So this is something we need to do quickly.
Yeah, I've already drafted some language and, depending on your guys' input today, we're hoping to move very quickly.
Yeah, so the major subdivision is the townhouse, right?
That is
The-
correct.
The
So
conditional zoning one, though, is a completely commercial project.
it is,
Right?
that is correct.
I mean, I like your, I wish we could put like a percentage on it, but it doesn't really make good sense to do that because we need the flexibility depending on each project as it
Right.
comes in. So you need to be able to customize it to where the location is and what the parcel is. So I understand that. But I think if you can put conditional rezoning and then increase the square footage or the footprint of it, I think is a good way to go.
Yeah. So we had the opportunity, Union County has a new urban forester who has replaced Bill Smith. He is awesome. He was able to meet with us. He is reviewing all the tree preservation ordinances within municipalities in Union County. So he sat down with us and he was able to provide us some good recommendations along with some that staff have added on there to bring forward to review. And so one of his big ones he mentioned was taking our tree species list out of our land development code and have that be maintained administratively. So if we find changes or want to add species, we can do that freely. It's more of a tool that we use and the applicants can use to look at. So it's just simply pulling it out of the land development code. He also made recommendations for us to revise some of our parking lot landscaping. That's as easy as instead of small maturing trees, medium to large maturing trees, or providing larger islands for these trees to be in. And then one thing that we have noticed, we want to require tree preservation sheets be shown on all of our erosion control sheets. There are many times where when someone's out there grading on site, they look at their sheet. And so we want them to accurately look at to see where the line of disturbance is for tree preservation areas. And I would say the second biggest recommendation from the urban forester was to require a landscape architect for all these projects that come in. So for town standard, we require construction documents to be signed and sealed by a certified engineer. And we would just ask the same, that a landscape architect be on the project. So they could be responsible for the plan, and when it's in the implementation, making sure the plantings are healthy, making sure items are planted properly. According to the urban forester, he goes around quite often and sees plants and trees that are planted very poorly. And so it's just about.
So is that a staff position here?
No, this would be on the developers team.
Okay.
Have them have a landscape architect give their stamp of approval and be there through the whole process.
Would that be their stamp of approval for when they submit the documents, or would they actually be on site after these get put in to make sure they're done correctly?
Both. Be for both. Yeah. And so the last two require reforestation of slopes 2 to 1 or greater. In a lot of these residential areas, they'll infill a lot with dirt and then they'll grass a slope. And then we're finding that there's a lot of erosion control or stormwater runoff. And if we require reforestation, that's better for stormwater control, helps with the roots kind of absorb the water and it makes it more of a stable area. Yeah, and for climate. And then we just want to make reference to our drip zone protection and critical root zone illustrations in our engineering manual.
What types of development would this be for? Is this anything, size, type of, well, particularly for the landscape architect and tree species.
Yeah.
Because I mean, one thing we get a lot is, okay, a plan's been put in place and we've approved it, and then they say, oh, we can't get that tree, we're gonna use this tree. And all of a sudden, that goes up. one, provide flexibility for market conditions, but still get what we want to see happen. We don't want the same tree everywhere, just because that's what we get. If it gets a disease, then it's toast.
Well, and that's part of my review too, as landscape architect. I can lend some expertise to that from the town side, but still, yeah, for larger developments, particularly, they need to have that expertise as well.
And regarding the tree preservation, just for a refresher on, how are we protecting our parcels from being clear cut? with forestry?
Right. Forestry activities are kind of governed by the state, where the municipality can't really regulate if they're using it for forestry activity. So with most of the time, a developer will work with us before they clear. Unfortunately, across the street is not a good example, but most of the time, a developer will come in. They'll work with us. They follow our requirements. You may have the 1 out of 100 who clear cuts a property, and then all of a sudden they want to do a development, and that's just, I think that's the unfortunate nature of development. But I don't think.
So when we wrote into the LDC, the percentage of trees that had to stay, right? Now it appears that there's ways of getting around that. Is there anything we can do to stop that from happening?
No. At this level, no. The only other alternative is to increase our replanting requirements.
Right, and so for part
Can't
of
get
our.
clear cut, but you might get more planting after.
Yeah, for, I think it's for R1, R3, and R4, if the site is below 40% coverage in trees, they're required to save, it's either 15 or 20%. And if they don't meet that, they have to replant. And so, along with replanting the slopes, that will help contribute and add back tree canopy as well.
The existing canopy can, by law today, can be designated a forestry operation, completely cleaned off.
Yeah.
Which you see happen, you saw happen on 75. We see it happen all the time on Jim Wilson. They go in there and just harvest everything.
Yeah.
And then come back later with a subdivision plan or a development plan of some type.
Yeah, and they'll do the same thing where they'll use it for farming operations for a few years, and they'll come in for a development after the fact.
So can you just explain that again?
Which parts?
Can you just explain, like, if somebody had a parcel of land and the forestry use and how it gets clear cut?
They have
Can
state.
you just say that
Sure.
again?
They'll try to. Do you want to expand at it as well?
No,
I can't.
I'll start, and then I'll do pretty terribly, and then the mayor can follow up. So, so from my understanding, with how the state governs forestry activities and farming, they can purchase a piece of land. The municipality cannot require special requirements for forestry or farming because they're just simply allowed to do so. They call it a forestry activity, they clear the land, and then and years later, they may come back for development. So the state doesn't give us any authority to regulate those activities specifically. And I don't think it happens very, very often, but it does happen.
It's happening even more, even on the subdivision on 75 that was in the county. It was cleared maybe a year ago, but I mean, that's pretty much the process of the development process is you're going to go in and either identify or clear the entire site and then come back in with your plan. So you're right, there is nothing in place. We are not protected from some large piece of property, which I hear some of them want to do that right now. They'll come in and claim it as a farming or a forestry operation. They'll come in and clear the land, knowing that they're going to subdivide the land later, period. It's just the way it is. That is just the unfortunate side of our state laws right now. So there's
So
no
we need
protection.
that go to the state.
Right. It has to go up a few notches. That help?
Yeah, I turned to my slide expecting it to be on the last one, but it stopped. So other revisions that we're wanting to do, I kept these pretty plain Jane. We're just wanting to do some of our design standard cleanup and revisions. There's some language that's repeated a couple times, just go over grammar, just go over a few corrections that we just need to make.
I
Just
missed
cleaning it up.
something?
Huh?
I missed something?
He's talking about the chapter that I wrote those.
And then the second one is in our sign ordinance, do a little cleanup. One of the sections we have listed that they're allowed one temporary sign, and then in the same requirement, we allow two. So we're just cleaning that up. Adding a new section for temporary signage for properties offered for sale, lease, or rent. And then we're replacing a section with a new section. So we allow temporary signage for our residential districts, and we're just changing it to be inclusive of all zoning districts.
So I noticed that there's already was a variance request. What was that for?
Yeah, so in a neighborhood where some of the homes are located mostly on the rear of the lot, this individual wanted to put an accessory structure in the front yard. So our ordinance does not allow accessory structures to be located in front of the house. So the Board of Adjustment heard that a week ago. Yeah, last Tuesday. And they granted the variance to have the accessory structure in the front of the car. With the parameters of the lot, it's a mostly wooded lot. The house is located at the rear. So the accessory structure will not be seen from any road, won't be seen from any other adjoining property owners. So that was the variance request. I gave a lot of detail, but
If I could, and step away from that for just a second, if I could go back to the tree thing. We've all seen bills recently relative to trees going at the state legislators. A lot of those are not necessarily because of municipalities like us, but it's the lack of a relationship between the landowner and or the developer and the municipality, where some of the municipalities go runaway in their requirements, which make it almost impossible to meet. So there's that lack of trust between the two parties, and I think we're doing a better job here in engaging early. That helps a lot. And redoing the LDC starts to put in place some of our protective measures to protect what we want. We know it's a living document, and we're going to have to come back to some of that as well. But again, it's that lack of trust that the potential developer on a property has with a certain municipality, not anything specific. I'm just saying there's that lack of trust. And until that relationship building happens, you're going to see the laws that we're living with right now, because there are some municipalities, and I've done this in my career as well. There are some municipalities that are just, not very easy to deal with. And they don't look at things as win-win, they look at something adversarial. And that's what causes these bills to come forward.
and then lastly, these are two concepts that we're wanting to explore, and I have Lisa coming up here to assist me, as she has some great experience with these in her past planning experiences. So the first one would be a fee in lieu for dedicated park, recreation, and open space. So the state allows a specific fee that can be given or land to be given to the town for the purpose of parks, recreation, and open space. And so the equation there is from what the state allows. So at least 1/35 of an acre shall be dedicated for each dwelling unit proposed in the subdivision. Or you take a percentage and it calculates a fee, and then that fee or land is then dedicated or given to the town for recreation use. Then I'll cover the second topic, and then Lisa can help me.
Well, real quick on that topic, we had it in Marvin, so you had to require 20% open space or whatever the standard was. This is above and beyond that. So if the park and rec plan showed a park area or a greenway on the other side of the street, we would collect a fee in lieu. Otherwise, you have to put it in on that side of the street. So you have an option to build the required park or greenway or accept a fee in lieu, and it actually puts a number to it. So Fort Harris at Marvin, they built the path out front and then they sent us a check for $60,000. It has to go to parks, rec, and open space within the area. What does that mean? It's broad, but it starts a fund that we can use for those reasons.
And the staff and the recommendation would help the decision makers decide on whether or not we would want to accept a fee in lieu and apply it somewhere else, or have a pocket park in
Yeah,
certain
and in
community.
Marvin, they left it up to the council to make that decision. So the park and rec board make a recommendation, and then you all would decide if you would want that or the fee in lieu.
And so that would be in addition to like the tree save areas, the green space requirement. So it's one more, it's an additional layer.
That's the one impact fee we can still require for now. So that one, it'll take a lot of time to get that incorporated. I don't want, like, what does that mean for some of the smaller lot subdivisions? So I don't want to ask for an astronomical amount of money. I want to be fair. So we'll have to look at examples and study that more before we brought anything to you. But it's an idea to actually get a dollar amount back.
For green space.
Yeah, and then the second item is something that we want to explore as well, of course, with your blessing, is take another look at our existing cluster subdivision. So this could be something in addition to our existing requirements as another option. And so we're wanting to take a look at planning around the natural areas and open spaces. And so, we hear quite often that there's less interest in maintaining large open lots for home ownership. So maybe increase, or I guess decrease the size of the lots and accommodate additional density, but you're also maintaining larger open spaces or tree preservation areas. And so this could also help with the cost of infrastructure, utilities, and just general construction for the developer. But then it also betters the town's maintenance level for some of these areas. So
Jeff, could you pull up that PDF? It's in the retreat folder. I'll show you an example so you guys have a visual of a real life project.
Maybe step up closer to the mic for those online to hear.
Yep.
Which file do you want?
Is there a vintage VC YP
BCY.
or BYP?
Is that the one?
yeah, that's one of them, and then there's a second one as well.
BCCP?
Yep. And that one's good enough to show. But the idea is it's density neutral. So if you have 100 acres, you can get 100 lots. You would have to show that on a yield plan that you can get 100 lots. I mean, some of the sites, get the other one. So you can get 100 lots on 100 acres, but the cluster subdivision allows you to get the same number of lots, but you go from an acre-sized lot to a 12,000 square foot lot to provide 50% open space. So this is an example I did in Weddington. It's called Vintage Creek. Here's your clear cut 40,000 square foot lot plan. You see all the cul-de-sacs, the open spaces at the floodplain, or that's what we're seeing, right? And then if you flip to the other one, this is the same plan, same number of lots, and it's what was actually built.
Can you split the screen and get them side by side?
I don't have those skills.
So, I mean, there's the visual, you have 50% open space, you have the clustered, so the developers are saving on road infrastructure, water, sewer, same number of lots, so they get their density, people are downsizing, they want the smaller lots. I mean, these are still $800,000 homes on these smaller lots, but we're getting the open space that we want. So we had Randall Arndt, who wrote Conservation by Design. We had him come back. He helped us write our ordinances. And after 10 years of doing this, he came back and told us all the things we were doing wrong with our conservation subdivision. And so another idea is what Madison was saying, is like designing around open space. Find a good open space, then put the houses on, then the lots, then the road network. So the whole different idea of thinking about design and open space versus just Xeroxing a plan. I mean, the better open space may not be around the edges, might be in the middle, so.
This is not a new concept, by the way, as we
Absolutely not.
know.
Yeah.
And it kind of goes hand in hand with the discussion we've been having, or the county's been having, but everybody says, oh, they want all these 1 acre lot minimums, and you get grid housing with no benefit.
It's just a
As
Xerox.
opposed to
Right.
smaller lots, which I'm in that category as well. I don't want 1 acre lot to maintain. I don't want to do it anymore. And there are a lot of people like that. But I would also rather have more green space trails and those opportunities within the same, still gives the landowner the same yield. It's effectively, they could put it on the property.
Right.
You know, and
So
that's gonna,
I know it'll work for the R1,
right.
right? That's easy. The R3 and 4, how small the lot do we want to go down to make it work, and at what
It
open
depends
space
on how much green
trade-off?
space you want.
Yeah.
You know,
So
that's a
it
trade-off.
needs more studying for those, but I know the R1 definitely.
I've done lots to save, to do tree save, to do property save. I've done lots as small as 3,000 feet.
Yeah.
It depends on the product and where you're at. Obviously, all of that fits in. And it depends on the will of the legislators, the people who make these laws, and what they really want. If you want tree saving green space, and you still want values on your real estate for all kinds of reasons, for tax purposes and everything else, this is the alternative.
So
Again,
we-
this is not new. I've been using these for 40 years.
And we didn't have a tree preservation plan requirement because we got the tree preservation by doing
By doing
these
this.
conservation
That's
subdivisions.
correct.
So
And then just to piggyback on what you said earlier, the point one about this, we could also, then they could say, well, we're gonna put a park in on this particular area of the property or something like that.
Green is green.
Well, I think the other thing goes back to what we were talking about this morning. It's sort of like, you want to look at just that slice of pie, you want to look at, or the entire pie, and it's sort of like, yes, I mean, you want to take, a small little subsection of this, yes, the density may look higher, but the overall plan, it's density neutral, but yet you get a better project because you have all that green space, you have the walking trails, you need more of the natural environment habitat for animals, as opposed to just clear cutting it all down.
yeah, it goes back to kind of what Blair was saying about having that tree inventory for the whole town. And where do we want to plan around with open
Sure.
spaces and trails and green lights and trees?
But I think also
around.
the look of that you have, it's not like you just have anything that gets developed, just clear cut and you're waiting for trees to grow. You can kind of preserve a lot of the natural canopy and green space that's there now.
You get a better project overall, even right out of the gate, because you're not clearing. Now, yes, there are some benefits to both sides. Municipality would get the tree saved and the green. The infrastructure costs that are borne by the landowner are reduced. Just got a lot better project. Now, when I was up in Seattle, I worked for Warehouse. We're a tree company. That was their thing, was to harvest trees. We still did not clear cut properties. We created smaller lots so we can save the trees. It's a win-win.
Yep.
Everybody won.
So
What size are these lots, do you remember?
those are a minimum of 12,000.
Yeah, those are considered large.
Yeah.
By today's, I'm used to doing 5, 6s, and 7s and sometimes smaller, but that's where you get the tree saved.
And we were still able to do 50%. So if we go smaller, maybe we have more open space. So
Jeff, are you gonna
Thoughts?
pull that other picture back up? Or you
Sure.
can just jump to it.
Grid development.
That even looks busy.
So we would make them do a yield plan. We included, you can see some of the lots have wetlands and floodplain, but we make sure you can at least get a house fit on those types of lots. But it's your clear cut typical, what you see to the left, that was built in the 70s.
This is R1.
Up in our 40, so 40,000 square foot minimum.
That's the, nobody's gonna do that in Waxhaw anyway.
So it works for R1, so that's why this is gonna take longer to think about R3 and R4, how small we want to go, and then changing our setbacks to accommodate those smaller lots.
Yeah,
Instead of a 10 foot, we need to go down to a 5 foot. I don't know.
yeah, we wanted buy-in first before we kind of explored it a little more. We think it's a great benefit. You know, you get, the developer gets what they want, we get what we want. It's good. Happy medium.
Excuse us. All right.
So I guess, is everyone comfortable with this cluster subdivision idea and the payment in lieu or dedication of parkland?
And overall comfortable with the presentation and what the proposals are to look at amending in our LDC. And again, this will be something that we do every year during the retreat, see how things are going, see where we need to look at and just do it anyway.
I think it's a grand idea. I mean, it's
Win-win.
it's a solution.
Yeah.
It's a win-win, like you said, it really is.
Yep, and as I said, the neighborhood center parameters, will be bringing that to you very, very soon.
Now, give some thought to that. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, I think we have time for one more. It should be a pretty short one before lunch, and that'll be Melody. But I think maybe we'll take a moment or two just to see if something's going on with the PowerPoints. They weren't set up that way while they were changing. It looked like they were set up for transition, but we take a minute or two to have somebody take a look at my machine just to make sure, and then we'll dive into the advisory boards and committees discussion. So bear with us for a moment or two. Thanks.
Yes, right.
Hang tight for a few minutes, Melody.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Should we put it on a, should we just put it on a stand here? Is that better?
I'm trying. Really have to get close to those mics for 6 to 8 inches. Any closer.
We're getting-
Too much.
The saying snow. I thought you were saying we get 6 to 8 inches of snow.
The side of the mountain never gets any Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and still require them to be for the species list. So when we look at plans, we just if we need to make tweaks or changes or add or remove trees, it just lets us. Yeah, just have to go through Texas.
Anything else?
Well, these are the education areas right here.
Yeah, it would still be enforcing that standard as a, in our ordinance now, so it must be planting types of species of our tree species.
It's just get that to us. It's going to change. It's a process. In place.
Yes.
If the LDC says that. You guys.
Yeah, don't, we don't go there.
Or if you want to go.
I just.
the best way to tell.
Yeah.
Don't believe the sign. There's so many. What's out there? It's on your phone. Okay. So we'll fit in one more presentation before lunchtime here. We have Melody that's going to show us a few slides on our advisory board appointment process, and want to make sure that we get direction from the board on how we conduct that process this upcoming year. So Melody, we're ready for you.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. So I just wanted to be a little bit vulnerable here. I've been challenged with COVID this week, so just bear with me through this presentation. And I wanted to give kudos to all those staff members, Team Waxhaw, who have pitched in and helped this week. Jeff, Barbie, Nick, Matt, Susan, Dina, Linda, and Emily. And I'm sure that there are many others that I may be missing. So thank you to all of you. And so the main goal of this discussion is to get the board's direction on where you would like to go with advisory board process this year, 2022. And so the way that we'll discuss that is by going over the BOC's authority in this process, and also reviewing how it has looked over the prior years and possible recommendations for moving forward, and then just to get your direction on it. All right, so the BOC's authority is to, of course, appoint the members of the advisory boards, select the appointment process, and at any point you have the authority to deviate from that process given any circumstances that may come up. And staff is more than willing to facilitate any process that the BOC defines as necessary. And how this has looked over the years, it's fluctuated between the OAB, the Organization Advisory Board, and the Board of Commissioners handling certain aspects of the process. And so one thing that we've implemented over the last couple of years has been the chairs would do interviews of all the candidates that have signed up for their board. And so what this means is that they would provide a ranking to the OAB or to the BOC of their selected candidates, basically a prioritization of who they feel would fit best on their respective boards. And so when the OAB would be in session, they would basically review the applications and determine who is the best fit for the candidate for the advisory boards. And so with that, previously we were allowing people to select 3 different advisory boards when they're applying. And so now we've actually reduced that down to 1 to make it a simpler process for the advisory board chairs, so that they're not interviewing people that may not be interested for their second or third choice. This really makes people go back and apply for a second board, and if they do that, then they're really interested in serving on that board. And so then the OAB would discuss those candidates and ultimately create a slate of candidates to submit to the Board of Commissioners for a recommendation for appointment. And of course, the BOC considers that slate and appoints accordingly. And then when the Board of Commissioners handles that, oftentimes it's you all reviewing the applications and then reviewing the feedback from the chairs and considering the best fit for the candidates and appointing a slate of candidates. So going back to the OAB, if you do want to proceed forward with using the OAB as a facilitation tool for this process, staff would recommend for the membership to be made up of the advisory board chairs. And right now, the rules of procedure define that membership as 5, which we've got 6 advisory boards. And so the main point behind this is that basically those advisory board chairs know what talent they have on their board currently and what talent is needed. Basically, it gets the knowledge in the room with the OAB. And they're also already conducting the candidate interviews. So again, the main purpose of this discussion is to get direction from the board on whether or not you would like to proceed forward with using an OAB this coming year during the advisory board appointment process or not. And at this time, I'll open it up for discussion.
Hey, Melanie. Having been on the OAB many iterations ago, I think it makes the most sense to put that responsibility on those boards because they know what they need and they know what they look for as long as they can collaborate with their liaison, their staff liaisons, they can make sure that they have a good mix or making sure they identify the talent with the right skill set for that particular role. It makes the most sense to put that back to all the board chairs to let them do that. Maybe they could meet quarterly if they want, or twice a year, just to kind of connect and make sure that all the boards are working in conjunction and going in the same direction for what our goals are for the town. I think maybe the only caveat that I would see is if they wanted to read through and then make their recommendations to the board, if we as a board wanted to do our own like round robin interview of their selected people, that we could keep that as an option. But
absolutely.
Wouldn't the board chairs be a de facto OAB?
That's what this would be. So all the board chairs would essentially become the OAB. Right? Are we right?
That's correct. Yes.
I like the idea of the chairs being the OAB. I personally don't feel like the board or I wouldn't. I should speak for myself. I don't feel like I would need to interview. I feel like we need to put that confidence in the OAB to make those decisions, what's best for their boards. I mean, maybe if there was something that we saw seemed strange or something, maybe question that, but I don't think that we should have to put them through the process of a round robin like we've been doing.
Yeah, I agree. I just threw that just in case someone's comfort level, but I mean, I'm comfortable. That's how we did it initially when I was on the OAB several years ago, so.
No further comments, and I think you've got your direction.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much.
Brenda.
Yes, sir. I'm here. You can't see me, but I'm here. I don't know how to turn this camera on yet, Melody.
Maybe just try, is there something at the camera to slide?
No, there's nothing here. I sent a email to Nick, so I don't know, but I'm here.
We'll figure it out.
Okay.
Any other comments,
You're muted.
Brenda? on that?
No, I agree with what was said already.
Right, and that's a
Perfect.
direction that
Thank
we
you.
have with initially is to make those chairs, those independent board chairs responsible for their own organization. We don't want to, as a board of commissioners, we don't want to micromanage that group unless there's a reason to.
Right.
So I think you probably have your direction.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, great. Short and sweet. Very good. So thank you, Melody. We appreciate that. And so we
Absolutely.
work with that directive. We are at lunchtime now, and I didn't say this morning, I neglected to say thank you to Stacks for providing us our breakfast and lunch today. So greatly appreciate them as one of our community partners. So we have two more presentations to go. We have Ashley and Dina, and then we'll circle back around to the final slide from yesterday and then go over any other questions or goals or anything else that the board has, and we'll tie it all together. And we look forward to doing that this afternoon. It is 10 after 12 now, 12:45. Does that sound like a reasonable time? So 35 minutes. We'll reconvene at 12:45. Thank you.
That's something you've asked.
And I'll. She might have questions.
Just like.
A good little break and is refreshed for the home stretch here for Friday afternoon. We've got, as I mentioned, 2 presentations left, and then we'll try to tie everything together and move everything forward. So we have Ashley, your downtown director, next to talk about the ABC omnibus legislation and get some direction from the board.
Awesome. Thank you, Jeff. So before we get started, I'll just say, go Chiefs. We're not friends this week. Yeah, Lisa and I are not friendly right now. Ask us on Monday. So we talked a few months ago about the AZC omnibus bill. So we're coming back just to get a little bit more direction as we move forward with this. So this was a bill that was passed in September. There were a few different changes with liquor laws in the state. Distilleries are now able to sell bottles on Sundays. And then the 2 big ones that affect us, it allows towns to create social districts and allows towns to have permanent extension of premises for bars and restaurants. So first we'll talk about the permanent extension of premises. This is kind of the easier one for us. So the permanent extension of premises would allow restaurants to have patio seating outside of their normal licensed areas. So think like sidewalks or parking lots. I've included a couple of examples in here for you guys. So this one is at Dream Chasers in Corkinale. So imagine East North Main is completed. We've got wider sidewalks there. So Dream Chasers or Corkinale could apply for an extension of seating out on those expanded sidewalks. The areas would still need to be visibly defined and marked off. And then there still has to be ADA accessibility around it. So we would still have to maintain that 3 to 5 foot walkway around that area. So you can see kind of those red lines, just an example of what that could look like. I also wanted to show an example outside of downtown so we can see how this would affect restaurants really all throughout town. So this is Bistro D'Antonio. You know, they could apply for an extension of premises outside of their building as well. They could take over parking spaces and do a nice patio out there. Again, it would still need to be clearly defined. They would have to have property owner permission to do that.
still maintain ADA accessibility. So this one is a pretty simple on the requirements. I think the best way to move forward would be developing some sort of application for businesses to apply. That way we know what kind of space they want to take up, as well as who owns the property. You know, if they're applying for sidewalks, we as the town could get permission there. But if it's, you know, them applying for parking spaces in the development, we're gonna need those owners' permission too. And then we'll approve those applications through BOC. Then the business responsibilities would be submitting that application, notifying all of the parties, visibly marking off that area, and then keeping all of their diagrams there on site. So we have any questions about that in particular?
Looking at.
Brenda?
For Tim, is she, you want me to speak? Still can't get that.
We see her, but we can't hear her.
We can see you, can't hear you, you're still muted.
All right. No, I was talking to Nick. He was trying to get the camera on for me, so I'm here. Can you see me? I'm sorry. Okay, I'm here.
I was gonna say, so this would apply to anything, so just not necessarily to downtown, but if there's somebody up in the Puritan area or where the town hall is right now, they could still do it in that area.
So, you know, Queen South, for example.
Exactly.
Yeah, they could apply for parking spaces out there if they wanted to take up space there. Again, they need permission from the property owner to do that, and then permission from us as well. So,
is there any sort of like, do other municipalities charge a fee for any of this, for an application fee?
I'm sure you could.
Not that I'm looking to monetize that, but I was just curious.
Yes, we are.
I would say that doing an application fee would be just a great way to, you know, cover staff time. And just making sure that we're doing due diligence with the businesses, and they have skin in the game, and so do we.
To tag on to that a little bit, I mean, I would want to start to consider, you know, where we have the property, we own the sidewalks. That, you know, when they are leasing their space, they pay a fee for their space. So now we're gonna have to make a decision on whether we give them that extra space of our property for free, for a fee, or whatever we're gonna decide to do. We should be able to collect some revenue off of that, not to cost the business, but they're gonna benefit, and we should do.
Well, and we would be losing our public space at that point.
Right.
So, yeah, that makes sense to me.
Well, I'm thinking, the town probably wouldn't want to lose parking spaces.
Well, I'm not referring to parking space, I'm just, you know, I'm starting off with my thoughts with just
If they
sidewalks.
apply for that,
Yeah, and
that's an
then,
example of East Antonio, if they're gonna apply for parking spots. And it'll be different with each business.
But that would be
Right,
up to
but
the
that's what
property,
you're
the strip
saying.
mall owner,
yeah,
right?
if it's a private property, that's one thing.
That's
If
their
we're talking
treatment.
about town-owned streets, and we're gonna let somebody take some of the very sacred parking spaces, then that's probably not gonna fly.
When you think, for example, on the south side of Maine, say Capricci's wanted to do a patio in one of those parallel spaces out there, that would have to be a conversation, you
Well,
know.
that's in
Well, it's
DOT.
75,
Well,
so
yeah,
DOT.
but
Have
is
fun
that,
with that one.
right, is that something where, yeah,
That might
there's
help.
an additional fee?
We know
What would we
people.
require those like little parklets to look like?
I think that going forward, we're gonna have to consider, you know, how we're gonna handle them leasing our space or using our space.
So I have a question now. So Ashley, what about, like you did mention Capricci's, and I know they do have a couple of tables that they put out the sidewalk now. And I know with COVID, I mean, everything kind of shifted, if we had outdoor space and things like that.
Yeah, right now with outdoor dining, you have to maintain the 3 to 5 foot ADA walkway. But I believe that's all that's included in our requirements, right? We have looked into some other things, but we can definitely look more into those outdoor dining guidelines. You know, do we want to require a specific table or chair or umbrella? Do we want those design standards? Yeah.
Or I guess the other question, is it ours? 75 is key.
Right.
So they own up to that building line, or at least under that building line. Outside of that, are those owners getting permission, correct permission to do what they're doing?
Probably not.
So historically, DOT only deals with the laneage. They have let the sidewalks and the parking spaces be under the town's discretion in that location. Certainly, I wouldn't favor one, the sidewalks aren't wide enough, and two, traffic is right adjacent to the parallel parking. Large trucks are going by, it's not suitable. Downtown really isn't built up in any appreciable way in most of the quadrants to really provide this as an option. So we would have to be very, very clear in understanding where is it possible, and is that equitable to everybody? And is that an area we even want to get into administering?
I think the only place where it would make sense downtown in the next year would be East North Main. So that's where we could have space.
Almost any of North Main.
But do we want, is that what we want to use that sidewalk space for?
Well, I think after the tap ramp on that side would accommodate more of that. I mean, I can think, as a consumer, I think it would be great to be able to go downtown and sit down out on the sidewalk, or to, you know, have a drink or to have a meal, be able to have that outdoor dining experience. I think that's part of enhancing our Waxhaw experience of people coming downtown. But then us as a board to make those types of decisions in terms of, like, I didn't even think about, do you want to have a certain look of feel? Do you want to have a particular table or chair or umbrella? But then in the downtown area, you want that to be sort of somewhat cohesive, as opposed to if they were going to be up at a Queen South or something like that. So it's even more, it gets even more layered.
Right, it does. Got your work cut out for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I'm assuming if we go back to extension of premises, it doesn't differentiate whether if you're going to go out and have a drink or if you're going to go out and have food.
So food would be fine. The extension of premises is mostly alcohol related. So, you know, we'll take Dream Tracers, for example. Their liquor license covers only what's under their roof. It does not allow them to have alcohol outside of that. So they wouldn't be able to, you know, serve outside and have someone walk out of their building with a beer unless they had an extension of premises.
Correct.
So.
But like Forte, if you wanted to go out on the pad, or out in the front, I know they're patio area, but if they want to extend it out to where the sidewalk is and have a table, a chair, and you can have your glass of wine and something to eat there.
Yep, and Corkinell is a good example too. Their liquor license covers that covered patio area.
Right.
So you can eat outside there, but yeah, you
But if they want to
can't-
extend it,
yeah, you can't drink on the sidewalk side of that.
I
Not
understand
supposed
that.
to, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Which
I understand exactly what we're
actually
talking about.
Happens a lot.
And just so we're clear, this only applies to the permitted area, which is directly in front of the property, or
Front or side.
front or side.
Mhm.
Because what we'll run into is folks will go from one establishment, try to walk.
That's
over to
next
another.
Yeah, that's next
Yeah,
step.
okay.
And this one, you would not be permitted to leave that sectioned off area.
So we're gonna have to stop you every time you do that.
I'd call ahead and say how we're.
Okay, you ready to talk about social districts? Okay. So for social districts, this allows a town to adopt an ordinance designating a social district. It would have to be geographically limited and include the hours of operation for that district. And then all other liquor laws apply. So can't serve underage people. You can't overserve. All of those normal liquor laws stay in place.
What fun is that?
I know.
Come on.
And then the other thing is businesses within a district can opt in or out of a social district. So if there is a bar within a social district that doesn't want to take part, they don't have to. They don't have to serve liquor for people to walk out with. And then the same is true for a retail establishment. So if your boutique doesn't want to allow alcohol in the door, you don't have to. You can put a sign up and say that there's no alcohol allowed inside. However, you can allow it inside if you want. So some of the positives for this are really centered around events. So social district would be great for events because we would no longer need that sectioned off beer garden. This photo here is one I took at Autumn Treasures in the fall. So you can see with a beer garden, we have to barricade off the entire area and make sure the alcohol doesn't leave that fenced off area. You can see here that severely limits access to the businesses. In order to get to everyone on East North Main right there, you had to either walk into 16 to go up the stairs, or you had to walk all the way around Dream Chasers, leave festival grounds to get back in. So allowing for a social district for events would create better mobility to the bars and restaurants and retail establishments. It would also be easier on staff for logistics. We don't no longer have to set up hundreds of barricades like that. It's also easier enforcement for bars and restaurants. I think a lot of our event attendees just assume that they can walk around with beer during an event. They're not thinking, oh, I'm not allowed to do this. And so a lot of our bars and restaurants have to staff up during events to try and catch people leaving. And that's not, people are going to get through. They're always going to get through. And I've noticed that with a couple of events too. People just didn't realize that they couldn't walk around with it. So would definitely make enforcement easier, and then would also increase sales as our attendees could walk around. There are definitely some concerns with it too. There could be an increase in trash. All of the alcohol would have to be served in a plastic container. So we are going to increase trash that way. Enforcement could be difficult depending on what your boundaries are. How do you keep people from leaving with their alcohol? Incorporation of South Main Street would be difficult because we would then have people crossing 16 and potentially 75 with alcohol, and that's could be a safety concern. And then there, could be a potential increase in consumption. The State Downtown Development Association did do a webinar a few months ago on social districts. And we got to talk to communities all over the country. So Huntsville, Mobile, and then Grand Rapids were all there to give us their experience. But both of these states have had social districts for a while, so they were quite experienced in how they work. All of these cities began with a really limited time frame. For example, they started with Friday or Saturday. You were only allowed to drink between 2 to 12 a.m. On the streets, and then otherwise it wasn't allowed. All of them have ended up expanding though. They all do them on weekdays now. There are even some who you could drink out on the sidewalks at all hours. There were a couple that used sidewalk paint instead of visual signs to show the boundaries. I thought that was a really interesting way to do that. They've created branded cups to sell or provide to the restaurants, so they all look the same. And then for each of those communities, the police department feedback that there wasn't an increase in crime or an increase in litter, which I thought was really interesting. We have had a couple in the state as well that have already created their social districts. So Kannapolis started theirs in September of 2021. They have really extensive hours. So Monday through Saturday from 10 a.m. to 12 a.m. and then Sunday from 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. You can be in that purple area in that map with an open container drinking. They created that map that showed the boundaries, and then they also have a maintenance and operations plan that I included in your packets. That is something that we would have to create, but theirs is great and provides a really great template for us. Salisbury is also in the process of doing one right now too in their downtown. I've spoken with their director and they've had some really good feedback on creating that as well. Another example is a lot more of what we're thinking is in Mount Airy. So on one of their side streets, Market Street, they have 2 breweries there. So they created a social district and closed that area to vehicular traffic during specific times. They've also programmed that space during those times. So they bring in music and artists and vendors and let people get beer from these breweries and walk outside and enjoy whatever activities are going on. They're also in the process of working on this custom cups for this. So what staff has kind of come up with is really just testing this out to start. We don't want to go big. We definitely just kind of like to feel out how this works for some events. So we could create a social district for specific events, say, you know, Taste of Waxhaw, Kaleidoscope, or Autumn Treasures. We could designate a specific location, you know, East North Main, Community Corner, West North Main, Church, McDonald. We can really play around with that location and that. And then the time frame for it would just include the operating hours for the event. So say for Kaleidoscope, we are on Saturday from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. That would be the time you're allowed to drink. And then when the event closes at 6 p.m., there's no more alcohol on the streets.
Actually, I have a question. This may be a little bit with Dina. Dina, what's your thoughts, like, if you wanted to include something like this, to include like the Jamming by the Track events, to make it more of a social area when you have those types of events?
So right now, we have to put, as Ashley said earlier, about all the barricades up to put in the beer garden, because we only can have 2 entrances and have PD at those 2 entrances. So it would help with that activity of not having to put up that protocol ahead of time.
Do you offer like a beer garden for like Jamming by the Track?
We do.
or anything?
Mhm.
So we're already have that, other than it's confined to like the community corner, I'm assuming?
Correct. So we already do, Taste of Waxhaw, the first time we did it was at Kaleidoscope. The first time, we're separating that event out this year. But we always in the past had a beer garden at Jammin' or the bigger festivals, but they've been secluded in one spot. I think what Ashley's alluding to is it would just, that footprint would enlarge, and we would just have to make sure we have the signage out for that.
Or if you have a beer garden, who is usually your vendors there that would provide that? Like, so if we expanded that out, so maybe someone could go from Dream Chasers and walk over, or they could go into the tap house and walk over. They don't necessarily have to buy their product in the beer garden per se.
So if we had a social district, I probably wouldn't have a vendor at the event, because they can go to our local businesses here. Because our goal is to help them make money.
Right.
So if I'm going to invite a vendor there and nobody comes up to them because then they are serviced somewhere else, that's not going to do them any good.
Right, but that's my point, is that they could go to one of those local establishments and then come and bring their things.
They
to the
could,
event.
as long as it's within that footprint. But I mean, it's the same concept. We limit the food trucks so people will go to our local businesses too.
Right.
We're always thinking about them first.
Right. I just kind of want to understand your perspective too.
Okay.
Well, and if you guys look here, here's an example of what we could do for a map. So this is just showing kind of the west side, so not crossing 16. You know, we're kind of thinking ahead, knowing that East North Main will be under construction soon. So we could go, you know, along West North Main, through the community corner, McDonald's, and then that Church Street area. So this would, you know, include Mary O'Neill's, Jekyll and Hyde's, and the Tap House.
But then we're kind of leaving out to
the other
major
side.
businesses on
Exactly.
the other side.
Yep. Again, this map, we can expand it. It can go onto Providence and East North Main.
To encompass that other block.
Well, I certainly want to, I'm waiting for this discussion to gel a little bit. And we had this discussion not long ago in some of our 2x2s, I think they were, where we talked about what is it that we want to have the town look like? You know, is it just for, if it's just for events, that may be one thing. Is it a permanent across the board? That's another thing. And then look at, we have logistic problem with 16. You know, that's dangerous. Unless we had a bridge over or something where we can control that pedestrian movement, This is gonna be difficult at best.
And, doing events downtown, we've got to leave 16 open. And so no matter what, if we're having an event that's on both sides of Main, we're gonna have to have people help crossing.
Well, this is gonna be a
crossing the
case of
street.
here, hold my beer.
Right. Yeah. And I know that's one of the fears of PD is crossing those major arteries. We definitely want to make sure that people are safe while they're enjoying
I
themselves.
just think that it would need to be expanded, I think to be fair for all the businesses on the north side, it needs to go over.
And Dream Chasers is probably the biggest problem because they have a food truck and it is kind of a pain that you have to leave your beer inside to walk out to the food truck. So yeah, definitely wouldn't want to leave them out if we choose to do this.
That's why when you're considering doing this too, from what I'm hearing, you do start small, slow.
Right.
Starting with events allows us, as we already have people there to help the movement across. If you allow it outside of events to begin with and just any evening, whether it's Friday and Saturday, whether it's every evening, we can't manage that and minding people crossing 16 and things like that. Now, maybe as time goes on, it gets expanded as we wade into it, but I think that's why if you want to provide this opportunity for businesses, that's the starting point.
I think I'm more than happy with dipping my toe in by doing it just events, just to kind of test it out. Then to open it all up, all hours of the days and nights.
And like Jeff
But-
said, with events, we have staff there.
Right.
So if we have
It's
PD
more of
there,
a controlled
it's gonna be a lot easier for us to control and manage and see how it's being
test it
used.
out. Right.
So if you do events, would you expand it to the other block? You would.
If that's something you guys want to do, if
Would you
that,
have to
if
have
that
two
includes the
districts?
event footprint, yes.
Would you have to have two separate districts because of 16?
No, because we would let people cross
But we'd have to then manage that movement.
with PD, yeah.
I guess being the color commentary on this subject, if we had the parkway built, we could just close off Broome.
That is something you could do.
But so in the past, that we basically use our downtown for our event space right now. But with all the wonderful things that are about to happen in our downtowns, so our environment's going to change, okay? So the footprint that Ashton's showing is kind of what I'm going to be talking about too, is because of our environment changing, we have to scope that out for this coming up year. So we are able and ready for everything that's coming at us. But though, we always have our smaller events closer to Dream Chasers. We've had just music nights over there as well. So it doesn't mean that we can't at different times, like for the next event, if it's a smaller social, just to have it on that block, we can say that for that event is on that block only, when we get it renovated.
I think where we get into that point of it not being equitable, one of the big concerns of this is South Main. We've got quite a few bars and restaurants on that side that, with this map, we're not showing people crossing 75 with alcohol.
And that's just going to be the luck of the draw. It's where you are. We can't include 701 because of their location.
Right.
possibly, Or
Or
the
the
mill or anything like that. So we're going to have to pick and choose, and they are where they are, and they're subject to, just like the sidewalk, their South Main's on 75.
Exactly.
So it's got a whole nother
So
set of
here-
criteria.
So here's the thing, so if we wanted to, we could do the extended premises, I get the term. And then we could overlay a social district for events, so you could do a combination of both.
Yeah, so, imagine Dream Chasers having like a patio basically out on the sidewalk that they would be able to use. But then people would also be able to walk during the social district timeframe, walk out of the patio with their alcohol too.
I think you have to look at that map there and I'll say this again with a little color commentary, it extends beyond the ownership of the town. And to the south there, it extends into somebody else's right of way. So we'd have to make sure that was excluded.
They might charge people.
Well, you're gonna say, what is that map over there?
Yeah, exactly.
He's gonna negotiate that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we could definitely cut it, where we wouldn't get into that right away. That exists.
I'm sure they will now. Well, that's just it. It's a liability. If we encroach over that by our action, then something happens over that line. That's not a good outcome.
Right. So, our next steps from here would be an ordinance designating that district and the specific hours. We would create some signage that includes the days, the hours, numbers, as well as the phrase beverages purchased for consumption can only be consumed in this district and must be disposed of before leaving. In talking with PD, their preference would be that is eye level height. And typically our signs have been sandwich boards on the ground. So we would want to make sure we could get signs at eye level so they're easier to see. And one of the great things that Salisbury is doing is they've created a QR code as well. So on all of their signage, there's a QR code that leads to all of the rules and the website and the maintenance plan. We would also submit the map of the district and then create those cups with the logo and then business information. So each plastic cup would have whatever our social district logo is, as well as designate the specific bar or restaurant that the alcohol came from. So then if there's an issue, we know where they got their stuff. So.
Yeah, they're almost putting a liability on the establishment.
Yep, because they still have to follow all liquor laws.
Right, but they can't monitor every single person. If you decide to walk into wherever and you walk across the street, let's say, or across the tracks, it's very difficult for them to monitor that.
And it wouldn't be on the restaurant, it'd be on the individual at that point. Because they're then breaking the law. You can't have alcohol on that side of the.
Depending on the districts, you can have color-coded cups for that district.
For that side.
Specifically, so if you have a red cup over on, green side.
I think I would recommend making sure that the district is all encompassing, so you don't have two separate ones. Because I think we'd still get into that if we had a separate district, say for East North Main and West North Main, people aren't gonna know that they can't cross the street with it. So
Well, that's why you have separate cups, it's different colors.
Yeah. I think that might be an education piece that could be hard to educate people that you have to keep your red cup over here and your purple cup over here.
It's tough to
It's-
manage that.
yeah.
But I think we have to go back to, I know you're already at the question side. I think we're gonna have to go back to some discussions with the board on deciding, is this something that we want to allow, period? And not something that we're tiptoeing into for an eventuality. We want to do it only for events and manage that or not. I think there's logistics that everybody would have to see first before we could give you direction today. I mean, I guess I'm speaking, kind of in one voice here, but I think we want to see the entire plan before we can even give you direction. So my recommendation was to get that kind of plan in place and maybe bring it to us in the 2x2s. And we can talk about it some more, because it wasn't, as I remember, there wasn't quite the acceptance at that time about doing this because of what is it that we want the town to look like.
Yeah, and I think once you guys hear from Dina too, we can create a plan specifically with the upcoming events. That way we can show, specifically for Kaleidoscope, this is what this would look like. This is where the map would be. I will say for Kaleidoscope, this is what we were thinking.
Yeah. I'm not saying that we're or anybody would be against it. I'm just saying I think we need to know more to have a comfort level that's out there. We're gonna let this out of the gate. And I can see just by logistics on this, I mean, we're gonna have it on East and West of Main crossing 16. That's probably the likely one. Maybe the idea is just to have it on event days only, whatever those event days are. and not a general change of everything. So thoughts, you guys?
I mean, just because we can do this doesn't mean we have to do this. And, I'm in favor of an event one, but I feel like it needs to include some of our major businesses on the other side. So that's more what I would be interested in.
I agree with what Commissioner Westlake says. I'm fine with testing it out on the events, because I think that's the most appropriate, where we can have the most way to control it. And I think that would be a good, I think this public would be really receptive of that, to be able to do that with their events, or if you're there with your family or your children and you just want to have a beverage, that you can take that and walk along the strip or in and out of stores, and you're not constricted to, I have to consume my drink here, and you can't mingle or and enjoy and explore what our town offers. I think it would help with that. But I think there's the other question that came up for this, because this is just one component. The other piece was, would you be favorable to allow them to extend their business? What's the term?
Extension of premises.
Extension of premises, to allow our businesses to have, sidewalk dining or something like that.
I think that those are two.
They're two
definitely
separate things.
Yeah, two separate issues. A question for you is, when you talk about being fair to all businesses, which specific
I'm
businesses? All on
talking,
North Main, on South Main?
I think North Main, because I think the way geographically how that's set up is conducive to that. I don't think South Main is. There isn't any space on South Main over there to be able to do that, unless they start to utilize space behind these buildings, and it's not even, it's gravel. So I mean, there isn't even hardscape that would lend itself to that.
I think we might have lost feed here. You lose it more.
Nick's fault.
Didn't get that broadband in. Just the fiber.
Says we're still recording.
Are we back? Okay.
Just gotta share your screen.
So I guess it goes back to what kind of direction do we want to give Ashley right now?
I think, let's hear what others think.
Yeah, from my perspective, maybe I'm a unique case, but I've lived in South Florida for a long time. So I'm used to these kinds of things, just being able to, just walk from one place to another. I think, and brought something up interesting is that, maybe somebody wants to go into one of the restaurants and they want to, keep taking their beverage with them and explore the town.
Right.
Which is exactly what, we were doing in South Florida. And so this isn't a new concept. It's new for the town, sure, but by and large, and they didn't shut the roads down, right? So you walk out of the restaurant, you've got church, there's cars moving.
But it was year round then instead of event.
Oh, yeah, so yeah, 24 hours a day.
And that would be how Kannapolis is too.
Right.
Streets are still open, but you can walk on the sidewalk.
Exactly, yeah, and people were, we were careful, it's careful.
Their setup is a little bit different than we are. They're more contained, it's newly designed.
They don't have two major arteries.
Right, and a train. Small details.
Yeah.
Well, they do, actually.
But somewhere else.
What we could propose, it obviously sounds like there's at least some consensus with the events part of it. So then Ashley and Dina can develop that plan for how that is administered, I guess you could say. Bring that back to the BOC. You have that comfort level with it, then we proceed through the process. If you're comfortable with that plan, then we proceed to the process of actually doing the statutory steps to allow that to happen.
Would you guys be
Does
comfortable with?
Commissioner McMillan or Pedro?
So what I would say is, I think for the most part, we're all comfortable with the extending, again, what's the term?
Extension of premises.
Extension of premises. It's just the other item that is gonna require a lot more, taking a look at it. It's tough to come on and say, okay, because there's a lot of liability there. So before we, get into something like that, we mentioned very slow, baby steps, and just see if it works, once or twice, and then we'll get a better idea. I know that the PD is gonna have a little bit more of a hard time managing that, so that's a consideration. And then there's, folks that live around that area, because we all know at some point, somebody's gonna stray off the beaten path. So those considerations, we'll have to talk about a little bit later, once we get more information.
So are you guys comfortable then with a plan for Taste of Waxhaw at Kaleidoscope? So those would be our first two like May events, basically.
Brenda, can we get some input? Mic off again.
Okay. Yes, I agree. If we're gonna try it, then do it at an event. But I'd like to see the plan, how it's gonna be set up with the event scheduling and how it would work. And if we're going to do that, I agree with Commissioner Westlook that, we have to include, Dream Chaser side as well in doing so. I just would like to see the plan as to how it's gonna work, because I have a question about enforceability. How are you gonna really keep people in one area or another area, or prevent them from going across Providence, and how that is actually going to work and how they envision this working, I would like to see.
Just to add on to that, I would think that during events would still be the same process. The only difference would be they would be able to carry their beverage with them. I'm assuming you have a process and a plan for when we have these events and we have 16 open, of getting people, the pedestrian movements across these intersections. I think the only difference if we add the district is that they would be free to go with their beverage.
So they would be free to go across 16 back and forth with their beverage during the event period if we want to try this out?
If that was included in the area, yes.
Well, it's no different, right? The point I'm trying to make, Brenda, is that it's no different now when we have an event, other than if we have a social district, then they'll be able to take their alcohol with them as they do that. Because right now they go back and forth without their alcohol.
Right, okay, so then if we were, not to say that we are, or we are going to do it, or we are not going to do it. So how would that work then if you tried to limit it to a particular area, if it wasn't an event type?
Well, I'm not suggesting that we not do it during, I think we need to do it during events.
Just to see how it's going to work.
Absolutely.
And then figure out how you're going to plan it moving forward if it wasn't an event type of thing going on.
If we choose to do that.
If we choose to do that.
Well, the other part of this, even at an event, you're still, in my understanding, you're still gonna have to cordon off these areas.
Yes, because it's in the event boundary. So we would still need to barricade off outside of that purple boundary, just because we don't want cars to get into the event. So that's basically the social district would be the footprint of the event. So yes, it would still be barricaded. And then your enforcement is signage. Just making sure that you have signage up. And then once they leave that social district, if they have alcohol, that is them. That they're basically, they have an open container where they shouldn't. And then the open container laws would.
So that would be no different than if we had a beer garden and they took their open container outside the boundaries of the beer garden, other than we're expanding the dimensions of the beer garden under the purple, if you want to think of it that way.
Is that what that is?
Yes, pretty much. Yep.
Pretty much. But if the chief can weigh in, my text didn't get back in. Chief, you listening onto this call, you want to come down or sign in? He's got some thoughts and comments as well. See all set? He's here. Still on mute. So Chief, if you're up there, if you see your face and unmute yourself or just start talking. Do we have to unmute his mic here? Too? Is he coming down or what? He's gonna join us. Still have signs.
In person.
Yes.
There he is.
In-person meeting. Thanks.
So, if it was just events, we can work through some of the problems and the issues. There is a big liability for the town on this. Manpower wise, we can do just events. You make this permanent, I don't have the manpower to patrol that properly. To make sure, the issue is not the open containers. The issue is people drinking, wandering out under the railroad tracks, trying to cross 16. And we deal with that already with some of the stuff. You got the bridge, you got 16, you got South Main, the railroad tracks. There's a lot of hazards there that you can do with. Not to mention, not everybody is responsible when they've been drinking. You're gonna have defecation and bushes and everything else around the neighbors. So I think we can make this work with the events because I have part of the responsibilities for reserve officers when we have them is they have to work the events. So I don't have to pull away from active duty guys that are out there patrolling. I can use them to help patrol the events on the weekends. I do like the idea of just starting out with just the one side, seeing how that works. I made a list that I can email Jeff and he can send out to you with some of the concerns and recommendations that we have. I think it's something that we can definitely work through, but manpower is my main issue if this becomes a permanent thing. And then as long as y'all are aware of the liability, I mean, you can say that the liability goes on the businesses all you want to, but the fact of the matter is there's a lot of liability on the town as well that can come on this. So if we decide to go this route, all I ask is that we start out slow with it and work out the kinks before we expand it. But I think it's something that we can work through. And then, I'll keep in close communication with Jeff. And once we start this and let them know what, after each event, we'll have a get together and we'll meet with her and Dina and everybody and see, what went wrong, what we can do better, and we can go from there if this is what y'all choose to do. But to make it permanent, it will be very, very difficult without getting some manpower for that.
Chief, what would that look like? If say this was really successful, went really well, and we wanted to explore something maybe a Friday and Saturday to start, similar to some of the other cities in North Carolina, what would that look like for you to effectively patrol it?
Honestly, to give you a more honest answer, let's go through the events, doing it through the events and see what that looks like. Then I give you a more honest answer as the kind of manpower it will take to do that. I mean, this is all new to us. This law just passed this year. So I think we just got to work our way through this and see where we're at and take it slowly. The last thing we want to do is rush into this and then something happens. So, I'm assuming that Jekyll and Hyde isn't having a rooftop anymore. Is that correct? That's a relief for me. I was really worried about that. But you got all those establishments in there, and now it's hard for us to patrol it. I mean, they're bar crawling now, and it's hard for us to patrol that with the manpower that we've got. So I mean, this will magnify that a little bit, but I think let's just ease into this, do it, and then I'll be able to give you better feedback after we do it a couple times.
Chief, do you have any thoughts on the expanded premises?
I guess I'd have to see what that would look like.
Because that's just them expanding their boundary out to the sidewalk area as
Yeah.
opposed to being.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna be a big deal. The biggest thing is getting the businesses to police it themselves. I mean, we're gonna be there, but we can't be everywhere at once. So that's the biggest thing is they've got to train their people. We offer that training for them to be able to police that themselves.
Is that something that maybe in conjunction of doing this, that do some business education with them as we try to roll this out and test this, that maybe have their servers, I don't know. Just a refresher on maybe some of those things for their employees.
Well, our ABC officers do that on a regular basis.
Okay.
And now that the new laws have come out, they're starting to make their way around and trust me, Dream Chasers does their homework already. I mean, they know before we do what's going on, so.
And I think, you know, before something like this happens, getting all of those bars and restaurants together to explain what our expectations are, what the rules are. So that way the owners and their staff know so that, you know, we're all on the same page.
The biggest issues we got when we're doing it the way we do it now, we didn't see the signs. We didn't know. And a lot of them, you know, they party in South Florida and they just think they can do whatever. And you know, they just say they don't see them. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. The eye level signs are good. I love the idea of the cups, the marketing cups, and having designated cups for that makes it easier for our officers to deal with that. And as long as we're mindful of the fact that 16 in those railroad tracks are big liabilities for us. We're different in a lot of towns where we've got that going right down through the middle of the town. I think we can work through this as we see problems arise, we can correct them and go from there. But to have it permanent, it's going to be a manpower issue.
So question for Ashley, then what is a suggested path? So the first event we're thinking about this is May.
May 12th.
So how long is the process for the town to create the district?
I think that, you know, what I had talked with the AGC officers is that we would meet after this to make sure that we were on the same page as we were moving forward with guidelines. But I could see, then we would need to chat about the boundaries, the signage, how we would make all of that work.
I'm just
I think
thinking
it's
about timing.
Timing the process.
doable, like.
Yeah, I'm trying to work back from that. So I'm
Yep.
thinking, so the first part then, I think in the next 2x2 that comes up in approximately a month, then we could have the physical boundaries, that plan, but then I guess also a communication plan, you know, how we can communicate that out to the business community. Have that ready for 2x2 digestion. And I'm just wondering though, so that gets us, you know, to the end of February, early March. Is that enough time then to move it forward through a regular board meeting process to be able to do that in May? If it is, great, but you know, maybe have to have it ready for autumn treasures instead of that, just depending on the time.
With that report for that 2x2, can we get some input from Charlie regarding liability too?
Yeah, we can.
That seems to be a concern brought here.
Well, here's a question, and I know we're targeting a big event, and in a big event, Chief, how many people or would we suggest that comes to one of these big events?
Gosh, that's a fair
Dina
question.
knows that.
Let me go make copies of these and I'll bring them back and I'll give them to you. These are just some of the concerns we have.
Thanks, Chief.
Yes, sir.
So the Taste of Waxhaw, that's going to be a smaller event. It's going to be on a Thursday night. And we are encouraging all of our restaurants in the whole town to participate in. It's going to be a smaller footprint. It's an adult type event. So we're thinking that this would be a great way for us to kind of ease our way into it. Kaleidoscope is that weekend. We're going to suggest a one-day event. And the footprint that actually showing now is what I'm going to ask to do Kaleidoscope in, because we don't know when TAP is going to start. And I have to plan, y'all know, months and almost a year in advance for some of these, and we're kind of already a little behind. So because I just want to get some more feedback from y'all. So we would keep this footprint, so you're seeing where Kaleidoscope would go at. The Taste of Waxhaw would be, we were proposing just on Main Street, maybe a little bit on McDonald, and then of course, Community Corner, that area. We did in the past had it over at Change Rangers too, but because of the construction, not knowing, we're just gonna consolidate it on one side. And of course, get them to participate on that side.
So they can have their beer truck over there.
They can have all that. We're not excluding them from coming to the event. But we're just having to be mindful of our footprint.
So here's the question that I have. So like the events that we have, like we having 20,000 people that show up, is it 10, is it 5?
Or
Is
I
it
think
like,
for Taste of Waxhaw, we're thinking like 2,500 to 3,000, like, or less. And then Kaleidoscope, probably what, 5 or 6?
5.
So,
Yeah.
but here's the thing, so if you have 5,000 people coming in a social district, it's gonna be a lot different than if it was like jamming on the tracks with 500 people.
Yes.
And so,
Or Friday or Saturday.
or Friday or Saturday night.
A regular Friday or Saturday.
So think about, so we all went through the fall and we all saw everybody's excited about getting back outside.
Correct.
So, and those numbers are through the whole, like through a whole day. The Taste of Waxhaw is in a shorter amount of time. But the Kaleidoscope is from like 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Sure.
So you've got that amount of people coming through the whole day. So it's a little more manageable that way. When we have shorter events, it is a little more challenging because it's just concise.
Well, I think one of the things is if we want to test this, right? Maybe, and if we're looking at logistics and we wouldn't have it in time for the Taste of Waxhaw, the Kaleidoscopes, I mean, could we test it maybe on a jamming by the tracks night? Where you don't have, where it's not a stress test with that big, huge population of people who are coming to the event. That might be harder to manage if we have like, I'm just saying 20,000, but if it's 20,000 people that are coming to this event and we're trying to test it, maybe it's best if we really start small and do it on a jamming by the tracks event or something small where.
To ease us into it,
Yes.
if we feel that we're not ready yet for those 2 events, then yes, that would be the most logical next step. And those are on, we have 2 in June, 2 in July, and 2 in August.
No, I would say we wouldn't close streets for that. So the only thing that would be closed is the community corner.
We do for down the streets.
But like.
But that almost contests what
Exactly. Yep.
what Commissioner Hall said, even if you have that district, see how it would work maybe on a normal Friday, Saturday night type of a situation.
Yeah, it's-
Or,
I think
don't
what,
know,
I think what Commissioner Simpson's getting at, which I agree with, is that, hey, let's do a test with 12,000 people.
Yeah.
That's not a regular Friday or Saturday night here. You know what I mean?
Or that might
So-
put a lot of burden on the heightenedness of it,
Yeah.
where if it was done more education, but casually to see the, almost like a sociologist, see how people, while they do and how they maneuver and manipulate, and they do with that or not, or recognize any of that. But it's still controlled because it's done through the town event. I don't know, I'm just throwing that out too.
That's a way to ease, that's a smaller way to ease us into it. Because there's a lot of hoops that, we're gonna be
Right.
jumping through in the next couple of months just to get the information back to you.
I mean, it'd be great to, if we can't make the deadline of the Kaleidoscope. Autumn Treasures is so successful with the barbecue cook-off. I really would hate that to be the first event to test it if something went totally off the tracks.
Let's not go to the right now. I know, I'm just saying in time.
I know, I understand, but I get it.
I think what we can leave this conversation with is create the overall plan, the physical barriers, the comms, and sounds like
I want
that
my
you're
souvenir
open
cup.
to this being during events.
Yeah.
So we would create that, with the collaboration from the 3 right there. Bring that back to your next 2x2 in a month. assuming that gives us enough time to do that. And then we'll see where the board stands, and then we'll take the time to take it through the process. And I guess however long that time is, we'll determine which event will be event number one.
So the downtown businesses are asking for it, so
Yes.
it's, we're mindful of that.
If we do decide to do this, I recommend that you put the onus on the business owners to pay the officers rather than the town. I mean, they're making money off this. They need to have some skin in the game as well. That may make it a little easier for me to find some officers to come in and do that because they'll be getting paid the off-duty rate. So I think we can do this, but I am scared to death of a permanent social district. I don't mind telling you that. So, but let's try it on something small, get through it, and then we'll work out the kinks, and we'll know fairly quickly whether or not this is gonna work or not.
Just to alleviate your concern a little bit, like, I'm not convinced to do it year round either, but for events, I think it's certainly reasonable. You know, I'm not sure if I want that 24/7.
Right. Ann's gonna sign up to patrol, so.
Please, everyone, sure.
Nothing worse than.
Citizen Police Academy. House and Radius.
All right.
Is that all you need?
Thank you. Thanks for coming
Thanks.
down. Appreciate that. And actually, thanks for that as well. For those who got anything more there.
Yeah.
A lot to consider, but if you guys are ready to start bringing this stuff to the board, then let's go ahead. We're okay to start.
Yeah, that's good. My turn.
The closer.
Well, just find my presentation, just a couple little things that will, I think, help clear some things up this morning. There was just one of my little pet peeves, but there was a statement said about the downtown park maybe being a hindrance on our tax rate. Was that the statement from Mr. Forte?
It's just the way they figure it, so.
Yeah, well, I don't particularly like that statement. So I actually have, like, the National Park and Rec Association puts out yearly reports and monthly reports. Housing around a park or a trail actually increases your value of your house 20%. Just to give you that little fact.
It's an offset, isn't it?
I'm just saying, it's like, we hope. Also, with talking with PD over this past fall events, we are going to look into having paid crosswalk directors to come out. We did pilot that a couple times at events this past fall. It was a pretty good success, and it freed up our officers, so they're not just directing traffic crossing walk. They actually can be inside the venue itself. So we will be looking into that too. That'll help free up some of our community officers and our reserves, so they're inside the festival and not just directing traffic. All righty. So today I'm going to be talking to you about events and how our mission and vision, going back to that actually. All right, to start off, just a recap of our vision and mission for Waxhaw. And I'm going to go ahead and read these out because it's going to be prudent to what I'm going to say later. Waxhaw is a friendly, vibrant, prosperous town where history and creativity build enduring, safe, and healthy communities for people of all ages to learn, to live, learn, work, play, and to grow a business. Mission. The unique character of Waxhaw is preserved and enhanced through responsibility, serving residents visitors and business community with integrity and innovation. Park and Rec mission, provide recreational, educational, cultural opportunities that promote healthy lifestyles, excellent quality of life, safe environment for all citizens, ages, needs, and abilities. Last spring, I went to y'all and basically kind of gave you a recap of how events happen. So the why, educating, celebrating our historical and enrichment, health and wellness, community building, economic drivers. All things that we do to instill into an event. Who gives us the ideas? So national themes, y'all as BOC, staff, citizens, community partners. When it happens. A lot of national dates actually drive a lot of our events. Seasonal, holidays, religious. Purpose, to bring culture, bring groups together, to have that hometown feel and economics. Our audience. Target outreach to all and all abilities. To all and all abilities, the big one for me. Budget, town funding, sponsors, donations, marketing, supplies, entertainment. Also talked to y'all last spring about kind of the timeline it takes to put an event together. So from a large event that takes a year, such as our parades, our regional events, our parades, our larger events are more like Fright Night or Festival of Lights. Medium is our Christmas party. A small is our ceremonies. And all these have different levels, as we were talking earlier about how many people we average at those events. And these, remarkably, are real numbers, as y'all saw from this fall and winter. We're on the map for community events. These are all wonderful events that we're doing right now. And we run from July to June. And we start off with our parade, go through quite a few jamming by the tracks. We do a community partnership with Back to School. We have a lot of military events. We have a lot of community outreach events with our litter sweep and shred day. Our bigger events, then Fright Night, again, some military community events with Ginger Snap, our senior, some of our religious partners as well. Another parade. Santa is 6 nights through the neighborhood. Another military event, again, some social events for our citizens. Taste of Waxhaw, Kaleidoscope, and then we move into some more small family type events and then more military events. And this year we added a cultural event as well. And Kaleidoscope is going to be geared to more of a cultural event as well. Something you might not know. We do a lot of help with our nonprofit private events in our downtown or in our surrounding areas. So we help out one of our community partners, Millbridge. For their events, we bring logistical supplies to them when they need it. We also have, in the past, up to 6 private events in the community corner. And those private events are almost small to medium type events, what we would call. So Mary O'Neill's is looking at doing a St. Patty's event. That's 3,000 people at a minimum. And they take that whole little footprint up and logistics. They pretty much rent everything from us, and we help them logistically run the event. And that takes up time from us as well. Any questions about that? So there's about 31 events right now. Give you all a little heads up on that. So what you're seeing here, I'm getting better at Excel. So you see down here is the key. The rec staff is the blue graph. Park is the orange. Town staff, love, thank you for helping. Oh, you're in here. Is the gray. Then volunteers is the yellow, and the attendance line is the squiggly that's coming through. Our hours are on this side of how much hours we spent doing an event. Okay, attendance is that squiggly going up and down, and that line is over here. So at Autumn Treasures, you see it's closer to that 16,000 for those 2 days. Okay, so what I'm trying to express during this event is the ups and downs of where your staff is spending their time. So you can see that the rec staff, and this is mainly Mary with, as she's the event person, but over and beyond that, our whole team, basically when it's event season, we become an event company almost. And so the whole team is involved, and they are taken away from their specific duties to help out with the events. So just to see the timeline on how much effort, time and effort is made for each event, and then the yield on who was there and how the attendance. Any questions?
So for example,
Go back.
the Festival of Lights is one that catches your eye for the amount of staff time that's put into it versus the
Attendance.
attendance.
So we did that at 3,500 this past year.
But that's just that one event. So I think our folks would, they know the lights are up, they know the town is pretty, they do come to see it, but it's maybe after that one event. So I think you do get a very large number of people who come to see that, just not in that one defined period of time.
So good question. Let me clarify a little bit. So with our lighting contract, the Festival of Lights is when we just turn on the lights. And I'll talk through this in a few minutes, but yes, we have families who come just to come down to see our lights throughout the Christmas season. They actually plan their family events to come down to see the lights. And it doesn't necessarily on this night when it happens. So we're gonna suggest they have them on longer so more families can enjoy them.
Yeah, I was just pointing out, because I recognize that, but I know it's a worthwhile activity that we're doing. This might throw it off a little bit, because there are quite a bit more people.
So this is the spike is because of the event itself. Just that 4-hour event causes that much involvement to make that event happen. But the overall keeping all the lights and everything downtown and all the decorations, that is something that stays up regardless.
So just to kind of piggyback, because it seems like, and I'm not trying to get ahead of myself, but looking at the slide, the depiction is that we're not getting as much bang for our buck or much return on our investment time-wise per se, that you and your staff have to put in to do these events. I think that's what that kind of shows, that you're putting a lot more time, energy, and effort into events, but we're not getting the turnout per se, if you will, on what the people who are attending them.
Or how is it measured?
Well, that's the other piece, but I mean, I think if you go back to the Festival of Lights, maybe that needs to be timing. Maybe you combine that with the Christmas parade. And do it at the same time, or
Jason's point, how do we know how many people come and look at the lights?
right. Well, and then we're looking at one data point over time, over this one particular day, as opposed to the trend from year over to year. So
Correct. This is the first time I was able to measure the input from the staff to get a good snapshot of what, and that's the reason why it's an event at a glance. So this gives a good snapshot. Because with COVID and everything, I wasn't able to get all this data.
Right.
So this helps me bring information to you for us to move forward.
So, Ian brought up, just mentioned something that was a question I had after this past year because of just all the events in December. On 4th of July, you combine like a lot of things over that whole day. So for Christmas, what do you think about doing like the Festival of Lights and the Christmas parade on the same day? Like, would that help with staffing if you could make it a one-day kind of event?
So in the proposal for this coming up here, one weekend I have like a skate night that only needs 2 staff members at. Then the next day I've got litter sweep that I'll need about 5. And then that same day I'm going to be with doing the shred. So that, yes, that combination we can handle. When I first came to the town, they did the girls' the 5K race and then Festival of Lights that night. We were sick the next day. And one weekend we actually tried to do, we did it, the senior Christmas party on the Friday, Festival of Lights was on Saturday, and the parade was on Sunday. Could not feel my feet. And I'm all about combinations, that it's a little harder on your staff to make it to be all those people, always at the same time. This depicts kind of like the evens and flows. So we've got the hours again on the side, and then I made it a little bit easier to see kind of where the spikes are happening throughout, where the staff and the recreational and the parks were spending a lot of their time. So during this 20-week period, your park staff and your recreational staff work 33 weeks in the 20-week period. So with overtime and then comp time, with all that, I told them they're super good at their job, but it's taxing on them. And that caused me pause when I finally got these numbers back. That is a lot to ask. It's a lot for me to ask of my staff. And I want to give this information to y'all so we can make, maybe some different decisions about how the evens and flows happens with our events. So it came out to be like 13 more weeks of work in this small amount of time. And that could support, as you know, a couple more staff members to help out. But again, they're super professional. I've got a wonderful team. We made it work, but it was taxing on them. Any questions about that? So, reimagining events. Going back to our mission and vision, to celebrate our town's history, to incorporate new stories and memories, honoring our families that make a diverse Waxhaw, inclusion for all citizens. Finding balance. Supporting our community learning by having that sense of home. Going through our themes and goals and objectives for our town. New improvements that are happening in our downtown, and our new park is coming online soon. We have a chance right now to kind of reimagine how everything looks because we are having so much cool developments that happen. So that's what I'm asking for y'all to keep an open mind for us to imagine what could happen. A lot is good. So that footprint that Ms. Ashley showed you earlier is this footprint. This is Northwest Main Street, a church, McDonald's. So we would stay in that footprint to help out with crossing of 16. That's a safety concern as well. But also not knowing when the construction's going to start on the Dream Chaser side. So I have to plan ahead. And so we are just proposing to be in this footprint. This event got reimagined to be more multicultural. So we're bringing in different food trucks around the world, celebrating with art, music, dance, and with our visual arts as well. We're hand-picking vendors to come in, so it's very to the theme, to the point, and we're celebrating all the different cultures that we actually have in Waxhaw now, which is really cool. So again, the footprint would change, the artisan, the visual, the music, dance, also our youth art show. We got to have that last year. We're going to bring that back again, and we're going to have a partnership with the church. We're going to do it in their social hall. So that all in that footprint, because the church is right there. Any questions about Kaleidoscope? Okay. Autumn Treasures, not knowing the timeline for the tap, we would do the same footprint. We probably have a little bit more vendors with that one, but we would extend the beer garden would be on this side. I still have that availability. And all of our town businesses are always welcome. We have actually been working with Ashley a lot and making sure that even the storefronts that are there, they have room to come outside. So everybody is included. We would put this down to a one-day event and talk about retiring the barbecue event. Any questions about that? So
She was waiting for that.
I was. So the this one we're treating more of a history of Waxhaw, so more like farm to table, local, that kind of feel to it. We did a 10-year run with the barbecue event. It is like 2 major events in one day. So it is very challenging to put on. But again, this is an open discussion, and we are trying to fill out where y'all would like to go. But it still would be, we would have, if this footprint, we would have to change up to accommodate the barbecue. Because right now, the barbecue is in this footprint.
Yeah, I mean, it's a major goal.
I'm just, are we just changing things up for the sake of changing things, or are we just changing things up because there's pressure, the strain that it's putting on the staff to do so? Or is it a combination of both?
I think we as a town have established that we rock. And that regionally, this is a regional event. We draw people from everywhere. With our mission and vision we have 20,000 people here with us now, to be able to make sure that they're taken care of first before we draw people from the outside in. To try to help them with this sense of home and get that history back for them to learn about Waxhaw. So I'm trying to change it up a little bit to get more educational, not just a festival.
But I think the festival, the grilling and chilling and the odd treasures is, I think it's been so successful that people have kind of come and expect that, especially the barbecue cook-off. We're kind of known for, that's one of our events that's known for as a, when people come, it's this big fall event.
All over the country.
Indiana.
We were designated
I mean-
as destination.
I know, and this was the hardest one.
And I appreciate to want to educate and go back to kind of that way. I think for the economic development for who we are as a town, as our branding to attract all of those issues, I don't know if I'm really keen on changing the autumn treasures to that. I think you could theme it that way if you wanted to theme a lot of things to farm to table and do some educational piece to it, but I think to remove the barbecue is just, that's tough. I don't know if I.
Good feedback.
It brings that event itself and some of the parts of that event brings more introduction for those businesses, restaurants and things downtown. So however it is, we may not just be catering, and we probably are not just catering to our town residents. They come from far.
Oh, it's a regional event.
Yeah, it's definitely a regional event. So I would kind of echo that same thing.
But I think if it's regional, then you may
shape
have,
it differently.
but I think people may come and explore and say, hey, Waxhaw's a great town. Maybe I want to move here or explore business opportunities or things. So it's.
That's all I heard. I was one of the judges, and that's all I heard from
So-
people in town and people out
So
of
there's
town.
other.
You just don't want to lose your
this-
job.
I don't know if I can add to
But I think there's other value that you may not see, that by bringing people here, they experience what Waxhaw has, and maybe that will help to drive business or drive our economic in other ways, that it's planting the seed for the future. We like it here so much, or, let's invest here, or move here, or build here.
I was told it was the best run event that they had ever been to, and they were competitors. It wasn't like, hey, let's go do some barbecue this weekend and, get in this kind. These are people who travel the circuit, and that's what they said to me. This is the best run
I
event.
appreciate that.
Keep these thoughts in your head. I think it's probably beneficial to keep going.
Okay.
Well, I mean, just the other piece, and that's why I asked the question that I asked about, is it, if you feel like you need more help, or it's, then let's work.
That's why I asked her to keep going.
Okay.
Then that's what
We'll
we
deal
need
with the
to
next
do.
step.
I would
Okay.
like to do with that, and then in particular, would you guys be comfortable with splitting the barbecue from autumn treasures? Could they be two separate events, or is it that they're together and that's what they did? Like,
I think it's all in one big thing.
Yeah,
It's like,
they both complement to big event. So
We'll buy some extra talent.
yeah,
Thank you for your feedback.
I'll throw on a go.
Yeah.
No, make me have a head rush. Okay. All right, next, for a suggestion. Fright night, to repackage, it actually was supposed to be a downtown event. That was its purpose in the beginning. Park and Rec is just really good at doing events, so it became ours. But we would like to repackage it back down to a downtown event with Miss Ashley Self. And then when the park comes online, we can have a spooky experience through the park.
I think the Fright Night needs to go back, just like St. Patrick's Day. That's, Mary O'Neill owns that, right? But it's also kind of synonymous a little bit with Waxhaw. They come here, even though it's Mary, it happens here. And I think initially Fright Night started with Dream Chasers, and then it just sort of evolved. But if one of those businesses wants to own it again, I think we just play a supportive role.
So I know that the businesses, they like it because they get people in front of their doors. But they needed to have a little more ownership, which Miss Ashley is working on them on that. And then, so I think that one's going to be an easier transition, and it will help get customers to their front door.
Well, it used to be like a Friday, wasn't there like a Friday night thing that businesses did?
First Fridays, that was there, but we had feedback because it was so hard on traffic getting down on Friday nights. It seems to work okay in the summertime with jamming. It's not been a problem, but for this event, we did have feedback in the beginning that was an issue for that one. But it still, do it around Halloween time, but the to bring it back to a downtown business program.
Right.
Okay.
Well, when did the town start to run that versus having the businesses doing it?
So it's 17. So it was Kurt was here. And it transitioned to us sometime between Kurt and me coming on board.
And the reason was why?
Do we know?
I'm just not gonna I just knew it was in my lap when I got here. Yeah, and the thing is, I love Halloween. So this one's a harder one for me to give up, but I think it's in the best interest of the town. Festival of Lights. So we have in the budget, CIP per tree. So when the new park comes online, we'll have a wonderful place to put that tree. Okay. We then reimagine this event to also complement our downtown because we have so many families that come and visit us at Thanksgiving that they've always had like, they call the office, can you turn the lights on early? So we then would make a downtown program to have the lights on Thanksgiving weekend and have a program like that. So it'll be on for all those families to enjoy in a longer time period to enjoy the lights and the decorations in our downtown. With our new lights street lights are to come up, we're going to get new decorations. And then Ashley and I are working on some props that people do photo ops with. Super cool. Okay. So this would also be reimagined. And then when we get our new downtown park, we'll have our wonderful Christmas tree. And then we'll do a traditional tree lighting when that comes about.
Well, I think if you do move it up to like the weekend of, or even considering maybe the Christmas parade too, right after Thanksgiving. And I know it's usually the second week, I think, of December. But I think tree lighting or things like that, do it Thanksgiving weekend.
So, yeah.
Or combine the two events and just look at a calendar when all that can be done. Because I think that's, we have families in town, people and kind of goes hand in hand, start off the season. Although I know Thanksgiving weekend, it's hard because people.
Because I'm almost working every holiday already.
I think one of the
I
messages
understand.
here, and I know that these are a lot of events that we do. We're Parks and Recreation, and I mean, we're also an event company, basically, as she said. So I think one of the things she's trying to tell you is to keep doing these things. She needs more help.
I understand that. That's why the question that I asked was, is it an event, which is, it's a more health issue that we need to solve for that, because some of these events are such good drivers for bringing economic development, for people to experience Waxhaw, to all of those wonderful things.
We have to commit to what it is we want to do, period. And then work towards that.
Also,
I
remember
understand
that more help comes more operational expenses.
I understand
more resources, perhaps.
Can I add something on the financial side of this? Because everything has finance in it, right?
Right.
When you look at what's the event with the Taste of Waxhaw. Like you're saying, a lot of these events came from something that came from something that came from something that came from something, right? So if the original intent of an event is no longer there, then this is a great time to look at why are we doing this event? Sorry. So if we look at the Taste of Waxhaw, the original intent of that event is gone. The original intent of that event was a type of a fundraiser, right? We don't do fundraisers anymore that way, right? So the intent of things have changed. So I think that this is just a really good time to look at what it takes to put on these events, not just on Dina's side, part of it, but also on the finance side. it has an invitation on my staff also. Not anywhere near as much as hers, nowhere near. But I'm just saying that it's not, some of the intending purposes for these events have changed. And this is a good time to look at them and to say, how can we change them and make it so it's not so difficult for staff? And I always feel bad on holidays because I'm like, okay, so it's a holiday, but our park and rec staff is working every single one of them.
Yeah. And I can certainly empathize with that because as a nurse, I've worked many weekends and holidays. So
Yeah,
I
but
get
we don't have people dying. We're not a hospital.
Sure.
I will say too, on those events where we're closing streets, while yes, those can be an economic driver for our businesses, a lot of them can be prohibitive to business. I think there's a balance between, yes, we want to bring people to town and show them that Waxhaw is awesome, but closing off the streets too much is making it difficult for customers to get to some of the businesses. You know, some of the events, it may be, yeah, they're going to see that, hey, this business exists downtown, but it may be 2 to 3 weeks before someone comes back and says, hey, I saw you at Autumn Treasures. So I think having a balance of those street closure events versus ones that are, you know, economic drivers where we're getting people inside the business is important.
So, you and Rosemary also made great points, and I know change is hard, but I think we're at a good place to make some changes, and I think Rosemary made a good point that the reason many of these events started several years ago was to bring people to downtown and kind of reinvent downtown. We're already there. And do we need to be doing big regional events to draw people to downtown? I would personally don't think we need to. And when I was saying about this December event, I mean, there were so many events and we were trying to go to all of them. And I was like, oh my gosh, I don't have time to do this. I gotta do Christmas shopping. I gotta do all this stuff. Now, like, how do you guys do it? When you're every weekend, you're doing an event. And I just look at this list and I wonder, I mean, I think it's great to have events, but do we need to be the sole entertainment for our citizens every weekend? And I just don't think we need to. And then when you're talking about having to add more staff so that we can continue these events, that doesn't make sense to me. Why are we wanting to add more personnel just so that we can entertain our citizens every weekend? I think this is a great time to totally reinvent the whole event lineup.
I would agree on some of that. I mean, as to Rosemary's point, things that we did in the past to drive something, I think you're right. We might not need to do that anymore. We have become a destination organically, really. Yes, some of the people come down for the events and they do shop at our stores and visit our restaurants. But that happens almost every weekend here and certainly during the week. There's some more places you can't even get into. I go to Maxwell's one night at 8 o'clock at night and have an hour wait on a Wednesday night. I think we've done a good job.
Well, and it's been a team effort to get us to this point, and the events were a big part of that to get us here. I'm just asking for us to kind of reimagine of what we're, you know, what the next steps are, and for help us, you know, to maintain, still give some, because we need to give some nods downtown to get people to go down there, just to keep new people coming in.
I think there, you know, I do share with what Commissioner Westlake says, but I do think that there's some that we need to continue with. And I do think that there's some of these that we should look at, like Taste of Waxhaw. That's something global restaurants should be doing on their own. That should be something, if it's going to be tasting their things, then they need to, as we grow up from where we were as, you know, now as we're growing up into adulthood down there, the business owners and the restaurateurs need to work together to help promote that, not necessarily look to us to do that per se.
Well, that's a great transition, Ms.
And so again, now that we have Ashley, who's the main, you know, the Main Street director, she's gonna have to work with coordinating with all that. Same thing with Fright Night. That needs to go handed back to the business owners to run, just like we have St. Patrick's Day with Mary O'Neill's. So those need to be
Awesome point.
taken off your plate per se and given back to the business owners, and that we would have a supporting role to help support that. And so, yeah, I think there's a lot of events that we could sit down and if we have, I think it's like a list of 30 events. So, I mean, I think we can go right down there. And something that I would say about Kaleidoscopes is I know that a lot of the local artists would do the art walk. So maybe Kaleidoscope gets combined and let it become an art walk and let them handle that instead of us.
Okay, let me get back to that point. So with the Taste of Waxhaw, originally was to be like a downtown event too. So after this year, we would transition it to, especially when this actually gets our nonprofit, to run these things, to help with our downtown businesses on that way, and then help collaborate is going to be awesome. As you know, with our nonprofits or our volunteer groups, sometimes they're challenged to kind of, to have a path and get on that path correctly. So we've been kind of quasi like put in that role with some of the events that we inherited. Again, this is to open up the discussion for us to talk about it and just to see where y'all are at, and so you will know where we're at, and just to give some feedback. So our next slide. So Miss Mary is our event manager. So she did a sampling, like a random sampling of towns all over the U.S. So the 15 is the average line of events that a town would have. This is the events side. This is the population side. So Waxhaw is right here. Our population is at 20. We do 31 events. And you can kind of see the population line on where everything's kind of at. Some are lower, some are higher. But we are a little bit out of whack on the average side. And it's just a sampling of, we got some North Carolina towns in here, but she just did a sampling all over the place to try to get understanding of where everybody else is doing. So I just wanted to highlight that we do a lot, and parts of me loves events and I love community events, but having a balance. We're looking for a balance. Okay.
So let me so here, clearly, our size, we could cut our events in half. If we look at what this data shows us. So out of the 31 events, what 16 would you choose to keep or choose not to keep?
Oh, goodness.
Because wait a second, but no, because clearly, I think we've identified that it takes a lot of work, energy, and effort from everybody and the staff and the commitment they have to do for their man hours and on weekends and things like that. That's not a good employee satisfier, right? So if you were saying we're over programmed with all these events and things, and we're going to reimagine that, what 16 you're either on the chopping block or on the keeping block?
That would be something I think that would have to be assessed. I'll give the microphone here.
Well, and again, and so.
And maybe it's not chopping them, maybe it's reinventing.
Well, I think if you're saying we have 31 events, we need to maybe bring that down to 16 or 15. What are the 15 or what are the 15 type of categories that we're going to do there? Because there's some like September 11th, that's Memorial, Veterans Day, that's Memorial. Like I don't see those, I think would need to remain intact because of their significance, right? So those types of things you would deviate from, but.
And there's 4.
Right, but maybe there's something like, I love the Kaleidoscope, or, like what we talked about, like the Fright Night. Those
So
things could be-
that's some suggestions, right? So
Right.
the autumn, as just a suggestion about the autumn treasures going down to 1 day, a smaller footprint, minus the barbecue, maybe. And then kaleidoscope, multicultural, smaller footprint, one day, Fright Night, going back to downtown, Festival of Lights, going back to downtown, and a traditional tree lighting in the future. So I know change is always something is challenging for anyone. Not trying to bring change in small pieces was my strategy of just getting our head above water. Even with these kind of being reimagined, is still a huge part on Park and Rec staff at this moment to continue to do. So I still, even with changing those limited ones up, I still might ask, Jeff and Matt for extra help just to, so.
If you go back to like, looking at the slides, events at a glance, like you said, we have 31 events, and on this slide, there's only 16 listed. So I would like to see the list of the 31 that we have, and I think that maybe we need to find out, like, if you're so overloaded, or we're so heavy, like in December, maybe we need to stretch that out and find out what time of the years of things for what, like, so that you're not all just, I don't say top heavy, but you're not all year-end heavy, that everything's hitting in December, that we have something quarterly or every seasonally, so that's something easier to manage than just hitting everything at one time of the year, to spread it out.
Look at the items in December.
So
I know.
this is December. That's the reason why Ms. Tracy was like, it's every weekend. It was every weekend.
Yeah.
This is so we start off like, we're ending up our summer. Back to school is a big heavy lifting kind of an event. That's a community partner. Then we have smaller events. Those, a couple people. Not all the staff are there at all these. This is big. Both of those events take all of us and more of my friends to help out with that. And then this one is actually a community partner that takes a good amount of time and effort. December is challenging. I shut the office down because we're tired of looking at each other, kind of thing. So, and then it's more spread out. May is when we're, it's starting to gear back up, and then we go into in the summer. So we are very challenged in the fall and winter.
So Tracy actually brought up exactly how I feel about. Check.
Check.
There you go.
Tracy actually brought up how I feel about this, and I feel like that we do an excessive amount of events for what we are and who we are. And yes, this is a proposal tiptoe because, being careful and understanding that change is difficult, but I think this is a challenge to keep up, to say the least. This would certainly help, but it's a Band-Aid. Unless you have more resources poured into it one way or another, or you reduce the load.
I think, to Rosemary's point as well, all things considered, this is just, again, conversation. Okay, so not taking
Yes.
any direction at all. So let's make sure that we understand that. But when you look at the cost benefit of something, what are we doing? Are we trying to provide entertainment for people in the region? And what does the town of Waxhaw get now today? And I'll bring up, the hot spot. How much business have we lost in the town of Waxhaw by not doing the fireworks? I'm gonna suggest probably pretty close to zero. We're
Yeah.
building differently than maybe that event again was originally designed to do. I'm just using that as an example. You know, the cost benefit cost us 60, 80 grand in direct costs, soft costs. It's a lot of money. And did it drive any more people to what was probably originally intended to be, to drive money to what, an antique store or a restaurant that was down there? But you just have to be real about it. So I think we do have to reassess in what business are we for these events, and what kind of the proverbial bang for the buck are we going to get for it? Because it is expensive, both in direct cost and, to your point, to the manpower, if you will, man, woman, girl power, all that stuff. So we do need to take a good hard look at this stuff and not overburden somebody. December is a big month. I mean, I had so many things to do, I couldn't attend all of those. And I'm supposed to, but there are just too many of them. And
I too
so-
think of, oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Brenda.
Yeah, I can't see you when you're talking, so I didn't know if you were finished or not. I too think that a reassessment is in order because it is a lot. I know I'm working with Dina right now on an event, and I have been very cautious about even doing the event, and also very mindful, she'll tell you, of the time and the hours, because I know that the team is working very hard in other events that are planned just that week alone, and not to burden them and take more time away from them on a weekend from their families. So I think that we need to really pay attention to staff and the burden that it is putting on them with some events, seeing how we can combine some events, seeing if some events need to be turned back over to the businesses, or even to Ashley with the Main Street program, or even if we need to do some of these events at all. Because it is a lot, and it requires a lot of manpower, a lot of planning, a lot of time, setup. It's not just the event itself, it's the setup, it's taking it down. And they are there all day, all night, sometimes doing these things from sunup to sundown. And it's a lot. So I know that some of them, people think that, we've been doing them so long that we should continue to do it the same way, but sometimes we just do really need to reassess and see if we can do it a different way and still make the event a successful one for the town.
Yeah, pass that back to you.
Well, so the question is, I mean, is the entire board open to, really taking a look at?
I guess, I'm ready to.
I am.
But again, I guess it goes back to my question. If we have 31 events, how do we scale that back? Or what ones do you want to keep, not keep? Or what ones, it's just
We've got to decide what business we're in.
I think you'd have to let us determine based on all of our logistics, and then bring that back to you to make your determination of that.
I think we pretend like we haven't had any events in the past, like clear slate and start over and think about, okay, what is it that we want to be? What is it we want to provide for our citizens? And think of it more that way than thinking of cutting events.
Or even regional stuff.
Well,
You have to be careful with that, but someone might.
I think that's good. That's good too. But I think in the same vein, then maybe we need to reassess Parks and Rec.
Are we Are we going to be doing events, or is it programming, and what's going to be the purpose and the goal of our Parks and Rec department? If it's not an events, you know what I'm saying? It's like,
It's all about balance.
correct,
Okay, so
correct.
a true Park and Rec department has, in my previous years of experience, and that's going back all the way from Atlanta, is it had events in it, okay? But there's always been a balance, because programs, a small group, know your neighbor. Like, I know Miss Ann. I know she's one of my neighbors. At community events, she looks familiar. I know she's one of my neighbors. So it's different levels of knowledge of who you're surrounded with. The Park and Rec mission goes back to more educational cultural inclusion. I like to look at it holistically like that and not just like we're going to Carowinds kind of feel, right? So that's like, it comes out like, who do we want to be? Who do we want? We've got everybody here. Everybody, and I don't want to, that's the reason why I was very conservative on what I asked to be reimagined, is because big amounts of change is sometimes really, really hard. But I mean, the first time I was put up to, I was asked to cut events when I first got here for a whole different reason. But I was on like national news that night for, killing off, the Easter Bunny, and then fireworks and almost something with Santa. And I'm like, oh my goodness. But it was a lot of, so it was just one of those things where that was a hard couple months, but, we transitioned into really cool things. But, I have a staff now that is open and they're, thinking outside the box on activities. And we're into more programming. Y'all have charged me to build parks. I did not put my hours that I spent this last fall in that equation. And y'all know that I was at every one of them. Am I at the place where I want to be at all of our projects? No. Could have been further along. If we continue at the pace, we will need more help. If we change up things, there's a possibility we can manage with what we have, but still that's a possibility of needing more help depending on what it is. And I just want to at least give y'all the information so now you have it for us to make positive things for us for Waxhaw.
Let's agree that obviously we need to adjust, whatever that is. So let's agree for that. And let's, as a board, we're in consensus, I think, on that. And let our staff come back to us after now having this conversation, hearing all the comments, and come back to us with whatever their proposal is going to be. We also, as this board, have to decide which business we're going to be in. We're not designed to be an entertainment venue. That's not what we do. And that's not what we should spend our money on, being that for the region. That day is gone. So let's do that. If we are in consensus right now to have this second look at this stuff, then that's the direction that we send off. You come back to us, you, your team, and everybody, come back to us with additional thoughts.
Just one thing.
And I got something.
I mean, I understand that we need to assess and evaluate what type of business we're in, but I do think that there are cultural things that.
But that's deciding what business we're in. That's what
But I do think having an occasional event, or if we do one event a year or something like that, there's.
I'm not saying. Jason said learns well. No,
But I'm just saying that I do think there is other benefits to it.
I agree.
That is necessary as part of growing our community and having a
Some of
town.
it is.
But I think there's a balance there. I don't think it's just, we just can't have events because we're not an event business.
I
We're not
didn't
getting
say
good ret- I know. I understand that's not the words that you use, but the inference is a little of
I
that.
don't think so.
No, I think that what is being said, if I may interject, is that we need to allow Dina to come back with that balance. What is the balance that she believes that her Parks and Rec staff has? What is it as a Parks and Rec director, and how are they going to be able to move with this adjusted balance, which will include events, it will include other programming and other things that she sees, and in addition to working with the park itself and getting that built. So we're looking for that balance, not cutting everything and having just one program, but balancing it out so that it's a balance with programs, a balance with, what is that? Do you hear an echo?
It's okay.
Oh. Okay, so that there is a balance with programs and events, and that it's something that can be more manageable for the town and for staff as well. So I would like to see them come back, Adina and her staff come back with that information to help us make a more informed decision as opposed to trying to look at this. We see the picture now, we see what's going on, we see the month of December, we see everything they're doing. How can we balance this out? How is that going to look? I would like to see that when she comes back with that information.
Okay, and I would like to ask if there's any special ones that you are more prone to, because I'd rather just go ahead and get that out on the table.
I think it's something else, like if you go back to like what Commissioner Westlake said, just pretend you just stepped in here and we didn't have anything. Like how, I think if you could have the freedom to come in here and say, if it was a blank slate, how would you schedule it for yourself? I think I really would like to see like a clean slate, like we had absolutely nothing. How would you structure that for a whole year in terms
Me
of like,
too. I want to see that. Yes.
I really like to have to, instead of just saying what we have, if we're gonna reimagine it, let's start fresh. Let's say we have nothing. What's the calendar? What would it look like for a year? That's what I'd like to see.
My point on that was like, say, as we mentioned, that certain events were started because of, for certain reasons. And maybe we don't need those reasons anymore. Maybe there's an event we need for another reason. So if there's like some completely new event that you think would work better than some of these that we've been doing, that's kind of more of what I was getting.
And that may give us the opportunity to spread those because they're
Right.
not all concentrated at one specific time frame of the year.
So like, just pretend you walked in and we had nothing ever scheduled, and you're a clean slate and you get to come up with whatever that should look like for that year. That's what I'd like to see.
Okay, so there's just,
I mean, that can still be done with what you've already got. You plan
Yeah,
for the
right,
calendar,
right. You think-
You start putting on the non-stars. I think we have a good idea what those are. And then what's not on that list at the end of the day, where your team and you are comfortable with the calendar as it looks, we present that and then say, okay, for these, if there are some that are so important, then it becomes what are the additional resources we need to bring? That doesn't necessarily have to be a new position. It could be temporary support for those events that is a dollar number, but then that's a decision that the board would then come back and say, okay, we give you this to keep that event.
okay, so, thank you, Matt, for explaining it differently. Because I don't want you to be upset
No.
when I come back. That's the reason why I'm like, but
we're
that
asking
helps
you to do
me,
it.
so I know that y'all were cool about giving me feedback
Right.
on, you know, if you want, if you particularly want something to come back.
I will say this, okay, just to give you some of my own. I think the patriotic events are important. We have the military wall, we're kind of known for having those events. I think the patriotic events are worth keeping, and I don't think they're really like big, major things that you have to.
No, I mean, it takes, you know, a couple hours to set up, a couple hours to clean up, because we spoil you. We put tents up and chairs and, so just to get the, you know, the program together, you know, that's sometimes 6 months because we have people changing out from speaking all the time, which we have trouble with. So if you have a good speaker, please tell us. But it's the, you know, when we have to blanket the whole town with barricades and cones, those are very challenging. That's when it spikes up. When we have to, you know, coordinate outside of our bubble, help, you know, that's another one that spikes it up. In the time period, that was a 5-month snapshot. It's the busiest time we have. We start, you know, we got a movie night coming up in March. Movie night, that's cool. You know, skate night only takes 2 people. So these those are smaller events. Those are like more community building, little small, kind of thing that works. I think it is the time when it happens is the most challenging too, because we are, literally worked 13 extra weeks in that period of time. And that's just challenging on anyone.
Well, that's why I think we can give you that freedom to start with a clean slate, to design your calendar and events or however the programming for that year, how you could do that, that would be manageable to you, that would still kind of honor maybe some of those theming things, and you could group things together. Well, I don't want to tie your hands and say, well, we have to have the grill and chill cook-off. But maybe instead of having it in the fall, maybe that's a 4th of July thing. I don't know. It'd be more patriotic, or it kind of goes with that thing. But I don't want to handcuff you and say, we have to have a grill chilling thing at this time, or we want to do this. So I want you to have your imagination and not be us to tie you down into, we have to have this event. Or, I want you to use your imagination, reimagine it, and get the theme. So maybe things get combined or put in a certain way that still honor the intent of that celebration, but we can do it in a different way, or combine it all as one and still get that same feeling, right?
Yes, it's a fluid discussion.
I just want to make sure though, before we go down any path, because I'm not sure I'm sensing we have consensus. It's tough for staff to go down roads like that if you have split thoughts. So I think we might.
Let's clarify that.
Yes.
Which parts of that? Do we not agree that we need to reassess?
Yes.
We all agree that we need to reassess. That's easy. Okay. So let her gather her thoughts with her teams and come back to us. Just that simple.
And I'm just making the suggestion that
All
to
right.
start like
Yeah. leave it at that.
So we're good with that.
I'm trying to catch up. I'm just saying.
I'm just saying,
We're spending too much time debating this here. Let her
no, my suggestion
gather
is
her
just
thoughts.
to start fresh.
It's okay. I mean, we're all saying the same thing.
So maybe a next 2x2 or something
Whenever you're ready.
similar come out.
She had a bad experience with this last time.
Yeah.
So, just want to be careful.
I mean,
Yeah.
the amount of trust that I have in this team is, you
Like
can't
that.
imagine from what I've experienced in the past here and when I first came here. So that's past, but I am anxious. I am anxious about it because I'm asking for a big change, to just even think about changing it. Okay, and I acknowledge that. And
I'm hearing here that we definitely hear it. No doubt. So be comforted in that. That's a good thing.
any other questions?
No. Motion to adjourn.
Okay, well, no adjourn yet. No adjourn yet. So let's take one more break and then we're gonna go through a summary. Now, the good news is I think if I've calculated everything right, is that we have consensus on everything but one thing. And so we will go through summary and tie it all together, directives, and then we will determine how we move forward. So say a 10-minute break.
this a document for this from today?
Yes.
I mean, from the retreat?
This is from today, yes.
Okay. Because I know there was one, I think that was uploaded from last year.
That's correct.
I just want to make sure I'm on the right thing.
So this one you will not have seen until right now.
Got it.
Right.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm not
Yes.
missing something.
So now we're at the end of all of our discussions. I wanted to summarize everything that we have discussed up to this point and make sure that we understand the directives that we have received. One or two other, little items still out there to talk through, but I think that maybe we probably talked ourselves out in this venue today, and then we could, pick up any other discussions that we need to have outside of this venue. But I think moving forward that I think we have consensus on most everything, which is great. So starting off from yesterday morning with the representatives from Union County, specifically with Brett Knipe and NCDOT. One of the directives from that was to collaborate with the NCDOT to widen and improve Cuthbertson Road from the schools to Providence Road, NC 16. From the library, partner with Union County Library on a community space in the existing library facility in downtown Waxhaw. Focus on providing media center space. Expected construction timeline for the new library is approximately 2 years. So that's our timeline to develop a plan and hopefully have some type of implementation that could be fairly seamless with that. So the projects, so those were just updates. We reviewed with you the status of our current projects, both CIP and ARP. We reviewed with you our current financial condition. Rosemary told you about where we are in the current year's budget. Mitch with Davenport reported to you what our overall financial condition was. I gave you a quick update on the motor vehicle registration fee and what that is used for and what that purpose is. So then projects and financial strategy. Downtown Park Phase 2, move forward with project, prepare to request bids, pay go. CIP, comfortable with new CIP projects as proposed, incorporate into upcoming budget document. Second, ARP disbursement, comfortable with current plan development, we'll revisit in the summer. Design for large-scale transportation projects, bring these items forward. And really when we say items, we mean bring the item forward so that the board can make the appropriation, budgetary appropriation to begin design on Waxhaw Parkway West, Broome Street turn lane, Waxhaw Marvin Pine Oak roundabout, Kensington Phase 2. And then I think we would also incorporate sidewalks into these design processes once we have determined some type of prioritization from the pedestrian comp plan. Yes, Ann.
And I did mention it to Lisa Blair and Madison, the pedestrian plan, she did send that out to us the other night. And I asked perhaps at the end if they could put a summary table, kind of like we did with the CIP project that prioritizes and summarizes all of that, the pedestrian plan. Because I skimmed through it, which is 125 pages of, I just kind of looked at the pictures to get an idea of the content, but again, some sort of spreadsheet table like the CIP would be very helpful.
Okay, and then keep in mind, this is to get these projects established regardless of any other decision on any other topic. This is to begin the planning for these projects, the design process. Town campus prepared to move forward with the borrowing process. So we put the 3-bay open air structure into base bid. The screen wall generator keep as an alt bid for right now, but we're going to look at the landscaping base bid versus alt bid, then we'll make a final decision there. Patio, expanding the patio, keeping that as an alt bid, and then add gravel paving at grassing area with fencing, keep that as an alt bid. The others are all struck, meaning that they will not be bid at all. Property sale, I think we all appear to be on board with 34 acres. Trying to keep working the community out there, or folks out there to get that sold. The site on 75 that is currently our mulch and composting site. Once we would be able to move over there, which that is still a caveat, that would be a permitting process. NCDEQ #1 would have to allow us to move it over there, which I don't think there would be any issue there, but you don't know until you go through that process. That also is something that you have to design. So that would be something that we would have to have Kimball Ford design for us, just like they did for that site. However many years ago that was, and that takes time. So NCDEQ, like other review agencies right now, are compromised for various reasons. So things take longer to get reviewed, but we can start that process. The trash recycling service, the contract expires on June 30th, 2023. We will contact Waste Pro probably sometime in the spring or summer, just give them a heads up where our thoughts all there, and we can work exclusively with them, see what they can provide us. And if we're not happy with that, then we would look to go to RFP in the fall of 22, if that's what the board wishes to do. General obligation bond. I think we're going to need to have some more discussion on that one. So that's why that one is blank, and we not sure we're going to be able to hash that one out in this afternoon. So I think perhaps we can leave here today letting you know that we will come back to this one, I think, in short order, let it digest a little bit more. Parks and Rec update, as we just finished up with. Reassess the current event load, develop a plan for events from a blank slate for the BOC to consider. So you heard the presentations from Chris Plate and from Lee Jensen this morning. Also, while Lee was here, discussed ETJ, direction to pursue ETJ with the county. And I would say formally, we've kind of informally been dancing around that for a good while, but now it's time to formally make that request, but not, as we talked about, just asking for it, work collaboratively towards that goal. Comp plan, move forward with the comp plan initiative as proposed by the planning department. DC review, move forward with the recommended text amendments as proposed by the planning department. Boards and committees, move forward with advisory board chairs as the OAB as presented by the staff. Communications, and so these were a few of the bullet points for us to explore. Expand HubSpot services to include a texting app. Review internal staffing model for communications. Make Waxhaw 101 more accessible to the public by posting online. Share marketing strategy with the board and obtain quotes for community-wide survey. ABC omnibus legislation. move forward with social district at targeted events, downtown, Parks and Rec, Police Department, comms, create physical and communications plan that then we will bring back to the board for their consideration before actually moving forward with I guess the legislative part of that, where the board would actually have to do the actions at a regular meeting. I think I've captured everything. I guess maybe give you a moment to digest that if you have any questions or thoughts, or I guess disagree with what I have written on the screen. We certainly can go over that. And then after that, I do want to take some time to go around the room to each of you individually. If there's anything else that that you want us to take a look at, reassess, add, change, abandon, whatever that may be, let us know what is important to you, whether it's a really big picture item or whether it's a small item. Just so we can know what that is and we can work through that. But before we get to that point, how does everybody feel about that list?
It's a great list.
Thank you.
It's a really good list. Brenda, we're staring at you.
Can't see you. No, I agree with the list. Yeah, it's a good list.
Okay, very good. So then, as I said, I'd like to just give every board member some time. If there is something that we have not covered that you would like for us to pursue, then this is your time to let us know. And I guess Pedro, since you're right next to me, you get to go first.
First of all, thank you to all the staff and everybody who spoke and passed on all these important items. Clearly, we have a lot to talk about and digest. I'm glad that we're able to talk about these things, and share and eventually get through all these items. I'm hopeful that we take a broader look at some of these items without keying in on just one particular aspect of what we're facing. These are very multifaceted items, and the solutions are not going to be maybe what we all expect. So having said that, my thanks to my fellow board members and again, staff for a great 2 days.
Thank you, Pedro. Hard not to echo what a great 2 days it has been. And one of the things that I've noticed over the past now 2+ years is how well the staff works together, taking on these initiatives by themselves. You don't have to wait to be told that we need to do the comp plan from somebody somewhere else that's already on it. That kind of initiative, that kind of teamwork and cooperation is probably something that hasn't happened here in a very long time. So kudos to all of you that are participating in all this today and participate every day. Kudos to our town manager, Jeff Wells, for leading these charges and keeping us all in sync most of the time. So, but it's been just a great couple of days. Yes, we have some things to talk about. Yes, we have some things to work through. And the good thing about all of us, we can disagree, we can talk, we can debate, we can do all that stuff, but we're still here. We still support you guys. We're going to talk about it. We go offline many, many times and have these sidebar discussions, and then come back with what we hope is always going to be a viable, reasonable plan that you guys can then sink your teeth into and actually execute. Because execution is something that's, now that I'm seeing in my role on the CRTPO as chair, I'm seeing the lack of the ability to execute because they have no funds. And so whatever and however that happened before, we don't want to be in that position. We want to always be prepared at every step of the way, whether it be funding or just logistically or just from a staffing perspective. We want to be able to do that. And you guys have all stepped up, for at least my time in office. You guys have stepped up just fabulously. So I want to say thank you personally. You truly do make all of us look good.
Yeah, so I agree. Thank you very much for the town, for putting this together. It's very helpful. I've learned a lot, as well as, been able to participate in the future direction of it. You heard me share some frustrations yesterday with the county elected officials. I did beat them up a little bit, which I enjoy, actually. But there is one thing that I did speak with some others after that, and there is a kind of big item that's been on my mind that I've socialized. I know we've talked about it here together, but I would like to ask the town and my fellow board members if they'd be interested in at least exploring the idea of investigating what it would take for the town of Waxhaw, maybe even working with some of our municipal partners, having our own sewer and water. What would that, well, not sewer and water, but our own sewer system to be able to service our own. What would it look like? Where would we put it? How much capacity would it have to have? And it's because we seem to be held back by some other elected officials at the county level on our own growth. And I'd like to find out, well, what would it take for us to kind of be out on our own, be independent? So it's a major big ticket item, which, will take everybody at least to think about exploring at least. So thank you again so much for giving me the time for this and for putting this together. The coordination of this event alone is a big deal. So thank you.
I don't really know what to say. I think I said it all the last 2 days. I do want to really express my appreciation and for the staff and for Jeff. I mean, it's been great to be part of Team Waxhaw. We've accomplished so many things the last couple of years, and I'm so proud to be part of that. And I do appreciate everything that you do, because you do make us look so good and you make it so much easier for us. And we couldn't be as good as we are without y'all. And I just want to express that and really let you know that I do appreciate that and being part of the team. And that's what's really important.
I want to say thank you again. I always feel really energized after having these board retreats. And I just want to remind everybody, back to even when we did the LDC, we have this board and this staff, we have been changing the direction of Waxhaw. And I want us to continue to do that. And I look at we've had new staff members from, I think, the last year, because I don't think Lisa or Ashley were here, and others that are not here. We have so much new blood, right? And new ideas. And maybe it is time that we get rid of some of the things that we've done in the past and we start working forward with new, fresh ideas. I mean, Waxhaw, right now, we are like the leader in Union County and even maybe outside of Union County, and not to be afraid to make some changes that make us better as a town and show our leadership so that other municipalities are envious of us. And so I know some of this stuff is scary, but I mean, I think that we have been on the right track and we can do it. This group can do it. And I share some of what Jason said. I mean, some of the frustration for me is what we see from the county, and then we hear that even going to the state doesn't necessarily help us. And I kind of would like to figure out ways that we can take care of ourselves when we can't get anything from the county or even the state. I don't know how that looks, but I think that if anybody can do it, we can. So let's keep working for that.
Miss Brenda.
Again, I will reiterate the thanks to Jeff, Matt, and the staff for their job and their presentation, and all of their hard work and efforts that they have put forward. My apologies to everyone, the board, those who are looking, for my unavailability to be there at this time, but you all know why. I'll be with you soon. And then I would like to add on to what Commissioner Westlick said. Yes, we have changed, but that change is also for the better. It is a good change where we are bringing people on board now who are professionals, who are qualified, and who have the ability to continue to move the town of Waxhaw forward in a positive and new way, which is something that we have not had in the past. That we work well together as a board, although we do disagree, but we still work well together as a board. So I hope that in the days to come and in our decisions to come and things that we are still looking at and working through, that we will be open-minded, that we will have the foresight to see what is necessary for the town, not just today, but in the days to come. And that in all that we do, that we remember that we are stewards and that we are servants of the people here in Waxhaw to do the best job that we can.
Thank you, Brenda. And thank you, everybody, for all the comments. Wonderful, awesome comments. And I myself just want to let you know how much I appreciate our staff. Get a little emotional about it. It's a really incredible group that we have. As I've said this many times before, this is the most professional group of folks that I've worked with. It's been an honor and a privilege. And I've just enjoyed every minute of it working with our leadership, this board. This is the best experience that I've had in my career. Everything is firing on all cylinders. I mean, as positively as you can possibly have it. And it reverberates through everything that we do. And I mean, you're seeing the results of that. When all the stars align with things, a lot of great things can happen in a fairly short amount of time, at least for local government time. And we're going to continue to do that. And we just appreciate, and I'm speaking for everybody, how much support and encouragement we get from each and every one of you. Yes, I know that you all don't agree on everything. I'm well aware of that. But I also know that this board comes together better than any other board that I've experienced and truly has the best interest of the town. And that, you have that, it's really all that matters. So, saying that, we've had a wonderful couple of days. I think everybody probably wants to go home and start the weekend, right? So, yes, we appreciate your time and thank you for another successful retreat. We'll see you again next year.